Chapter 1 Little Cotton Padded Jacket. Inside the Gulf Villa. A man in his late 20s or early 30s who looks clean and pleasant is busy moving things. There is also a 3M8 van with a van logo that doesn't match the environment of the villa parked at the entrance. It looks like the man is moving house. At that moment, a cute little girl a little over 3 years old, wearing a pink princess dress, with bright eyes and white teeth, jumped out from inside and said in a baby voice, "Daddy, let me help you move the things." "Ooh, it's so heavy. Yo-Yo can't move it." Laughingly petting his daughter's head, Yi Bai, the man who was moving, said with a smile, "Yo-Yo, you can't carry this box, let Daddy do it. Go and pack up the toys you want, Daddy will help you take them down later." "Oh, okay." The little girl pouted her lips and went upstairs a little upset. It seemed that she was frustrated because she couldn't help her father. Looking at his daughter's cute appearance, Yi Bai couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Having a daughter like this, what more could a father ask for? After everything had been loaded into the car, Yi Bai stood in the courtyard of the villa, looking at the house where he had lived for 3 years, his expression a little inexplicable. After all, he didn't belong here. 4 years ago, at a reception, he had drunk too much, so much that he had passed out. It wasn't a big deal, but when he woke up the next morning, the sky had fallen. Because next to him was a stunning beauty, completely naked. And this woman is no ordinary person. She is Chen Mengying, the president of the Alanya International Hotel chain. She is also the dream goddess of countless men in Linchang. But now she is lying in his bed, and the red stain on the bedsheet is so glaring. Chen Mengying didn't make things difficult for him after she woke up. She just had a very cold expression, like an ice cube. She got up, dressed, and left. He thought it was just an accident and the two would not have any interaction afterwards. But a year later, when the other person found him with a little one, Yi Bai still remembers his dumbfounded expression at the time. After that, the two got married as if by magic. They lived together respectfully for 3 years. But there was no real affection between the two, and they only got married because of that accident. Chen Mengying is another workaholic, managing several hotel chains. Although she is worth over 100 million, she cares very little about Yi Bai and Yi Yaoyao. Yi Bai resolutely quit the job he had worked so hard for 3 years in order to spend more time with his children and make their childhood less lonely. He became a full-time family man. A few years passed in a hurry, and Chen Mengying was still busy with work. Sometimes she even went on business trips for a month or two without being seen. Yi Bai, on the other hand, spent every day with his daughter Yi Yaoyao and kept the house in perfect order. Yi Bai and Chen Mengying also did not have any conflicts, and the two of them never fought. But at the same time, there was not much affection, and they never got along well. In fact, the two of them had long anticipated this step of divorce. They parted peacefully, and there were no complaints. However, both wanted custody of the little one, and they would not budge. In the end, there was no choice but to let the little one choose for himself. The result was obvious. Yi Bai was the obvious choice. 2 hours ago, he had just completed the divorce procedures with Chen Mengying. After that, he went to the kindergarten to pick up Yi Yaoyao and prepare to move. "Dad, let's go?" Yi Bai was in a daze, so Yi Yaoyao gently tugged his sleeve. Okay." After coming back to his senses, Yi Bai smiled and put his daughter in the passenger seat, while fastening her seatbelt. Looking at his obedient daughter sitting in the passenger seat, Yi Bai was silent for a moment, but then spoke. "Yaoyao, from today onwards, Mommy and Daddy will have to separate. Do you know what that means?" "Daddy, are you talking about the divorce between you and Mummy?" The little girl pouted. "You know about divorce?" Yi Bai was a little surprised. "Yes." Yi Yaoyao nodded with a sense of entitlement. "I've seen it on TV. When they get divorced, Mummy and Daddy have to live apart, they don't sleep together and they don't live together anymore." Yi Bai. The children nowadays are too precocious, aren't they? But when he thinks about it, he and Chen Mengying have always slept in separate rooms since they got married. For one thing, there was not much affection between the two of them. For another, Chen Mengying was very busy at work. As the CEO, she had too much to deal with and often came home very late. "So, what do you think about this, Yaoyao?" "Oh, never mind. I don't see my mother much anyway. She's never been to kindergarten with me, or celebrated my birthday with me, or played with me." In the end, Yi Yaoyao's little face was full of grievances. But she soon recovered, beaming, "I have you, Baba, and that's enough. From now on, I'll be with you, Baba, and we'll depend on each other." Yi Bai. He was both moved and amused. The little girl had indeed learned idioms, but it seemed that she hadn't quite got the hang of them. But living with her father meant that they couldn't live in a big villa, buy expensive toys, watch big TVs, or even rent a house. Yi Bai felt that he still had to prepare his daughter for the future. "It's okay, Daddy. As long as I can be with you every day, nothing else matters." Yi Yaoyao grabbed Yi Bai's hand and said with a sweet smile. Yi Fan's face suddenly broke into a broad smile. His little cotton padded jacket was still the same, not a bit windproof. And just then, Yi Fan suddenly heard. Chapter 2, First Time Cooking. Ding! The 3-year period has expired, and the gourmet stall system has been activated. Stalls can earn points, which can be used for lucky draws. 100 points for one lucky draw. You have been awarded 100 points for activating the system on the first day. The lucky draw is being automatically drawn for you. 100%. 80%. 99%. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining advanced skills for stir-frying monsters and cooking rice. Before Yi Bai could react, an incomparable experience and technique for cooking strange rice, countless details about cooking methods, ingredient combinations, and fire control automatically merged and became familiar and under control. At this moment, Yi Bai even had the illusion that he was the god of cooking. He also didn't expect that there were actually so many rules and methods for cooking strange rice, which could be seen everywhere on the street. Facing the suddenly arrived system, Yi Bai was surprised, but still took it for granted. Having read online novels, he of course understood what a system was. 3 words to describe a golden finger. It's just that the system he obtained seemed to be only in the culinary arts. Never mind, he liked cooking anyway. And in this way, he could also better support his little cutie. "Daddy, let's go, I can't wait to visit my new home," Yi Yaoyao shouted, waving her little fists and full of milk. "Ha ha. Good. Baby, sit tight. Daddy's driving. MMM." While Yi Bai and her daughter were busy moving. On the other side, in the president's office of the Alanya hotel chain, the silver gray marble floor was seamlessly fitted, and there were many exquisite art paintings hanging on the white walls. The office was spotless, but the simple decoration style seemed a bit cold and lacking a sense of belonging. At this moment, a tall woman with painted eyebrows and delicate features was sitting in the main seat of the office, with long, straight hair like a waterfall. She was also Yi Bai's ex-wife, Chen Mengying. However, Chen Mengying's good-looking eyebrows were furrowed at the moment, for no other reason than that there were too many customers complaining about the hotel. Guest in room 803 complains that the stir-fried pig's liver is too dry and lacks resilience. VLP 305 room 803 customer complaint, the spicy crayfish is too dry and tasteless. Presidential suite. Hu Chang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Chen Mengying put the information on the table, her expression a little unpleasant. In recent years, customers' demands for hotel products have become increasingly high, and this is not just true of their Alanya hotel, but also other hotels in Lincheng. No matter how good the room service is, the catering department is always a major hidden danger. Every day, the number of guests complaining increases rather than decreases. Food is the most important thing to people, and the Chinese often have the highest expectations when it comes to eating. In her hotel, the Orania, Chen Mengying has already replaced the kitchen staff several times. Unfortunately, neither the top domestic chefs nor the civilian chefs poached from Michelin restaurants have been able to satisfy the discerning guests. Closing her eyes, Chen Mengying began to think about the problem in her mind. But just as she had closed her eyes, her phone rang. It was her best friend Xiao Qingqing. "Hey, Miss Chen, did you get divorced?" A voice of shock came over the line as soon as the call was connected. "Don't you already know?" Chen Mengying's tone was flat and without the slightest ripple. Xiao Qingqing was her only best friend and also a food blogger with millions of followers. Damn, Yi Bai is quite good. He's handsome and so sweet. Why did you get a divorce? Xiao Qingqing's words were full of hatred. You're just an old nun who only knows how to work all day long. Now that you've finally found a fool, you're actually letting him go? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Chen Mengying. You know, he and I have no emotional foundation. How can you say that? Doesn't emotional connection take time to cultivate? You spend all your time working and never spend any time with your husband. How can you have any relationship? After another 2 comments, Xiao Qingqing asked again, what about Yo-Yo? Give her to him. When it came to this, Chen Mengying couldn't help but flash a trace of frustration in her eyes. She was also very helpless that Yo-Yo didn't choose her. You are simply beyond help. Chen Mengying. You will definitely regret it. After yelling angrily, Xiao Qingqing hung up the phone. She couldn't understand what Chen Mengying was thinking. She rejected a husband and daughter who looked so similar. What was wrong with her? She put the phone on the table, took a sip of coffee, and couldn't help but think of the man's face. To be honest, even with her discerning eyes, Yi Bai also belonged to the kind of person who looked pleasing to the eye and gave a very clean feeling. And after 3 years of getting to know each other, it seems that the other person's character, personality, and worldview are all quite good. If the two of them had been able to fall in love properly from the start, maybe. It's a pity that the beginning of their encounter was destined to be the end of a not-so-happy ending. Wanshanhu Old Town. This is where Yi Bai rented his apartment. The contract had already been signed and the money paid. It was 2,000 yuan a month, with a small courtyard, which was quite good. The main reason for renting the house here is to make it convenient for the little one to go to kindergarten. The distance between the two places is just less than 3 kilometers, and it's just a few minutes' drive. Although the place looks a bit run down, the environment is very clean. And the neighbors, the uncles and aunts, are all very friendly. They all came over to say hello when they saw that there was a new person. In just a short while, she has already collected a large haul, bananas, milk, lollipops. They used to live in a luxury villa, but now they have moved to a normal, slightly run-down residential area. It seems like a big change, but it doesn't seem to affect the two of them. The little girl looks around the courtyard, her little face full of curiosity. By the time Yi Bai had settled everything, it was already evening. After washing up a little in the bathroom, Yi Bai took the little girl to the nearest market to buy food for dinner. After returning home from the market, Yi Bai started cooking in the kitchen. Yi Yaoyao sat on the sofa watching TV with a teddy bear in her arms. Compared to the TV in her previous home, the one in the rented house was much smaller, but she still watched it with great interest, occasionally letting out a scream or two. Seeing his daughter's happy face through the door, Yi Bai let out a small sigh of relief. At first, he was a little worried that his daughter would be affected by his divorce, but now it seems that children don't really think about things that much. Wash all the dishes and cut them up. Yi Bai began to heat the pan and add oil. The first skill in the system lottery was advanced stir-fry, which didn't match the dish he was currently cooking, but it also tested his control of the heat, oil temperature, and spoon stirring movements to the limit. In the past, he could at most be considered proficient, but now he was considered a master. There were only 2 people eating dinner, so Yi Bai made it relatively simple. 1 serving of pork ribs in clear soup, 1 serving of stir-fried cabbage, and 1 serving of pickled mustard greens with chili water. As the food came out of the wok, the rich aroma already drifted into the living room. Yi Yaoyao sniffed hard with her little nose, then jumped off the sofa with a pop and ran towards the kitchen. Wow! Daddy, there are pork ribs that I like to eat, it smells so good. Your little girl is hungry. She had already eaten 2 bananas that the neighbor had thrown to her, but now the smell of Yi Bai's cooking had aroused her appetite. Daddy, today's food smells much better than before. Yaoyao wants to eat 8 bowls of rice. With 2 crystal-like grape eyes, Yi Yaoyao said this while gesturing, looking cute and adorable. Then go wash your hands quickly, and I'll serve the food first, waiting for you to eat. Yi Bai smiled. Okay. Daddy, you have to wait for me, you can't eat alone. With a worried reminder, Yi Yaoyao quickly ran to the bathroom. She skillfully used her own small wash basin to fill a basin with water, then put her hands in and scrubbed them vigorously. After she finished washing her hands, Yi Bai had also finished setting the table. Daddy, can we eat? I'm so hungry. Eat up. Yi Bai smiled and served her a bowl of rice, while also adding a piece of spare ribs to her bowl. Thank you, Daddy. The little one said sweetly, before picking up the chopsticks on the table and, with some difficulty, picking up the spare ribs and putting them in her mouth. As soon as the delicious, juicy spare ribs entered her mouth, the little one started shaking her head excitedly, her feet dangling under the table. Eat slowly, don't choke. Smiling and shaking his head, Yi Bai also picked up a spare rib for himself. As soon as the spare rib entered his mouth, his eyes lit up. It really was delicious. As expected, with the systematic enhancement of skills, even if it wasn't the same dish, the taste of the dish had also improved by several grades. Each piece of spare rib was rich in texture, delicious and yet not tough, and had an endless aftertaste in the mouth. The three dishes were quickly cleared by the father and daughter, and soon became empty plates. Yi Yao Yao also finished a full bowl and a half of rice. Yi Bai had carefully nurtured her since childhood, and the little one's diet was very even, with a much better appetite than her peers and no food preferences. Chapter 3 Preparing for the stall. After eating and drinking, Yi Bai tidied the table and then went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. At first everything went well, but the little one couldn't stay still. He insisted on coming over to help. The result was that the more he helped, the more trouble he caused. He broke 2 bowls and the detergent suds filled the whole kitchen. Hee, Daddy, do you believe what Yao Yao said, that she didn't do it on purpose? Looking at the mess all over the house, Yi Yao Yao embarrassedly poked at it with her 2 little fingers. Yi Bai swore that if this was going to be a son, he would definitely let him taste what fatherly love was. But when it comes to his daughter, well, forget it. The child is still young and doesn't know any better. Naughty girl, hurry up and get out, don't blow up the kitchen later. Smiling, he scratched the little one's nose and sent her out of the kitchen. Oh, good. Yi Yao Yao ran off happily, continuing to lie on the sofa and watch a good cartoon. Is Xiao Hui Hui from the green grassland really the son of Grey Wolf? The next day, Yi Bai woke the little one up from her sweet dreams after making her breakfast. Yao Yao, get up quickly, you'll be late for school. Yi Bai has set the little one's biological clock perfectly. She goes to bed at around 10 p.m. every night and gets up at 7:30 a.m. This is plenty of sleep, neither more nor less. But the little one doesn't know if she's inherited her mother's habit of getting up grumpily. Daddy, you're so mean. I was just dreaming about a big pig's trotter thicker than a telegraph pole, and I was about to eat it when you woke me up. Oh no, my big pig's trotter. Why did you take it away? No way, Daddy, you have to compensate me with an ice cream. The little one opened her dazed eyes and pouted her lips to express her displeasure. Yi Bai gave her a soft tap on the head. No ice cream, but a tap on the head is possible. Oh, you've changed, Daddy. The little one whined a bit, but when she saw that Yi Bai was about to give her another tap on the head, she was scared and quickly got up to wash up. Although they have moved to a new home, it seems that the daily lives of the father and daughter have not changed at all. Yi Yao Yao is still stepping on a small stool and brushing her teeth and washing her face alone in the bathroom. After washing up, she starts eating breakfast. Yi Bai has prepared a very simple breakfast today, just ordinary fried dough sticks and soy milk. Daddy, the fried dough sticks are delicious. They smell so good. The little one's mouth opened wide, and he took a big bite of the donut. It really smells good. Eat slowly, it's still early, don't rush. Yi Bai picked up a donut and nibbled on it while laughing. Great. After breakfast, Yi Bai drove the little one to kindergarten, and then began preparing to set up a stall to sell fried rice. Since he had obtained the system for setting up a stall, wouldn't it be a waste not to set one up? Moreover, the initial investment for setting up a stall is very low, which is also in line with his current situation. After divorcing Chen Mengying, he did not ask for any of her property. Over the years, he has been at home raising the baby and has not worked. So he only has a little over 10,000 yuan in total, and yesterday he paid the rent of 8,000 yuan in one go, so he only has a little over 3,000 yuan left. 1 month's rent is paid in advance. And the biggest cost for setting up a stall is an electric tricycle. According to the domestic market price, it is estimated to be around 35,000. Plus the preparation of some other ingredients, Yi Bai estimated that with a maximum of 6,000 to 7,000 yuan, he could complete all the initial investments for setting up the stall. The money was indeed a little short, but it didn't matter, he still had a car. He bought this car before marrying Chen Mengying, and it was his personal property. It was very ordinary, a new car that only cost 100,000 yuan for a SUV-type car. After driving it for so many years, it is estimated that it can only sell for a maximum of 30,000 yuan. It is not appropriate for him to maintain a car in his current situation, so he sold it first to meet emergencies. He did as he said, and Yi Bai did not hesitate for a moment. He drove the SUV directly to the used car sales market. After half a day of tossing, Yi Bai finally sold the SUV for 35,000 yuan. Then he took a taxi to the three-wheeled vehicle sales market. To his surprise, some shops that sold three-wheeled vehicles actually offered decoration services. It was about sticking all kinds of advertisements on the sides of the three-wheeled vehicles. Authentic roast chicken. 1 yuan for a skewer of chicken. Tianjin donuts. After wandering around for a while, Yibai finally chose a Zhongshan vehicle. Big companies have warranties and after-sales services. Handsome guy, if you can make a decision today, I can give you a price that is 200 yuan less, and I can even put a license plate on it. It's only 4,000 yuan. And if you want to turn it into a food truck, I can also provide custom decoration services for you, for only 500 yuan. Seeing that Yibai seemed to be a bit interested, the boss quickly smiled and offered him a cigarette. How long will it take to customize the truck? Yibai refused the cigarette offered by the boss and asked. About 3 days. Can it be faster? Yibai frowned slightly, as this time was a bit long. He didn't want to wait for another 3 days. Handsome guy, the materials for the custom tricycle need to be bought now, so the time really can't be fast. But we have finished products here, do you want to go and see if there is anything suitable for you? The boss said with a face full of difficulty. Okay, then please take me to have a look. Okay, this way please. Handsome guy, you just fill in this form and scan here to pay. Come directly at around 2 p.m. to pick up the car. After some bargaining, Yibai finally bought a three-wheeled vehicle with a sidecar for 3,800 yuan. After buying the three-wheeled vehicle, Yibai began to shop around various markets, supermarkets, and farmers' markets to buy fresh vegetables, lean meat, rice, and so on. The weird rice contains a lot of vegetables. Carrots, shredded potatoes, cabbage, and so on. In short, it's a hodgepodge. But with so many varieties of vegetables, it also places great demands on the chef's skills. If anything is not quite right, the result will definitely not be delicious. Arriving at a rice stall, Yibai carefully inspects 2 plump white grains of rice in his hands and nods. The rice is indeed good, fresh Qianzhou terraced rice. How much is the rice, boss? 3.2 yuan per caddy. If I buy more, do you have a discount? I want 100 caddies. If it's 100 caddies, then I'll let you have it for 3 yuan per caddy. Okay, is this the place? Yibai didn't continue bargaining, and took out his phone and said. After paying 300 yuan, Yibai didn't take the rice away, but left it at the owner's stall. He still had to go buy some other things, and he couldn't carry 100 caddies of rice. He also bought 15 caddies of free-range eggs, 5 caddies of lean pork, 5 caddies of ham, 2 large bags of assorted vegetables, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, etc. In no time at all, Yibai had spent more than 500 yuan. Carrying a large pile of things, Yibai went to the disposable tableware store again. He bought chopsticks, take-out boxes, and some miscellaneous items. Rags, an iron wok, an apron, and a brush. Chapter 4 Good wine needs no bush. Hey, little brother, why have you bought so much stuff? Are you going to set up a stall? The owner of the rice stall was a little surprised when Yibai arrived with a large number of packages. Yes, brother, I am indeed going to set up a stall. Do you know of a suitable place nearby? Yibai said, wiping the sweat from his forehead after setting down his things. Hey, young man, you've come to the right person. Judging by the amount of rice you've bought, you're probably going to be selling at night, right? You can't go wrong with Dogwan. It's now an industrial park with many companies, and the area is particularly busy at night. But you'll have to go there early, otherwise you won't be able to get a good spot. The rice shop owner said with conviction. It seems that he is also a warm-hearted person, and he spoke incessantly, letting Yibai learn a lot about the matters needing attention when setting up a stall. Young man, it's not easy for you to see, why don't I drive my van and deliver the goods to you? It's not far anyway, how about you come more often and take care of my business in the future? Thank you, boss. Yibai sincerely thanked him, and using the van would indeed save him a lot of trouble. No problem. Ha ha. After the boss returned the goods, Yibai forced the other party to buy him 2 packs of cigarettes as a thank you. After carrying everything into the house, Yibai let out a long breath. This morning was really exhausting for him. After recovering a little, Yibai got up again to go to the bathroom and take a shower, and then he started preparing lunch for himself. After eating and resting for a while, Yibai then non-stop prepared for the night's stall. First, she had to steam the rice. How could she make fried rice without rice? Next came the various vegetables, meat, and ham. With the help of the system, Yibai also seemed to be very handy and methodical in doing these things. At 3:51 and 39 seconds p.m., Yi-bai finished all the preparations. First, she went to the store and drove the food truck back, then loaded everything into the car. He was going to pick up the little one from school and then go straight to the stall to avoid wasting time. When a brand new and dazzling three-wheeled vehicle pulled up to the kindergarten gate, all the teachers and parents turned to look. Yi Yaoyao, who was sharp-eyed, spotted her handsome and imposing father in the crowd. Seeing that her father had actually driven a cool three-wheeled vehicle over, she immediately shouted with excitement. "Father, this car of yours is so cool. It's even better looking than my toy car." "Wow, Yi Yaoyao, is your father's car a convertible? It's so cool. It's much better looking than my BMW. What a cool convertible. I want to ride in it too. Grandpa, I want to ride in a convertible too. Can you sell your Mercedes and buy this car?" Everyone in Lincheng has kept up with the times over the years, and almost every household has a car, and there are quite a few luxury brand cars. On the contrary, Yi-bai's tricycle has become the most handsome boy in the whole crowd. Yi Yaoyao is so happy that she is beaming with joy, and her little face is full of a childlike smile. "Daddy, let's go." The school ethos at Loving Heart Kindergarten is quite good, without the kind of vanity and competitiveness. Yi-bai's three-wheeled vehicle surprised everyone, but they didn't look down on him. They just speculated about why he had started a stall. 5:30 p.m. Dogwon Industrial Park. A brand new food truck pulls into the alley next to Wang's Grilled Fish. Yi-bai arrives here after picking up the little girl, and naturally, he has no say in the matter. The prime spots at the entrance to the alley are already taken. Coincidentally, the stall on the outermost edge also sells weird rice. It seems to be an old brand, and although it's not yet dinner time, there are already some customers. The owner is a middle-aged man in his 50s. When he saw the new sign on Yi-bai's food truck, a faint sneer appeared on his face. These young people nowadays. They just love to follow the crowd. They see other people making money from their food stalls and think they can do the same, without thinking about whether they have the skills. He, Oldly, has been doing this for more than 10 years. If he sets up a stall with him, he's just asking for trouble. "Oldly, you've got a competitor now." "Ha ha." At this time, the owner of Wang's roast fish next to him laughed and teased. "Pfft, just a kid, I bet he doesn't even know how to fry rice properly. I bet in 3 days, he'll be gone." Oldly pouted, looking disdainful. "Wow, so confident? How about a pack of hard-boiled eggs?" Old Wang teased. "2 packs." Oldly shouted with full confidence. "Okay, deal." Yi-bai didn't know that he had already been used as the subject of a bet. At this time, he had already driven the car to a place about 50 meters from the alley entrance. There were also several stalls inside, all of which had been delayed for various reasons and did not occupy good positions. They were seen slowly walking to their own stalls. It seemed as if not grabbing a good location would affect their business. However, Yi-bai didn't really care about this. Even if the location was not good, it didn't matter. As the saying goes, good wine needs no bush. He was confident in his craftsmanship. Chapter 5. No one is buying, I'll eat it myself. "Yao Yao, come down, let's set up the stall here." Yi-bai parked the car and gave the little girl a gentle squeeze on the cheek. Her eyes were sparkling, and she was full of curiosity the whole way over. She had never been to a night market like this before. In the past, whether it was Yi-bai or Chen Mengying, taking her out was always to a large shopping mall, and she had long since grown tired of it. This place was completely new to the little one. "Daddy, Yo-Yo is here to help you." The little one was very understanding and even helped Yi-bai arrange the lunchboxes. The uncles and aunts at the surrounding stalls couldn't help but cast curious glances when they saw a young and handsome guy with a cute girl helping out at the stall. They weren't curious about the fact that Yi-bai was so young to be running a stall. In the past 2 years, the internet has developed so much that some individual cases have been blown up into the everyday. And many news often break out. A certain young man earns 1,000 yuan a day. A young couple bought a car and a house by selling things on the street for a year. A certain. But in fact, there are only a few people who can really rely on selling things on the street to get rich. Most people are actually just barely able to make ends meet. They were just a little curious that Yi-bai was actually selling things on the street with a cute doll, which was indeed a bit. As the sky gradually darkened, it gradually became 6:10. At this time, most of the people working in the park had also finished work except for a very few overtime workers. The number of people shopping and eating gradually increased. The few stalls at the mouth of the alley opened one after the other, and a few customers gathered. "Boss, 2 grilled fish, please, and I want river fish." "Boss, 2 weird rice dishes." "Boss, fried rice with a whole egg." Gradually, there were more and more diners. Most of them were young working men and women, as well as middle-aged couples and some elderly people who already lived here. However, the number of people who could walk to the end of the alley to buy food was really not many. Now the variety of food sold at the stalls is too similar. Either it is grilled or fried skewers, or cold noodles and rice noodles, fried rice with eggs, fried rice with strange noodles, and the taste of fried noodles is more or less the same, so this makes the location of the stall extremely important. It was 6:30 p.m. Yi Bai still hasn't had a single customer. The aunt selling fried potatoes next to her is doing a bit better than Yi Bai. She just sold a dozen bowls to a succession of young men and women. But now the stall is quiet again. Seeing that there are no customers, the aunt starts chatting with Yi Bai. "Young man, you're all kitted out in new gear, are you just starting out?" "Yes, today's my first day." Yi Bai nods politely in response. "That's fine. It's like that when you start anything. Next time, come a bit earlier and get a good spot, and business might pick up." "Oh, is this your daughter? She's so well behaved. Unlike my daughter, I never see her." The aunt is clearly a very talkative person, and once she starts, she can't stop. "Grandma, why don't you see your daughter all the time?" the little girl asked curiously with wide eyes. "Why else? She's busy at work. She works overtime all day. She only makes a few 10,000 yuan a month, I don't know how she." The aunt's face was full of resentment, as if she were really angry, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. "Yi Bai. Yi Yao Yao. Well, I thought it was a complaint, but I didn't expect it to be a show-off. This aunt looks to be about 50 years old. Her daughter is no more than 30 at the most. It is indeed something to brag about to earn tens of thousands of yuan at the age of her 20s. Daddy, Yo-Yo is hungry." She looked at the auntie confusedly, and then touched her own empty stomach, looking aggrieved. "Oh, the little girl is hungry? Here, Grandma has some fried potatoes, they're delicious, just wait, I'll bring you a bowl." The auntie couldn't help but feed Yo-Yo for free when she saw her cute little face. "Thanks, Grandma, but I only want a little. I'd rather have something made by Baba," the little girl said, and made a very small gesture with her hand. Yi Bai wanted to refuse, but the aunt had already brought the potatoes over. There was no choice but to sincerely thank her. Holding the potatoes in her hands, the little girl ate them happily. Fried potatoes are a real temptation for children. "Auntie, I'm a bit hungry too. I'm going to fry some fried rice. Why don't we eat together? You can try my cooking too?" Yi Bai didn't want to take advantage of people, so he said this. "Oh. That's fine. I'm hungry too. I'll bring 2 more bowls of potatoes over and we'll call it even." The auntie didn't refuse. "Great." Yi Bai nodded and began to tie his apron and heat the wok. Since there were no diners, he would cook for himself. With his advanced skills in stir-frying, the moment he picked up the spatula, he seemed to enter a state of transcendence, and his entire demeanor changed. He poured oil into the hot wok. And with a sizzling sound, the aroma of the chili and garlic exploded. He then added the vegetables that had been prepared earlier and stirred them with the spatula. Once the color has changed, add the seasonings. Finally, add the rice. Stir-fry over high heat. The preparation of this dish is actually very simple. Stir-fry over high heat for 3 minutes and the rice is ready to serve. Of course, if the heat is not controlled properly, the speed of the stir-frying is not fast enough, and the seasonings are not well blended, the rice will not only not taste good, but will also be hard to eat. Every small detail determines the final taste. As the aroma spread through the air, 2 plates of colorful, fragrant fried rice were ready. From the beginning of Yi Bai's fried rice, the aunt next to her had been watching him intently. An outsider might just see the show, but an insider would see the skill. This young man was young, but with the skill he showed in frying the rice, he was definitely a master. At first, she thought that this young man was just trying to set up a stall to give it a try, and that he would eventually give up after a few days and change careers. Now it seems that she was wrong. And very wrong. "Daddy, the fried rice you made smells so good. Yo-Yo wants to try some. The little girl was waiting by the side, her mouth watering, and even the French fries she had initially treasured were left to one side. Okay, Yo-Yo, just a moment, it will be ready soon. Yi Bai divided the fried rice into 3 portions. 2 for the adults and 1 for the child. Wow! This is so hot. Slurp. Yi Yaoyao's eyes were watery, and she mumbled as she chewed the rice in her mouth. Take your time, no one's going to take it away from you. Yi Bai smiled and poured her a glass of water to prevent her from choking. Young man, this one is for me, right? I'll eat it first, hee hee. Seeing how deliciously the little girl was eating, the auntie couldn't help but lose her composure either, and she picked up the bowl next to her and started to show off. Chapter 6 Boss, your fried rice is really handsome. Wow, it's really delicious. How can this rice smell so good? After taking a small taste, the auntie immediately gave Yi Bai a thumbs up, and then she started to gobble without any sense of propriety. The aroma was intoxicating, the texture was exquisite, the rice was plump and round, and combined with the various side dishes, it kept stimulating the taste buds, getting more and more delicious, and it was simply impossible to stop eating. The two of them had already started eating, and Yi Bai also wanted to try the taste of his own cooking. So he picked up the chopsticks and took a small taste. Instantly, his eyes lit up. It really was good. Compared to the other dishes he had cooked, the weird fried rice was simply the king of kings. It was so delicious it exploded in the mouth. After Yi Bai finished eating the strange fried rice, the auntie embarrassedly discovered that she hadn't touched a single bite of the fried potatoes she had brought over. They looked the same as when she brought them over. Young man, these potatoes. The auntie pointed at the potatoes with her finger, feeling very embarrassed. Auntie, just leave them here for now, I'll eat them later. Yi Bai said with a smile. No matter how they taste, they are after all the result of someone's labor, and they must be treated with the respect they deserve. Okay, I'll put it here. 2 guests are coming over, I'll go check it out. The auntie immediately felt a good impression of Yi Bai. He can cook, is polite, and understands the ways of the world. Such young people are rare. Thinking about her own daughter, she even wanted to be a matchmaker, but unfortunately this young man already has a daughter. After filling his own stomach, Yi Bai took a small whiteboard from the car and wrote the price of the weird rice on it with a marker. Weird rice, 10 yuan per serving. Extra meat 2 yuan. Extra ham 2 yuan. Extra egg 2 yuan. In Lincheng, weird rice is priced like this. Meat and ham are already included in the Kwai Ro Fan, so this is just for the consideration of diners who want to eat more of these 2 things. As for eggs, they are not included, and very few people add eggs to Kwai Ro Fan. At this time, Yi Yaoyao had also finished eating all the fried rice, not sparing even the grains of rice that had stuck to the top of her small lunchbox. Daddy, the fried rice is delicious. I want more. You still want to eat? Yi Bai glanced at the little girl's stomach. Ha! The little girl looked down at her own distended stomach, and her spirits instantly wilted. The rice was delicious, but unfortunately it was filling. If only she wasn't full, then she could keep eating. Then Bobby, I won't eat it now, but when I'm hungry later, you can fry it for me again, okay? Ha ha. No problem. Yi Bai smiled and ran a hand through the little girl's hair, his smile as bright as the sun. Having such a cute girl by his side, he felt that this was the greatest gift the heavens had bestowed upon him. At that moment, 2 girls holding hands walked down the alley. They had intended to buy fried potatoes, but they accidentally caught a whiff of the aroma of fried rice, and their attention was immediately drawn to Yi Bai. Because he was the only one frying rice here. Wow, what a delicious smell. Ha, that boss is so handsome. Let's go over and take care of his business. The 2 girls quickly walked up to Yi Bai's stall and said, Boss, 2 kilo rice meals. Just the normal one, nothing extra. Okay, 2 beautiful ladies, please wait a moment. Yi Bai smiled and said yes, feeling full of energy. It wasn't easy. After an hour of being open, he finally had customers. Ding VX payment 20 yuan. The sound of the phone's prompt went off, and Yi Bai was about to say something when a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have sold 2 strange rice dishes and earned X2 points. Ha! Yi Bai was slightly taken aback, but then he understood that this was a reward from the system. For every fried rice dish sold, you can earn a point. And for every 100 points, you can enter a lucky draw. Yi Bai was quite looking forward to it. 5 minutes later. 2 fresh portions of weird rice were ready. Yi Bai was just about to pack them up when one of the young ladies, wearing denim hot pants, hurriedly said, "Handsome boss. No need to pack it up, just give it to us directly. I can't wait to show it off." Yes, it smells so good, I want to eat it now." Yi Bai looked at the two of them and had to put away the takeaway box. Since he only brought one table with him, and there were other things on it, the dining environment for the two of them was not very good. However, this did not affect the speed at which they finished their rice at all. "Wow, is this weird jerked rice? How can it be so delicious? Mom, I've made it. I've actually eaten such delicious fried rice." "No, I have to bring a portion to my dog." "Boss, the fried rice you cooked is really awesome, hee hee." The two of them made exaggerated faces, as if they had eaten the best food in the world. Yi Yaoyao watched from the side, wrinkling her little nose. She wanted to eat it too, but unfortunately her tummy was not cooperative. "Boss, are you coming back tomorrow?" After finishing eating, the young lady in the cowboy hot pants asked with anticipation. Yi Bai nodded with a smile. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be here. Hee, that's good. We'll be here waiting for you tomorrow, rain or shine." Okay. The two girls bought 3 orders of fried rice, which finally got Yi Bai's business started. But then, business again fell into the doldrums. His fried rice was naturally superb, but unfortunately, he was not well known, and few people came into the alley. "Young man, don't be discouraged. Your fried rice is so good, come here more often for a few days, and business will definitely take off. I'll be waiting to benefit from your fame." Ha. The fried potato auntie encouraged Yi Bai. Yi Yaoyao's mouth was wide with joy. "Grandma, you really have a knack for spotting talent. Isn't my dad's fried rice delicious?" "Ha, delicious, it has to be delicious." Yi Bai laughed and shook his head. Around 8 o'clock, almost everyone who was supposed to have finished work had already done so, and the flow of people had reached its peak. The number of customers coming down the alley gradually increased. However, no one came to Yi Bai's stall. Because it was too quiet, and there was already a queue at the entrance to the alley. 99% of people like to eat in restaurants with a lot of people. The reason is simple: the more people eating, the better the taste. Everyone subconsciously believes this. It is also the legendary herd effect. Unfortunately, sometimes, this is not the case. It was 8:20 when time came. 5 or 6 girls were holding juice in their hands, drinking it while strolling over here. "Wow, what a handsome boss, I'm going to have a fried rice. Are you guys going?" A double ponytail looked at Yi Bai and exclaimed. Chapter 7 Handsome? "I'm not eating. I just ate so many snacks, I'm full." "I'm not eating either. I don't like main dishes." "Me too. I want fried potatoes." The other girls all waved their hands to refuse. Even one of the shorter girls whispered, "There's no one at this fried rice place. Why don't you go to the one at the end of the alley?" "Yeah, no one's here, so it probably doesn't taste good. But the owner is so handsome, and he's totally my type. But why is he carrying a baby? And why is the baby so cute? I want to hold it. Hey, pretty ladies, do you want to try my dad's fried rice? It's delicious. I'll let you hold the baby for free if you try my dad's fried rice." Yi Yaoyao said, looking like she had made a huge sacrifice. She was just too cute. Damn, how can she be so cute? "I'm done, I want to have a baby, but unfortunately I don't have a boyfriend." "Kid, let me touch you, don't worry, I'm just going to touch you." "Handsome boss, do you give away babies with fried rice?" The girls were about to leave, but when they heard what the little girl said, they stayed. One of them even picked the little girl up and fondled her little face a few times. "Cough, it's okay to give away your baby. But it's only 336 months. Yi Bai also played a joke on them. The girls were instantly amused and giggled non-stop. "Then I'll have a portion, the regular version." The girl who had initially said she wanted fried rice spoke with a smile. "No matter how it tastes, just by the looks of the father and daughter, she has to buy one today." "Okay." Yi Bai quickly got to work. He was so skilled and natural in every movement, heating the pan, adding oil, and stirring the rice. The girls looked at him, their eyes filled with stars. It is said that serious men are the most handsome, and Yi Bai, who was concentrating on cooking the rice, was no exception. They have seen many greasy old men and women working at street stalls. Now they are looking at the handsome Yi Bai, and it really is a sight for sore eyes. Wow, it smells so good. Mom, I feel like my mouth is watering. The fried rice is quickly ready, and Yi Bai carefully packs it up and hands it to the girl, saying, "Thank you for your patronage. Welcome back next time." Giggle, giggle, giggle. The girls are once again amused by Yi Bai's deliberate accent. "Boss, I've paid. We'll meet again in the world of commerce. Bye." The girls waved their hands, giggled and left. But after only a few steps, one of the girls said anxiously, "No, this smells too good, let's find a place to sit down and eat first." I second that motion. Me too. The girls walked out of the alley and sat down at the bus stop, ready to eat fried rice. Holy shit. Why did you only bring one pair of chopsticks? Are you going to make us eat with our hands? Is this the legendary hand-cooked rice? I have a wild idea. Later, when we're eating, someone will record it and post it online. Title: Shocked, several women actually used their hands in the street late at night. Screw you. Ha ha ha. Stop joking. Let's take turns eating with one pair of chopsticks. Gao Mawei said in a bad mood. She was also fed up with these guys. At first, none of them wanted to eat, and now they want to grab her food. Oh, I made the wrong friends. They had to start taking turns using the same pair of chopsticks to eat. And as soon as the rice touched their lips, they felt a tingling sensation. Mom, yum, this is delicious. It's so fragrant and spicy, what is it? Divine food? This fried rice is absolutely top-notch. No, there's not enough for everyone. We have to go buy another serving. Another serving? Are you insulting my stomach or the handsome owner? I'm insulting you. Next to you waiting for the bus. They were eating fried rice so exaggeratedly that I couldn't help but turn my head. Ladies, can I have your contact information? I'll buy you fried rice. Ahem, ladies, this fried rice smells really good. Where did you buy it? Ladies, can I lick it? Don't get me wrong, I'm talking about licking the box. Don't pay any attention to them, they're all lisp. Ladies, can you tell me where to buy fried rice? The onlookers say all kinds of things, but their main goal is to ask for the address. Yes, it's just down this alley. The innermost one, the one with the super handsome owner, who also has a baby, very, very quickly. Gao Mawei laughs and points the way. Stop talking, I'll take you there, I need to buy some too. Shall we go? Let's go. The alley entrance. Old Li is weird. Old Li's fried rice is the best seller in the generation of Dogwon, and it is often full of guests. At this time, there are already about 10 people waiting in line in front of his stall. Brother Li, you are really skilled at stirring the wok. Did you major in cooking with a backhoe in Nanshan? Ah, 6. I only eat Master Li's fried rice, and I will cough if I eat anything else. Master Li couldn't help smiling in the face of the praise from the crowd, and he worked even harder with the wok. The flames were roaring, and sweat covered his face, but he didn't feel tired at all. What's cooking with a backhoe? Back in the day, I was on the top of the mountain. In a novel. It was the 6 major schools besieging the top of the mountain. But there were 18 schools in my case. My master told me to give up, but I refused. Customer. I've got Alzheimer's. Just then, 7 or 8 people suddenly ran over from afar. Should it be this alley? I think it's this alley. There's a snack stand. Yes, it's this one. There's a handsome guy cooking the rice, and it tastes awesome. Seeing the 7 or 8 people suddenly running over, Master Li was momentarily taken aback, but then he said cheerfully, "You handsome guys and beautiful girls must be talking about my fried rice. Please line up, I still have 8 orders to fill." Uncle, I think you may have misunderstood, we are not here to see you. Yes, your food does taste good, but that's about it. Someone who knew Chef Li rolled their eyes and said. On hearing this, Chef Li was instantly depressed and said unconvinced. What, is there someone else's fried rice in the neighborhood that tastes better than mine? It's much better, and the person is also a handsome guy. At the beginning, one of the girls who had seen Yi Bai said. Master Li, handsome guy? Who dares to call themselves handsome in front of me? Ha! Everyone turned their heads at the same time to look at Master Li, their eyes full of horror. I thought Lu Bu was already invincible. Who is this subordinate? How can your face be thicker than a city wall? Without stopping, the group, led by the girls, ran inside in a flurry. This unusual behavior suddenly made the diners waiting in front of Lao Li's strange noodle stand a little bit restless. And they finally looked at each other and made a decision that went against their ancestors. Cough cough, brotherly, let's not fry my share first. Me too, I don't want it anymore. Me too. Bye bye. Seeing a few people running away, Lao Li suddenly felt numb. What the hell is going on? Chapter 8 Business suddenly took off. Deep in the alley, Yi Bai looked at today's harvest and his mouth twitched. He had sold a total of 4 servings. At most, he had made 40 yuan. It felt a bit like a bad start. The ant next to him saw his frustration and smiled reassuringly. Young man, don't worry. It's like this the first time you set up a stall. Just wait until tomorrow, when you get a better spot. With your skills, you'll be a hit. Before Yi Bai could say anything, the little girl's voice chimed in. You're right, Dad. Grandma's right. We'll definitely sell a lot tomorrow. You're so good at cooking, I'll eat it if no one else does. So, Dad, can you make me another serving? Yi Bai was quite serious earlier, but sure enough, she's a little foodie girl. Just as Yi Bai was about to refuse his daughter's unreasonable request, he saw a group of people sprinting quickly in this direction. This is his house. No mistake, the handsome guy, with a baby. Headquarters. Falcon reporting, target has been identified. Fire. Yi Bai. Are all the diners in this generation so naughty? Ahem, are you? Yi Bai asked a little hesitantly. He didn't understand why such a group of people had suddenly appeared, and it seemed that they were all coming for him. Hey, boss, here's something. Before I saw you again, I thought I was the world's most handsome guy, but after seeing you, I'm finally a bit stressed. Cut the crap and hurry up and beg for food. I want your second uncle's third aunt. Don't you want it? Yes. Boss, I'll have a strange rice dish. Me too. I'll have 2, one with an egg and one with 2. I want meat. Yi Bai was a little overwhelmed by the sudden influx of business, but mostly happy. Finally, customers have come, it's not easy. Dear brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts. Those who want rice, line up, one by one. If you don't line up, you won't get any rice. Yi Yaoyao took off her shoes and stepped on a small stool, crossed her arms, and greeted everyone in a baby voice. Her soft and cute voice immediately made the group of people laugh. At the same time, they began to line up according to her instructions, which for a while seemed orderly. Under the watchful eyes of more than 20 people, Yi Bai began to skillfully arrange the ingredients, stir-fry, and cook the rice. Every movement was skillful, as if it had been carefully rehearsed. While stirring the fire, Yi Bai's movement coordination was also perfect. He kept tilting the pot, but nothing fell out. This may seem ordinary, but if you pay close attention, you will notice. In this regard, 99% of the owners of roadside stalls cannot do it. Just then, the flames in the pot suddenly flared up. The picture was picturesque, and the people waiting in line were amazed and kept exclaiming. Damn, what skilled movements! Judging from the appearance of the handsome guy, he is only about 25 years old. Could it be that he has been cooking for 50 years? Mom, yeah, he's handsome enough as it is, and now he's doing this, trying to charm someone to death? Never mind, today I must eat a boyfriend out of this meal. Soon, with Yi Bai's stirring movements, the strange stir-fried rice gradually took shape, and the aroma filled the air. The people in line suddenly salivated at the smell. Yi Bai used the spatula to hold the wok in place, and with a slight push, he divided the strange stir-fried rice in the wok into 5 lunchboxes. Yes, he had fried 5 portions at the same time. Although frying 5 portions at the same time somewhat affected the taste, if you weren't particularly picky, you couldn't tell the difference. With a single turn of the spatula, a serving is ready. Each serving looks so full and even, and not a single grain of rice has spilled. Add to this Yi Bai's clean his new lunchbox and the ingredients covered with gauze, and everyone is instantly assured. Wow, it looks so comfortable to watch, and the handsome owner's stall is so hygienic. The little one is also very cute, I want to take him away. Hey, are you taking Yo-Yo? I've got a human trafficker here. Ha ha. Yi Bai was just about to pack the food when the little girl came stepping over, very understandingly saying, Daddy, you continue cooking the rice, Yo-Yo will help you pack it. Saying this, she held out her little white hand, imitating Yi Bai's previous actions of packing food, grabbed a plastic bag, shook it by the two ears, and placed it on the countertop. Then, she carefully covered the fried rice, put it in the plastic bag, and tied a knot on top. Every movement was slow, but the little one did it with special care, checking it over and over again to make sure it was perfect before handing it to the customer. Big beautiful sister, this is your dinner. Thanks for coming. Thanks, little beautiful sister, but didn't you forget something? The little lady in first place teased with a smile. No. What did I forget? Yi Yaoyao's big eyes were full of confusion. Chopsticks. Do you want me to eat with my hands? After teasing the little girl, the young lady took a pair of chopsticks from the table herself. Before leaving, she didn't forget to pinch the little girl's cheeks. They feel good. Come again tomorrow. Chapter 9 The business is so good that you have to eat standing up. Dogwon Industrial Park. Deep in the alley. A father and daughter with incredible looks set up a stall selling fried rice. There are more than a dozen customers waiting in front of the stall to enjoy the food. The young boss is incredibly handsome, and he is very skilled at making fried rice. It is said that the fried rice is delicious, and everyone is waiting to verify it. The little girl is once again that kind of soft and cute, and people like her from the bottom of their hearts just by looking at her. Everyone even wanted to take the girl home. With such a well-behaved and cute daughter, life is sure to be colorful in the future. A long line of more than 10 people gave Yi Bai's stall a little popularity, while also tempting many curious customers to wander in. Hey, what's selling here? Why are there so many people in line? Suck, how come this fried rice is so handsome? Sis, does that mean we can't pay attention to our image? When are you going to stop drooling over handsome guys? Being seen with you is a total embarrassment. Hey, don't you dare talk to me like that. Why don't you look at yourself first? What are you doing pulling at your collar? There's a long queue, and it looks delicious. What's so good about weird fried rice? The one at the end of the alley is the old established one. Oh, so it's weird fried rice. It's too disgusting, I'm not eating it. Some people who are attracted to it adopt a fresh attitude and continue to wait patiently in line. Most people just shook their heads, indicating that they were not interested in the fried rice, and the rice did not deserve to be in line. They turned around and walked into the auntie's fried potato shop. For a while, the auntie's deserted stall also gained some popularity, and her smile never stopped. Not only her, but also the rest of the nearby stall owners also attracted some traffic to a greater or lesser extent, which instantly invigorated the originally listless crowd, who yelled and shouted. In just a short while, the alleyway inside was even busier than the alleyway outside. Yi Bai never stopped using the spatula in her hands, frying one dish after another. She was tired, but not too much. Especially when she saw the little girl next to her trying hard to pack the food, Yi Bai couldn't help but smile. The little girl was already trying very hard to pack the food, but unfortunately, she was still too slow. In no time at all, the countertop was already full of fried rice that hadn't been packaged. Seeing that there was no more room for the fried rice, the little girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. Daddy, why did you finish the fried rice so quickly? I can't keep up. The aroma rising from the wok kept drifting out, attracting many people to stop and watch, and gradually join the queue. Damn, the smell is so intoxicating. No, even if I don't eat fried rice, I have to buy a portion today to try it. I just had grilled fish, and it's a bit much. Never mind, I'll have it. I'll just die of a stomachache. Boss, I'll have 2 portions of fried rice, one with 5 yuan worth of meat and one with 5 eggs. I'll also have 2 takeaways, with 2 yuan worth of ham. Okay, just a moment, I'll fry it for you right away. Yi Bai glanced at her daughter, who was about to cry, and quickly turned off the heat to help her pack. With Yi Bai's help, 5 or 6 portions of fried rice were quickly packed. The little girl's face was suddenly full of smiles again. She rubbed her little hands together, her face full of joy. Here, handsome, this is your 3 portions of fried rice, which is 32 yuan in total. This is for you, beautiful, 10 yuan. Brother, this is your 2 portions of weird fried rice, 24 yuan. As each portion of fried rice was packed, the V-shaped payment reminder tone sounded continuously. Yi Bai's face also showed a relieved smile. It seemed that the first day of the stall had been quite a success. Yao Yao, go and rest over there. Let daddy pack the food, don't get tired. After packing the food, Yi Bai looked at his daughter, who was still standing nearby, and said with a smile, stroking her head. The little one tilted her head up and looked at Yi Bai with big, shining eyes. Daddy, Yao Yao's not tired. We've sold so much fried rice, haven't we made a lot of money? Ah, yes, we have made a little. But if you're tired, don't pack it up, just leave it for Daddy. Okay, Daddy. Yi Yao Yao nodded obediently, but she remained where she was and didn't leave. Yi Bai briefly chatted with his daughter for a while, then continued to fry the rice. Most people just take out their food and scan the QR code to pay before leaving to eat at home. Only one couple couldn't resist and started eating on the spot. The other people in the queue suddenly looked at them to see if it tasted good. As soon as they took a bite, both of them winced at the same time and their eyes lit up. The girl let out an incredulous expression and exclaimed, "Wow, honey, this fried rice smells so good, I feel like I'm tasting my mom's cooking." Me too. Yuck. My mom can't cook, she only knows how to braise a goose in a wok. The guy's expression was a little disgusted when he talked about his mom. Then he turned to Yi Bai and said, "Boss, how come your fried rice is so delicious? Is this still just a weird meal?" Yi Bai shook his head and smiled when he heard what he said. "Handsome guy, if you like it, bring your girlfriend here more often." "Of course. We'll come every day from now on, or we'll break up." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. But watching the two of them wolf down the food, they felt a bit exaggerated. Could this be a hired thug? Eating a meal like this? Something is seriously wrong. So the customers who originally wanted to take out their food, at this time, in order to verify whether this fried rice is really that delicious, also chose to stand aside and start eating directly. And once they started eating, they were instantly amazed by 4 or 5 other customers. "Holy shit, what kind of fried rice is this? The taste is amazing. I've never had such delicious fried rice before. Damn, this rice really smells good. And the shredded potatoes and carrots. I'll have another serving, boss." Me too. After confirming that Yi Bai's fried rice was indeed delicious, some people couldn't help but add him to their party. And those in line suddenly felt a niche they couldn't scratch, and couldn't wait to eat the fried rice. In just 1 hour, Yi Bai sold more than 50 portions of fried rice. The speed of the first batch was at least 2-3 faster than the other fried rice stalls. This was mainly due to Yi Bai's unparalleled fried rice skills, which were smooth and skillful. When frying the rice, there was not a single superfluous movement, and he was like a god when tossing the pan. This is also the reason why he was able to fry 5 portions of rice at the same time. And the taste was hardly affected. Chapter 10 On the first day, he made 500 yuan. "Little beauty, you don't need to pack it, I'll just stand over there and eat it." "Beauty, can you move your butt over a little? I can't stand it anymore." "Boss, mine is also being packed. Just give me a pair of chopsticks." "Show off." Yi Bai handed the last 2 portions of rice to the 2 girls, and when he looked up, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. In front of his stall, he noticed that at some point, 7 or 8 customers had squatted down. They were all drying their rice, and while eating, they were also talking loudly. Not only the men, but also many women had already lost their sense of propriety and were all squatting in the same place, eating. The scene was indeed a bit. And time passed quietly. It was soon 9:50 p.m. At this time, Yi Bai had sold all the fried rice. Of course, there was still rice, but no more vegetables. Some people have big appetites and like extra vegetables. From the time he opened the business until now, it was actually just an hour, or half an hour at most. But he had sold nearly 80 servings of fried rice, which was indeed an astonishingly fast pace. It had been almost 1 minute per serving. Seeing the empty plates, the few customers still waiting in line suddenly looked disappointed and wailed. "Damn, that's nowhere near enough. How did you sell out?" "Oh, no. I haven't even had my rice yet. Boss, I turned down our team dinner for you, so you have to pay for my dinner." "Ah, I've been waiting in line for 10 minutes, and now you're telling me you're sold out?" Yi Bai was a little embarrassed in the face of all the complaints. It's also his fault. He thought it was the first day he had set up his stall, so he probably didn't expect much business and prepared relatively few ingredients. Who knew? That? Ahem, I'm sorry everyone. Today, I really did run out of food, and there's nothing I can do about it. Let's meet again tomorrow at the same time, and you can come as early as possible. Upon hearing this, several customers could only leave with regrets and go eat something else to fill their stomachs. However, they felt that if they didn't get to eat this fried rice today, they probably wouldn't be able to sleep at night. At that moment, the lady next door, who was selling fried potatoes, had also left. There was nothing she could do about it. Yi Bai's business had boosted hers, and the potatoes, which were already in short supply, were quickly sold out. She had no choice but to leave the battlefield early. Yao Yao, you must be sleepy, right? Let's go back to bed. Tomorrow, Daddy will take you home first, and then come here to set up the stall. You stay at home and watch TV, don't run around, okay? After tidying up the food truck, it was already 10 o'clock, and the little one was yawning. But when she heard Yi Bai's words, she quickly waved her hands and said, Daddy, Yao Yao's not sleepy. I want to help you pack up tomorrow, because I want to come again. Yi Bai felt a little sad when he saw his daughter pretending to be energetic. She was only a few years old, and setting up a stall was hard work. But today's popularity has increased, so I don't think it will take as long to sell out tomorrow. At the same time, he made a decision: no matter how much he sells, he will definitely close the stall before 9 o'clock in the future, because it is most important to maintain the little one's good routine. He picked up the little one, who was already sleepy, and sat him in the food truck. Yi Bai drove the three-wheeled vehicle out of the alley. At this time, there were still 4 or 5 customers at the intersection of the alley buying fried rice from Lao Li's stall. They were the customers who had left regretfully from Yi Bai's side. Since they couldn't buy fried rice from Yi Bai, they had to settle for the next best thing and buy it from Lao Li. They thought to themselves that since it was all fried rice, the taste shouldn't be too different. While frying the rice, Lao Li watched Yi Bai leave, with deep confusion in his eyes. What kind of young man is this? How did he come on his first day and steal his business? He is an old established brand here. Does it mean that you have to look good to sell fried rice these days? Looking at the other person's handsome face, and then looking at his own, an impulse welled up in Lao Li's heart. Damn it, maybe I should go to Thailand someday? Back home. Yi Bai carried the little girl into the bathroom and gave her a hot bath before carrying her to bed. After making sure the little girl was asleep, he gave her face a gentle tap, then turned off the light and left the room to go to the bathroom and wash up. Lying on the bed, Yi Bai rubbed his aching back and felt a sense of contentment. He suddenly realized how happy it was to have something to do as a man. Thinking about the days in the villa, Yi Bai couldn't help but shake his head. It was too decadent. If he continued like this, he didn't know what kind of person he would become in the future. He took out his phone and did some calculations. Yi Bai smiled. Today, he sold a total of 78 fried rice meals, with a total income of 838 yuan. After deducting the costs of ingredients, lunchboxes, paper towels, etc., his profit was about 500 yuan. A 500 yuan day wage may not be very high. But what about 500 yuan an hour? And this is only the first day, I believe it will be even better in the future. He sold 78 fried rice meals, which means he earned 78 system points. Every 100 points can be used to enter a lucky draw. Yi Bai has not yet reached the threshold for entering the lucky draw. For the time being, it makes him a little itchy, and he is eager to know what he will get in the second lucky draw. But it is useless to think about it now, everything has to wait until tomorrow. Turn off the lights and go to sleep, all in one go. Chapter 11. No title. The next day. It was sunny. Yi Bai got up at 5 o'clock. After washing up, he went out to the yard and started cleaning his food truck. The food truck was his trademark, and it had to be as white as new. Mr. Chow, who lived next door, was a little surprised to see Yi Bai get up so early to wash the truck. He smiled and said, "Hello, Yi Bai, you're up early. It's not often that you see a young man like you get up so early. My little brat, who is almost 30, still sleeps until noon, and I really want to smoke him out with 7 wolves." Yi Bai shook his head with a smile. "I want to sleep a little longer too, but the conditions don't allow it. After washing the car, I have to take Yo-Yo to school, and then I have to set up the stall later at noon." Wow! Set up a stall? What are you selling? Hearing about the stall, Mr. Chow became instantly interested. Currently, I'm selling fried weird rice, but in a few days, I might add some new varieties. Weird rice? That's fine, I'll come and patronize your business when I have time, said Mr. Chow with a smile. But Yi Bai could already tell that this gentleman was clearly not interested in weird rice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just said that without even asking for the address. After chatting for a while, Yi Bai said goodbye to Mr. Chow and rode his bike outside. He had to prepare the ingredients for his stall later that day. The food market. Yi Bai went straight to the terraced rice shop as soon as he entered. "Good morning, sir. Give me 2 more bags of rice. Damn, you only sold 100 caddies yesterday, and you sold out in one night? The rice shop owner was shocked when he saw Yi Bai. This young guy just started his stall yesterday, and he sold 100 caddies of rice? Is that really possible? If he sold fried rice, he could have sold at least 250 to 300 boxes of 100 caddies of rice. He should just change his business. I didn't sell it all, but I'm almost there. I think I'll sell it all today, so I'm buying some in advance, Yi Bai explained with a smile. Hey, young man. Looks like you're doing pretty well, so come buy your rice from us in the future. Don't worry, the quality is top notch, but if there's any problem, just come to me and I'll refund you 10 times the price. After he recovered, the shopkeeper quickly said with a smile. This young man is doing so well, so of course he has to seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai nodded. The rice in this shop is indeed authentic, and he also has long-term development in mind. After exchanging contact information with the owner, Yi Bai directly loaded 2 100 jean bags of rice into the car. Little brother, you don't need to come in person to buy rice in the future, just send me a message, and I'll deliver it to your door in minutes. The distance isn't far anyway. Before leaving, the owner patted Yi Bai on the shoulder and said, Great. Thank you so much, big brother. Yi Bai didn't refuse. It's fine, just drive slowly. Great. After buying the rice, Yi Bai wandered around the market, buying spring onions, garlic, pickled chile, pork and all kinds of vegetables. Finally, he bought a pile of tableware and lunchboxes from the shop at the end of the street. In total, including the rice, he spent more than 500 yuan. After making sure that he had bought everything, Yi Bai cycled home. After tidying up a bit, he went to the kitchen and started steaming the rice. To ensure that the rice tastes the best, Yi Bai also chose to steam the rice in a bamboo or wooden container. This way, the rice will be delicious and aromatic. After steaming the rice, Yi Bai began to prepare the other ingredients. Wash the vegetables, chop them. After all the busy work, it was almost 7 o'clock. Yi Bai took out her phone to check the time and quickly began to prepare the little one's breakfast. Yao, wake up quickly, or the sun god will spank you. Yi Bai said with a wicked smile as he went to the little one's bed. Oh, you're so annoying, Dad. I want to sleep. And don't blame the sun god for spanking me, it's you who did it. The sun god won't spank me. The little one opened her eyes with a face full of resentment, obviously still half asleep. Yi Bai smiled and pinched her cheek, then hurriedly said, Go wash up, breakfast is ready. Okay. Daddy, what are we having for breakfast? The little girl asked expectantly while getting dressed. Same as yesterday, soy milk and fried dough sticks. Oh, I want weird rice. It's not a good time for breakfast in the morning. If you want to eat it, wait until tonight, and I'll cook it for you. Yi Bai spoke as she carried her daughter into the bathroom and then found her a small stool so she could wash up while standing. Okay, then I'll just have to wait until tonight. Yi Bai couldn't help but wince at the look of reluctance on her daughter's face. Now that she has weird rice, she doesn't even like her former favorite, soy milk and fried dough sticks. But it's true that weird rice is not suitable for breakfast, and it's not even suitable for lunch. Thinking that he was only 20 experience points away from being able to enter the lottery, Yi Bai's heart suddenly filled with energy. No matter what, he had to take care of his daughter's stomach. After dropping his daughter off at kindergarten, Yi Bai did not choose to go home, but drove directly to Baihua Lake. Today at noon, he was going to set up a stall here. Baihua Lake is considered a tourist attraction, but there is no charge, and you can set up a stall directly inside. Of course, there are not many people here, otherwise the stall owners would have all come here. But this also made things convenient for Yi Bai, avoiding competition with others for a spot. It was still early this time, and there were almost no tourists. The people who came in were basically fishing enthusiasts. And since the fishing enthusiasts had almost all had breakfast, Yi Bai naturally had no business at all. Looking at the groups of fishing masters with long guns and short guns, Yi Bai was a little puzzled. They got up so early to go fishing. Is fishing really that fun? And isn't there too much equipment? Some people even had it all over their bodies, and they didn't look like they were here to fish, they looked like they were here to fight a war. But despite his doubts, Yi Bai didn't really go up and ask. Chapter 12. One more. As time passed, Yi Bai had 2 more stalls around him. One sold barbecue and the other sold flour. At this time, the flow of people in Baihua Lake gradually increased. Both stalls had some business. Only Yibai's strange rice was ignored. But he didn't care. By noon, someone would definitely come to eat. Since he was idle, he took out his phone and started watching short videos. The market value of the Alanya hotel chain has been falling recently. What is the reason for this? Let's explore it together as we follow the editor's steps. Coincidentally, the first video he watched was about his ex-wife's company. Yibai briefly watched it twice and suddenly understood. It turned out that his ex-wife's company had a problem. There had been frequent complaints about the food. Yibai shook his head, didn't think much about it, and directly scrolled down to watch another video. Since they were divorced, they had no more ties to each other, so why worry? Besides, there was nothing he could do to help. Young man, are you selling weird rice? Selling weird rice so early in the morning? Young people. You still need to use your head when doing business. Shouldn't your weird rice be out at night? When the time came to 10 o'clock, the auntie selling powder on the left suddenly walked up to Yibai's stall and said with a smile. Although her words were full of teasing, they were not malicious. Cough cough, this is my first time setting up a stall, so I don't have much experience. Yibai put away his phone and smiled in response. This auntie thought she had a lot of experience setting up stalls, so she gave Yibai some advice. Young man, these days you can't make much money selling fried rice. You should learn how to do barbecue, or grilled fish, for example. With a bit of luck, you can sell for a few thousand yuan a day. But it's a bit more work in the beginning, and you have to learn the skills. My eldest nephew listened to his aunt's lecture, and Yibai's head started to hurt a little. Is society really that enthusiastic these days? Just setting up a stall next to someone else's, and they're already pointing out the way to a better life? Just then, two fishing buddies walked over from the intersection, carrying their bags and chatting as they walked. Shit, I worked too late yesterday and forgot that I was supposed to go fishing today. Shit, I don't know if someone else has already taken the spot. Damn it. 200 pounds of corn. I hope no one has taken the spot. Let's go over there quickly, maybe no one wants the spot. What's the rush? It's already this late, even if the spot is taken, what's the point of rushing over there? We haven't eaten yet, let's get something to eat first. You're right. The two men walked over to Yibai and the other two stalls, looking at them with a bit of hesitation. Noodles, weird rice, barbecue. What to eat? Hey, guys, would you like some noodles? The noodle vendor's wife smiled and greeted them. Noodles? That's fine. Forget it, let's just eat. One of the fishermen was about to say yes, but suddenly he saw that the vendor's wife's stall was covered in grease, and he lost his appetite. The hygiene was so bad that he even wondered if the noodles in the pot had been washed. In contrast, Yibai's stall was really free of any trace of dirt. Handsome boss. Give us 2 portions of kolo meat to go, please. The two fishermen looked at Yibai and said. Okay. Just a moment. It'll be ready soon. Yibai smiled and nodded, then started to light the wok. The auntie next to him saw this and frowned. What's the use of being good-looking? What's the use of being hygienic? The food you cook is still inedible. Her home may not be hygienic, but the food tastes good. Ha! What's that smell? The auntie turned her head in confusion, and when she discovered that the aroma came from Yibai's stall, she suddenly felt numb. When did the food taste so good? Wow, boss, this smells really good. Young boss, you're good at cooking. As they watched Yibai skillfully stir-fry the various dishes, the two fishermen simultaneously gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Ahem, it's okay. After a humble remark, Yibai poured the rice into the pan and then set the heat to high to stir-fry it. Clang! In less than 5 minutes, Yibai had finished stir-frying the 2 portions of weird rice. Evenly divided into 2 boxes, then packaged, Yibai smiled at the 2 people and said, "That's 20 yuan, thank you for coming." Great! The 2 people took the packaged boxes, and then one of them scanned the QR code to pay and left. Yibai's mood was not bad after finally opening for business. He was just about to lie down and continue watching videos for a while when he suddenly saw another person in front of the stall in the corner of his eye. When he looked up, he saw that it was the guy next to him grilling barbecue. Cough, little brother, your fried rice smells good, can I have some? The guy grilling barbecue swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said a little embarrassed. Even though they were both out selling food, he was paying for someone else's food. It was a bit embarrassing to admit. Okay, big brother, just a moment. Yi Bai naturally welcomed the customer enthusiastically. After a short while, another fresh serving of weird rice is ready. Without using Yi Bai's lunchbox, the older brother directly brings a large bowl from his own stall and says to his younger brother, "Use my bowl to serve it, it's not very convenient to eat from the lunchbox." With a smile, Yi Bai swings his wrist and the weird rice is immediately poured evenly into the older brother's bowl. Smelling the bowl greedily, the older brother's face looks like a drug addict snorting crystal meth. The auntie next to him couldn't help but cringe at the sight. What the heck? He didn't care about anything else, and started to show off with the bowl in his hands. As soon as the strange stir-fried rice entered his mouth, his face suddenly changed. It was delicious, damn delicious. "Little brother, I'm impressed by your cooking skills, you're awesome." He gave Yi Bai a thumbs up, and the man finished the strange stir-fried rice in a few bites. This is Yi Bai's fried rice. If someone else made it, they would probably choke to death. As everyone knows, fried rice can be a bit choking. But Yi Bai's weird rice is not your average fried rice, so this won't happen. "Little brother, give me another serving. I'm not full." Ha ha. Yi Bai smiled and started heating the wok and frying the oil again. But this time, he didn't make one serving, but two. Because he had to eat one for himself too. Chapter 13, Stealing My Nest? I'll seduce you to death. The two fishermen who had just bought fried rice from Yi Bai had now taken a boat to the round island in the middle of Baihua Lake. Fuck, someone has indeed taken the spot. Seeing that the nest he had built was now occupied by 3 people, the fat man couldn't help but curse. "Hey, go and ask, hopefully we can fish together." The skinny man sighed and shook his head. "They've set up a heavy nest here, and I didn't expect someone to get here first." "Hey, guys, got a smoke?" Walking up to the 3 men, the skinny guy spoke first. While speaking, he gave each of the 3 men a cigarette. "Just arrived," a dark-skinned man said, his tone cold and hard. He didn't even take the cigarette. As fellow anglers, he knew at a glance that these 2 were trying to get into the nest. This is no time to get close, or the spot will be gone. Cough cough, my friend and I set up a nest here yesterday, but we slept in today. I didn't realize you guys were here first. But never mind, can we fish together? The skinny guy said a little awkwardly. You set up a nest? What a coincidence, we also set up a 50-gene nest of corn here yesterday. But we were here first, so of course this nest belongs to us. If you want to fish, go look somewhere else, the man with the dark face bluntly refused. No kidding, this bend is already narrow, if there are 2 more people, if we really catch a big fish later, we won't be able to reel it in. The fat man became anxious at this, but fortunately the thin man quickly stopped him to avoid a conflict. They found a new fishing spot and casually made a little nest, preparing to fish. Just then, the fat man suddenly remembered the strange rice he had just bought. So he took advantage of the time between the release of the bait and the bait taking to show off. As soon as the rice hit his mouth, the fat guy let out a surprised cry. What's wrong? Is the rice poisonous? The skinny guy heard his voice and turned around to tease him. You're the one who's poisonous. This rice smells so good. Damn, it's fucking delicious. The fat guy laughed and scolded, then started to eat the rice like crazy. The skinny guy looked at this scene with a bit of a suspicious expression. The smell of the strange rice does indeed smell good, but this guy is exaggerating a bit, isn't he? Hurry up and open the box and try a few bites yourself. Suddenly, the skinny guy's whole body perked up. Holy shit, it's delicious. Ha! His eyes rolled, and a wicked smile suddenly appeared on the skinny guy's face. He got up and walked over to the fat guy, patted him on the shoulder, and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing the skinny guy's thoughts, the fat guy also grinned. The 2 of them got up together, carrying their lunchboxes, and walked towards their previous spot. Ha guys, those 2 were really fighting here, or they wouldn't have come over to try to get a seat. Let's work hard and get a big catch. After the fat and thin brothers left, the dark-faced man couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hearing this, the other 2 also burst out laughing. They suddenly felt full of energy. But just then, the 3 of them suddenly smelled a fragrance wafting up from behind them. When they turned around, all 3 of them were taken aback. Why were those 2 back? And they were carrying lunchboxes. What was the meaning of this? Hey, Lao Wang, you should say something. This weird lunch is really delicious. The rice is plump and the meat is just right. Slurp. Who's to say it isn't? This is fucking delicious, more delicious than anything I've eaten in decades. The fat guy and the skinny guy walked up behind the big, dark-faced guy with their lunchboxes in hand, and began to eat with a smacking sound, exclaiming in amazement as they did so, as if they were at a state banquet. And smelling the delicious aroma that kept coming from behind them, the big, dark-faced guy couldn't help but let out a few throat-clearing sounds. He was hungry. And not just him, but his two friends were in the same situation. Even the fishing buddies nearby were attracted by the aroma. Damn, you're the only ones eating? We want some too. The dark-faced man took out a box of biscuits from his bag, stuffed them into his mouth, and began to eat with a loud slurping sound. But the biscuits, which usually tasted quite good, were now like chewing wax, dry and tasteless. Cough, cough, my two brothers, where did you buy this fried rice? I'll go buy one too. A man with a little pale skin couldn't hold back any longer and asked the two directly. However, the two men ignored him and continued eating. They even had a smile of enjoyment on their faces as they ate. It was as if they had completed a major project at the last minute with the top beauties from 20 countries at the same time. The burly man with the dark face let out an uncontrollable grunt, which made his already dark face even darker. He also felt extremely embarrassed. But the greedy little voice in his stomach kept calling out to him. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he raised his large fan-shaped hand and pointed it at the two of them. Chapter 14. Are you guys waiting in line to buy bait? Hey, guys, have a smoke. Where exactly did you buy this rice? The dark-faced man asked, shyly offering each of them a cigarette. Lao Wang, we should have already started to distribute the bait over there, right? Let's go fishing. The two men also followed the example of the dark-faced man and directly refused the cigarettes he offered, and got up to leave. At this, the dark-faced man suddenly became anxious. If he didn't try this delicious food today, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to sleep at night, and he would have to get up in the middle of the night to beat up his wife. So for the sake of his wife's health, he quickly got up and stopped the two of them. Two brothers, how about this? As long as you tell me where to buy this fried rice, we'll go fishing together today, how about it? Ha! Hearing this, the fat man and the thin man glanced at each other, and they both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Ben just wanted to stimulate them with the aroma, but he didn't expect to get a bonus. Frowning, the thin man pretended to look thoughtful. Seeing that he was not going to say anything, the dark-faced man stamped his foot, gritted his teeth, and said, I'll give you this spot, as long as you tell me where to buy fried rice. Deal. The place is at the intersection, at the stall of a handsome young boss. Hearing his words, the skinny guy also betrayed Yi Bai without hesitation. The other three people did not say anything, but quickly packed up their things and prepared to take the boat over to buy a copy of fried rice. The aroma just now had really tortured them. The fishing friends around them smelled the aroma of the fried rice. In the end, with a stomp and a grit of their teeth, they also packed up and prepared to go meet the young owner. You can fish anytime, but you can't eat good food anytime. When they arrived, they also saw Yi Bai and knew that he was a newcomer. He might not even have a stall tomorrow. If they don't eat it today, they might not get to eat it again in their lives. On the other side, watching the barbecue restaurant owner finish 2 bowls of fried rice in one go, the auntie next to him couldn't help but feel a little restless. It smelled so good, she wanted to try some too. But thinking about what she had just said, she felt a little embarrassed. She had just been bad-mouthing Yi Bai. Now how could she face him and ask him for food? She was an old auntie, and she had a face to lose. Just as she was hesitating, a large group of people suddenly appeared in front of her, marching in a hurry. They were carrying all kinds of cannons, long spears, short cannons, and first aid kits. Holy shit, is the water rising? Why have all these fishermen stopped fishing? The barbecue restaurant owner's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the fishing crowd like locusts in front of him. As someone who has been setting up a stall here for many years, he has never encountered this situation before. Usually, these fishermen don't go home until dark or midnight. Why are they here in the middle of the day? But when he saw the group of fishermen all running to Yi Bai's stall, he thought he might understand. As expected, the group came to Yi Bai's stall and started ordering food right away. Young boss, give me 5 fried rice meals, all with 3 ham sausages. Boss, I'll have 3. Boss. Ant flour. Yi Bai. Both were confused and didn't understand what was going on with this army. But after a brief moment of thought, Yi Bai got the general idea. It was probably the information revealed by those 2 fishermen earlier. That's why they attracted so many fishermen. Hey, boss, don't just stand there. Hurry up and cook our fried rice. That's right, we're starving. Little boss, I want 3 servings, okay? Don't forget. Seeing that Yi Bai didn't respond, the crowd couldn't help but urge him. Okay. After coming back to his senses, Yi Bai quickly got the pot and started to heat the oil. But looking at the chaotic crowd, he smiled and reminded them. Guys, you're all talking at once, so I don't know whose order to follow first. And it's not good to follow anyone's order first, so why don't you just line up? Yes, let's line up. The crowd didn't object, and they started lining up very quickly. But there were just too many people fishing, and just standing here in line numbered more than 50 people. So the line was really long. It had already reached the fruit vendor in the distance. But the old man wasn't annoyed, but rather very happy. Because while the fishing enthusiasts in line waited, they also bought his fruit to eat. Hey, young man. What's going on? Isn't that a fried food restaurant in front? It's not a fishing tackle shop, so why are you fishing enthusiasts all in line? The fruit vendor asked curiously while happily selling fruit. At the same time, an idea struck him. Is it that even fishing now requires weird food to attract fish? Hey, mister, you don't know either? The young man buying fruit asked in puzzlement. As fellow stallholders, they should know each other. I don't know. I've been here for years, and today is the first time I've seen that young man. But the business is really booming. Well, he was about to say something, but suddenly he caught the scent in the air, which made him look shocked. Yes, that's the right scent. The fruit stall owner also changed his expression. What a strong, murderous smell. It was also 11 o'clock in the morning, and Baihua Lake was gradually getting lively. Team building, fishing, boat rides, swimming, and all kinds of activities were underway. And when they saw the group of fishermen queuing up, everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? The fishermen weren't exercising in the river, so why were they queuing up on the shore? Were they queuing up to fish? But what was that smell? Holy shit, at the end of the abyss was a weird rice stall. Wow, that smells good. No way, I have to get a share. You can buy it, but you have to fucking queue up. Sorry. So, Yi Bai's first fried rice was not yet out of the pan, and the number of people in line had already increased by half. However, the line was so long that some people just left after waiting in line for a while. After all, waiting for an hour or two for a meal is really a bit. But as soon as someone left, someone else would join in, and in no time, the line was getting longer and longer, almost blocking the intersection at the exit. The security guard at the door was shocked by the scene and quickly ran over to check it out. When he saw that the origin of everything was actually the tiny strange fried rice stall, he was suddenly stunned. Since when has strange fried rice been so popular? No, it seems really delicious. No, I have to get a copy too. So, without even looking at the door, the security guard joined the queue. This scene made the auntie next to him squirm. Is this really necessary? No, I'm not. When she thought about this, Auntie Flower felt so sorry for herself. If she hadn't been so reserved just now, she might have been eating the delicious fried rice by now. Unfortunately, it was a kindergarten of love. It was free playtime. Yi Yao Yao was lying on a chair, showing off her tummy in the sun. Next to her was a lively and cute little girl, her best friend in kindergarten, Xiao Yi. Yo-yo, is your dad running a food stall? Xiao Yi asks. Yes, his fried rice is delicious, but I forgot to ask him to make some for me today, otherwise I would have taken some to school with me. Thinking about her father's fried rice, Yo-yo Yi feels a little peckish in her tummy. Really? It's delicious when my family's chef cooks it. Xiao Yi looked unconvinced. It's much tastier. I'll bring some to school tomorrow for you to try. Forget it, I still prefer the food cooked by my family's chef, Uncle Lin. Kuchi Yao Yao pouted arrogantly when she saw her best friend was unwilling to eat her father's food, which was delicious. If she doesn't want to eat it, she won't eat it. She'll eat it herself. Just then, her phone watch suddenly rang. On the watch screen, 2 kind old faces appeared. They were Yi Yao Yao's grandfather and grandmother. She scampered into the flower bed and only then answered the phone. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma, how are you? Hello, little Yao Yao, how are you? Have you been thinking about Grandpa and Grandma? Yi Yao Yao's grandfather, Chen Mengying, said cheerfully. At this moment, he is not at all the awe-inspiring figure he is at the office, but rather a kind and affable old child. Yes. I miss them very much, even in my dreams. Yi Yao Yao nods very affirmatively. She does miss them, and she misses their pocket money. During this period of time when her grandparents have gone back to their hometown, no one has taken her out for ice cream. How cruel. How about when grandma comes back, I'll cook your favorite food, pickled fish with sour cabbage. At this time, Grandma Deyuting also put her big face in front of the camera and said with a smile. No, I want to eat the weird rice my dad cooks, it's delicious. Yi Yao Yao shook her little head. Grandma and Grandpa, hurry back, I'll let my dad cook weird rice for you too, it really smells good. Kalo rice? Grandpa doesn't eat kalo rice. How about Grandpa takes you out for a big meal? Chen Buchuan smiled happily and then asked, Yao Yao, have you been a good girl at kindergarten lately? Have you received any awards? Yao Yao has always been a good girl, and today my teacher praised me again. But now my parents have divorced, and I have moved to a different house with my father. Dad is now selling fried rice from a stall, and I went with him yesterday. Yi Yao Yao pouted as she spoke. Seeing her grandparents, she suddenly remembered that her parents had divorced, and the divorce had more or less affected the little girl. The two elderly people's kind smiles disappeared instantly. Divorce? When did that happen? Chen Buchuan shouted. Deyuting patted him on the shoulder and said in a grumpy tone, I scared my baby, I'll kill you. After scolding the old man, she hurriedly comforted her granddaughter. Yao Yao, be good. Your parents' divorce won't affect you. Your father will always be your father, and your mother will always be your mother. Your grandparents will always be your grandparents too. Yes, my dear, if you miss your grandparents in the future, just give them a call and they'll come and pick you up themselves. Hearing the comfort of the old couple, Yi Yao Yao's heart's little depression instantly disappeared, and she returned to being happy. After the phone call ended, Chen Buchuan immediately told the driver to return to Linchang. He had to find out what had happened. And why did they suddenly get divorced? Chapter 15. Do you have a girlfriend? My daughter is graduating from elementary school this year. Ulanya International Hotel Chain. In the top floor president's office. Chen Mengying had just put down her documents when the phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was her father calling. She happily answered, but was immediately scolded by Chen Buchuan. Dad, why are you yelling at me? I told you about my divorce with Yi Bai before. What's the point of you telling me? Did I agree to it? Yi Bai is such a good son-in-law, how dare you get a divorce? I don't care, just go find him and get back together. Chen Mengying was speechless as she listened to her father rant on the phone. Dad, this is between Yi Bai and me, so just stay out of it, okay? We're both adults, not children anymore. And why do you think Yi Bai agreed to the divorce? Upon hearing this, Chen Buchuan was silent. After a while, he said in a bad mood, Your mother and I will be driven to our graves by you sooner or later. By the way, why did you let Yi Bai leave with nothing? How will he raise Yao Yao on his own? Do you know what your ex-husband is doing now? He's selling fried rice on the street. You're really infuriating me. Setting up a stall? Or selling fried rice? Chen Mengying's brows furrowed. She really didn't know about this. According to Yi Bai's education, no matter what, finding a job shouldn't be a problem. Why would he have to set up a stall? Dad, you don't need to worry about this, I can find him a job. And it wasn't me who made him leave with nothing, he's the one who didn't want my assets, there was nothing I could do. Chen Mengying couldn't figure it out, and didn't dwell on it. Hurriedly, she reassured him. Find a shit. The man doesn't want his self-respect. Since he doesn't want your property, naturally he won't want your help either. Let's leave it at that for now, you don't need to worry about it. Chen Buchuan lectured his daughter again, and then hung up after a while, cursing. Exhausted, he put down the phone. Chen Mengying rubbed her head lightly, a little annoyed. Peddling? Why would that man go peddling? And with the little guy? She could already imagine the scene. Taking out her phone, she opened WeChat and sent a message to her only friend Xiao Qingqing. He's selling snacks with Yo-Yo. Xiao Qingqing. What? Holy shit, what's wrong with you? Didn't you just eat a serving? Your lips are still oily, how can you queue up again? The security guard was just joining the queue when he saw a guy with oily lips queue up behind him, and he was a bit confused. One serving is not enough to eat. Something this delicious has to fill you up. The guy waved his hand and said matter-of-factly. Security guard. Is it really that delicious? Of course, if you eat one serving, I guarantee it will make you feel like you're in your first love again. Don't be ridiculous, my first love was only bitter, there was no such thing as a first love, and there would be no current shrew, thinking about it now. Ha ha ha. In front of the stall. Yibai kept taking fried rice out of the pan and putting it in boxes. Looking up, he saw a long line of customers with anxious expressions, waiting with their throats rolling and saliva dripping. To be honest, he was also shocked by this scene. He quickly took a sip of water and continued to stir-fry the rice. He couldn't afford to delay, otherwise this group of hungry zombies would eat him. Seeing Yibai stop to drink, some impatient people couldn't help but shout at the top of their lungs, "Boss, hurry up! The donkeys on the production team don't take breaks like you. Damn it, do you really think of the boss as a donkey? Can't you see that the wok is about to spark? Boss, it's fine if you take your time, we're in no hurry. Yes, don't sacrifice quality for quantity. Guys, to save time, why don't we all order the same? It's exactly 10 yuan for one portion, so the boss can cook several portions at once, which is very time-saving." Oh, that's a good idea. Let's do it. Under the leadership of a few social terrorists, Yibai's workload of fried rice suddenly decreased dramatically. There was no need to think about whether the customer wanted anything added, it was the original recipe. And he could fry 5 servings of rice at the same time, which was convenient and fast. And in order to save him time, the packaging work was also taken over by the customer, and all he had to do was fry the rice. From 11 hours 12 minutes and 30 seconds. An hour and a half. Yibai sold nearly 80 servings of fried rice. And the queue just kept growing. The lady selling flour next to her was getting flustered. Her face was red and her neck was turning redder by the minute. At first, she was giving the young man pointers from on high, but she had no idea that he was the real deal. The barbecue guy was also looking at Yibai with admiration, and was even thinking about marrying off his daughter, who was still in primary school, to him. Unfortunately, she was a girl, and he was already getting old. 3:30 p.m. In the snack area of Baihua Lake, a nearly 100-meter-long line is conspicuous. These customers are queuing up to buy fried rice, despite the scorching sun. Hey, Ruyan, don't eat fried potatoes. There's a fried rice place over there, I hear it's superb, and there are a lot of people in line, let's go together. No, I don't like fried rice, I want potatoes. Hey, don't pull me. Erden, let's go, I'll take you to eat fried rice, the scene is really scary. Sanma, don't do the facial mask, let's go eat fried rice together. Fried rice? Is that something people eat? No, no, no. Fried rice is something you can find everywhere, and it's not really appealing to people. Most people don't want to go. But some people who were forcibly abducted by their friends and family, once they tasted the fried rice, they couldn't escape the deliciousness. Holy shit, is this fried rice for human consumption? This is for immortals. I can't believe they knew I was going to react like this. I swear, from now on I'll only eat weird fried rice, the kind from Boss Handsome's restaurant. Damn, why did I just discover something so delicious? Boss, do you need a son? I want to adopt you as my father, you don't have to do anything, just keep cooking fried rice for me. Holy shit. Near Yibai's stall, a large group of people stood directly showing off their rice, and they simply could not stop. The trash can next to them was already filled with fried rice boxes, and the inside of the box was cleaner than a dog's lick. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel, Yibai carefully counted the ingredients on the table, then looked up and apologetically shouted to the crowd waiting in line, "Sorry, everyone, there are only 10 servings of ingredients left. Those in the back can come again next time." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an immediate outcry. Shit, I just got here, and it's already gone? Boss, can you show a little professionalism when setting up your stall? Who's going to eat this little bit of rice? This is so frustrating. I should have come earlier. Hey, friend, why don't you sell me your fried rice? I'll pay triple the price. Are you crazy? I won't even sell it for 5 times the price. What about 10 times? Ugh, okay. I'll sell it to you only because you look like my long-lost brother. A fat guy weighing about 200 pounds left with 8 portions of fried rice, whistling. He had spent 90 yuan on the 9 portions of fried rice, but now he made a profit of 10 yuan by selling 1 portion. Well, that's reasonable. And those customers who didn't buy fried rice were now red-eyed. Damn it, this bastard. One person buying 9 meals, he's not afraid of getting too full and dying. Handsome boss, next time you have to limit the quantity. Otherwise, these scalpers. Yi Bai was also a little speechless at the fat guy's actions. This guy is a business talent. Chapter 16, Raffle Sydney Snow Fungus Soup Physical Fitness +1. Yi Bai was able to move his sore arm after the customers had dispersed. He was really tired today. He had prepared more than 200 portions of the weird rice. But he didn't expect them all to be sold out. After a short rest, Yi Bai began to close up shop. At this time, the kindergarten where his daughter studied was about to close for the holidays, so he had to go pick her up. When he arrived at the kindergarten, Yi Bai was 3 minutes late. He didn't see his daughter at the entrance, so he thought she must still be in the classroom. There were endless lines of parents waiting to pick up their children at the school entrance. Yi Bai's 3-wheeled cart suddenly became the most eye-catching one in the crowd, and some parents who knew him greeted him with a smile. Dad Yao Yao, have you started setting up your stall yet? I see you're selling fried rice from your sign. Your cooking must be pretty good, right? I'll definitely go and support your business when I have time, huh? Yi Bai's image of a handsome young man with a white complexion looked out of place with the food stall. But these days, setting up a stall doesn't necessarily mean making less money, and a suit and tie doesn't necessarily mean making more. Some well-dressed insurance salesmen make more than 3,000 yuan a month. These parents didn't look down on Yi Bai either, and they greeted him as usual. Yi Bai responded with a smile. He was a very kind person and could chat with anyone. He basically knew most of the parents of these children. Especially those single mothers. Daddy, daddy, daddy. Just as Yi Bai was discussing with a single mother which brand of sanitary napkins to use in different situations, Yi Yao Yao bounced out of the kindergarten. Seeing his daughter, Yi Bai immediately abandoned the young woman in front of him and turned to greet his daughter. My dear, were you a good girl at kindergarten today? Holding her daughter on his shoulders, Yi Bai asked with a smile. Yes, I was. The teacher even gave me a big red flower. The little one said, and really took out a big red flower from her bag. Ha, my dear is so good. Hee hee. The parents picking up their children suddenly turned their attention to Yi Bai and Yi Yao Yao. This father and daughter with high-quality looks are truly enviable. The father is young and handsome, warm and sunny. The daughter is pretty and cute, well-behaved and sensible. And the way they get along seems very warm. Unlike my own family, the relationship between father and son and mother and son is like enemies. Walking up to the dining car, Yi Bai skillfully put Yi Yao Yao in the passenger seat. The 3-person seat cushion is very wide, and it is fine for 2 adults to sit on it, let alone this little girl. Daddy, can I eat the weird fried rice you cooked tonight? Sitting in the car, the little girl obediently grabbed the armrest, turned her head to look at her old father, and asked with a full face of expectation. Of course it's okay, honey. Yi Bai smiled slightly, then instructed, sit properly, honey, daddy's going to set off. A woof. The little one let out a cheerful cry, waving her left hand in the air non-stop, extremely excited. Compared to the sedan, she still prefers this convertible, it's so cool. Making a living by running a stall with a baby? In the president's office of the Alanya Hotel, Xiao Qingqing looked at Chen Mengying in disbelief. I don't know what he was thinking either. Chen Mengying shook her head slightly. Yi Bai had at least graduated from a famous university and had several years of work experience. Although he had been out of the workplace for a few years, he didn't need to run a stall. And he has a child with him, so he needs money in all aspects. But since he has no money, he shouldn't have been so proud when they got divorced in the first place. He could have just taken the bank card with 10 million yuan in it. When she thought about this, Chen Mengying couldn't help but feel a little headache. Yi Bai's parents had already scolded her to death for this move. It made her seem like the ancient character Chen Shimi. What else could the handsome guy Yi Bai think? He was forced to do it by you, President Chen. In order to take care of your daughter, he quit his high-paying job to become a full-time house husband, but in the end, you abandoned him, and he couldn't find a job, so he ended up on the streets. Xiao Qingqing said teasingly while eating the office's delicacies. Watch your mouth, what do you mean abandoned? We broke up peacefully, and he didn't want the divorce property, so you blame me? Chen Mengying glared at her with dissatisfaction. How could this be? Yi Bai was the victim, while she was the heartless scumbag who abandoned her husband and daughter? So what are you going to do about this? Xiao Qingqing asked again. Chen Mengying, I don't know. Xiao Qingqing, do you know where he's selling from a stall? Chen Mengying, no. Xiao Qingqing, what does he sell at the stall? Chen Mengying, I don't know. Xiao Qingqing, so where do they live now? Chen Mengying, I don't know. Xiao Qingqing was at a loss for words for a moment. The atmosphere in the office was eerily silent. Ding, spend 100 points and enter the lucky draw. Thank you for your patronage. Ding, spend 100 points and enter the lucky draw. Sydney White Fungus Soup. Ding, spend 100 points and enter the lucky draw. Physical Fitness +1. On the way home, Yi Bai took a moment to enter a lucky draw. Last night and today, he sold more than 300 portions of fried rice. He also earned more than 300 points, which is just enough for 3 lucky draws. Sydney White Fungus Soup? Not bad. It's just what the little one needs for breakfast. Yi Bai is quite satisfied with the lucky draw prizes. Apart from the first prize, which is just a thank you for your patronage, both Sydney White Fungus Soup and Physical Fitness +1 are first-class goods. Especially the Body +1, this stuff is really important. Today, I almost died from cooking the fried rice. But now I suddenly feel full of energy. The effect speaks for itself. Hey, Daddy, why are you turning around? That's not the way home. Yi Yaoyao was happily sitting in the stroller when she suddenly noticed that they were going the wrong way and quickly reminded him. Yaoyao, Daddy suddenly remembered a good thing, I'll cook it for you later. Let's go to the market to buy the ingredients. Yi Bai turned the car around while smiling at his daughter. Really? That's great, yay! The little girl shouted excitedly. Chapter 17 Poor C. Yi Bai bought 20 caddies of snow pear, 10 caddies of white fungus and some ingredients for the icing from the market. Then he took the little girl home. Daddy, do you need any help? The little girl followed Yi Bai's buttocks and asked in a baby voice. No, you can't help much, so go watch cartoons. Yi Bai laughed and pushed his daughter out of the kitchen. Usually she can help wash the vegetables, but she can't help with the snow pear and white fungus. Okay, I'll go watch cartoons. Good. After bending down and kissing her little one on the forehead, Yi Bai began to make the snow pear and white fungus soup. First, she took out the snow pear and peeled it. Then she cut it into strips. After finishing with the snow pear, she soaked the white fungus in water. When it feels right, he then removes it and cuts it into small pieces. The smaller the pieces, the better, so Yi Bai cuts for a while, trying to make them as small and even as possible. After all this, he then adds the white fungus to the water and brings it to a boil. Once the water boils, Yi Bai is not idle either, using chopsticks to stir quickly in one direction, so that the glue is more effective. After 15 minutes, he adds the pears, dates, and rock sugar, then covers and lets it simmer for 30 minutes. Hurry up, come and taste the pear and white fungus soup that Daddy has cooked. Carrying a bowl of steaming white fungus soup into the living room, Yi Bai calls to his little boy to come and have some soup. Wow, Daddy, this looks delicious, I want to try some. Hearing that there is food to eat, the little boy doesn't care about the exciting cartoon and quickly runs over barefooted. Here, slow down, it's hot. Yi Bai scoops up some soup with a spoon and hands it to the little one. After blowing on it a little, the little one opens his mouth wide and drinks. Wow, Daddy, it's so sweet and smooth. It's delicious. I want more, I want more. The little one can't wait to shout after just one sip. Yi Bai smiles slightly, it seems that the effect is quite good. Otherwise, the little one wouldn't be so excited. Okay, here you go. Enjoy. Daddy's going to go pack up and make some weird rice for dinner. Okay. Daddy, I'll be waiting for your weird rice. 6:30 p.m. Yi Bai has everything ready and sets off for the evening market. Yaoyao, let's go. Okay. Yi Yaoyao bounds over and clumsily climbs into the food truck. Yi Bai gave a small smile, then slowly started the car and drove towards the Dogwon Industrial Park. From 6 Star Street. Can you still hear the sound of Alexander's Bakery? Yi Bai looked at the little girl who was screaming at the top of her lungs, and a wry smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Where did she learn that song? Why is it so catchy? People around them also turned their heads, and many couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even a young lady next to a BMW owner gave Yi Yao a thumbs up, saying, "Kid, you sing well, keep up the good work, you'll definitely be a big star in the future." Ha ha. Thanks, beautiful lady. If I become a big star in the future, I'll be sure to be the first to give you an autograph. The little girl crossed her arms and said in all seriousness. As soon as she said this, the scene erupted into laughter. "Baby, don't sing anymore, or you'll lose your voice." Seeing that the little one was about to give it her all, Yi Bai quickly stopped her. She was indeed singing enthusiastically, but it sounded like she was coughing. And it's not good for children to shout at the top of their lungs, as it can easily damage their vocal cords. "Okay, Daddy, I'll sing quietly, okay? That way, I won't lose my voice." Dogwon Industrial Park. A dozen people walk side by side towards the alley. "Oh, see. Didn't you say you bought it here? Which restaurant is it? Is it really as delicious as you say? I didn't even have the grilled fish today, I came especially with you to eat the weird rice. If it's not delicious, I'll kill you." "Don't worry, it's absolutely delicious. I almost ate my tongue yesterday." "Cut it out, you're exaggerating. It's just weird rice, we've had it before." "The weird rice you've had is completely different from the weird rice from the handsome boss." "If you don't believe me, you'll know in a minute." A dozen people are talking excitedly. It seems like they all know each other from the way they're talking. The reason they've come in a group is to taste Yi Bai's weird rice. But most of them are skeptical. Only those who have eaten it understand just how delicious it is. "Hey, where is everyone? Why isn't the owner here? Dahai, where is your family?" "Bullshit? Damn it, you son of a bitch, are you trying to fool us?" They arrived at the place where Yi Bai had set up his stall yesterday, but they didn't see Yi Bai's presence. The group of people immediately looked at the leader, Dahai. At this time, Dahai was also dumbfounded. Didn't they say that they would meet at the same time and not be absent? He was late, so why hadn't the owner arrived yet? "Auntie, where is the handsome boss from yesterday? Have you seen him?" With a look of urgency, Hai turned his head to the ants selling fried potatoes next to him and asked. "No, maybe he's selling from a different stall today." The ant selling fried potatoes was a little envious when she saw so many people coming to eat the fried rice. But the fried rice made by that young man was really delicious. She didn't know if he would come today, but if he did, she would have to have a portion for herself. "Hi, are you trying to fool us?" "Yeah. Where's the handsome boss you promised? Is there a boss under 40 on this street? Damn it, if you don't name one today, I'll show you how to conquer." Seeing that they might have been tricked, the group immediately turned on the leader, Hai. "Damn it, don't you know that impatience is no recipe for success? The boss hasn't arrived yet, what's the hurry?" Hai turned his head and glared at the dozen or so people, speaking in a loud, booming voice. But he immediately regretted it. "Damn it, you little brat, you still dare to be defiant. Beat him up, don't give me face. Die." A dozen people surrounded Hai in the middle and started a group beating. As everyone knows, lynching people like to joke around. Cough cough. But the beating was real. Just as Hai was about to be beaten to death, Yi Bai's tricycle finally arrived, wobbling along. When he saw Yi Bai, Hai's eyes suddenly filled with tears. He cried out in his heart. "Dear father, you've finally come. If you don't come soon, I'll be beaten to death. Boss, you finally come, it wasn't easy. Our daisies are about to explode, oh no." He walked over to Yi Bai and said with tears in his eyes. Yi Bai also winced at the sight of Hai's messy hair. This guy really does seem to be in a bit of a mess. Chapter 18 Snow Fungus Soup sells like hotcakes. At this time, the remaining 10 people and some others who had been waiting here for a long time also gathered around. "Boss, it's been a long time since I've been waiting for this meal. I've been hungry since this morning. Boss, everyone says your fried rice is delicious, and I've come especially today to try it, so don't let me down." "Wow, boss, is this your daughter? So cute. Boss, can your daughter be my godfather?" "Pfft, it's you who can be my godfather." Ha ha ha. A group of lovely customers. Ha, the stall hasn't even opened yet, but the flow of people is already starting. A stark contrast to yesterday's emptiness. "Everyone, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts. Our fried rice is opening, so everyone line up." Yi Yaoyao stepped onto a small stool, her little hand placed by her mouth in the shape of a trumpet, and she shouted in a baby voice. She looked cute and moving. The crowd waiting for their food couldn't help but smile. Okay, we'll listen to the little beauty. Hurry up and get in line. If you don't get in line, you won't get any food. Get in line, get in line. If anyone doesn't get in line, I'll break their legs. Amidst the hustle and bustle, a long queue had already formed. A few considerate customers even helped Yi Bai set up his stall so that he could cook the rice faster. Ka kai. With a soft sound, the flames roared. Yi Bai placed the pan on top and began to heat the oil. The crowd let out a long sigh of relief. Damn, that was close. Finally, we can eat the fried rice. Hey, let me explain the rules to you newcomers. In order for everyone to eat the fried rice as soon as possible, let's all follow the usual procedure and not add any nonsense. This way, the boss can fry 5 servings at the same time and the taste will definitely be the best. Yes, let's do it this way. Good idea. And handsome boss, you just need to fry the rice, we'll do the packing and other things, don't tire yourself out. Ha ha ha. Finally, I can eat my beloved fried rice. Slurp. The auntie next to me saw that there were so many people, but no one was eating her potatoes, so she felt a little depressed. But that's good, it doesn't hold up her queue. The customers around her suddenly laughed and joked, Auntie, are you not selling at your stall? Haha, even street vendors need to eat. The auntie's expression showed a hint of embarrassment. Okay, then you go ahead of me in line, buy your food, and go back to your stall. Thanks, young man. By the way, I have iced black tea, cola, Sprite, and mineral water on ice over there. You need to get it after you finish eating, but don't forget to scan the QR code. Sure. We must. Good, drinks are a must. I'll go get a bottle now. One customer said and wanted to leave the queue to get drinks. He was at the end of the queue anyway, so it didn't really matter if he queued or not. But as soon as he had taken 2 steps, a cute voice sounded from the front. Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. My dad just made some pear and white fungus soup today, it's still hot, would you like to try some? It's very sweet and nourishing. Yi Yaoyao lifted a cup of snow pear and white fungus soup, drank it while shouting at the customers in line. From the afternoon until now, she had already finished 3 cups, and her little stomach was about to burst. A girl with twin ponytails at the front of the line couldn't help but gently pinch the little girl's smooth face. Hee, little beauty. Is the snow pear and white fungus soup your father made delicious? She also spoke in the little girl's accent. It's very delicious. Would you like a cup, sister? The little girl was used to having her face touched. It was a small sacrifice she was willing to make for her father's business. How much is a cup? The girl with the ponytail asked with a smile. Judging from what the little girl had said, she would have to buy a cup today. Otherwise, she would be letting the other person down. Yi Bai smiled at this, and the little cotton padded jacket can also do business, can't she? While pouring the rice into the pot and stir-frying it, he turned to the little guy and said, Yao, take out the whiteboard in the back. Then add a pear and white fungus soup in the back, the price is 5 yuan per serving. Okay, Daddy. The little girl nodded obediently and quickly looked for yesterday's whiteboard in the cardboard box. After struggling to get it out, she found a pen and wrote crookedly on it. 5 for 1. Puff. Upon seeing the young girl's masterpiece, the double ponytail, who was just about to scan the QR code to pay, couldn't help but burst out laughing. This is really vividly written. The customers behind her also laughed heartily, charmed by the young girl. Little beauty, can you get a cup for your sister? Yes. But don't forget to pay, sister. The little girl kept reminding her while she was getting the snow lotus and white fungus soup from the cupboard. Kiki, sister, I've already paid, and I've already paid for the fried rice, so you can't make me pay twice. The ponytail girl said, and showed the little girl the payment page. Okay, sister, Yo-Yo will get it for you right away. After confirming that everything was correct, the little girl quickly took out the snow lotus and white fungus soup and handed it to her. Everyone else's gaze immediately turned to the ponytailed girl. If the fried rice was so delicious, the snow lotus and white fungus soup should not be bad, right? Slurp. She had just taken the first sip when the ponytailed girl's face suddenly revealed a happy expression, and she exclaimed, Holy cow! This snow lotus and white fungus soup is really delicious. It's sweet and refreshing, and after drinking it, it feels like my whole stomach is warm. After slurping up the soup, she finished the snow lotus and white fungus soup in a few gulps. Then she looked at the little girl. The little girl said with a serious face, "Sister, scan the QR code. Ding the message to collect 5 yuan. Here, sister, this is your second one. Thank you. It looks really delicious. Give me one too." "Me too, scan the QR code. I want 2. I want 3. The order suddenly increased, and Yi Yaoyao suddenly felt that her hands were not enough to use. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, she almost fell into the phone box. This cute and funny scene immediately made everyone laugh again. After laughing, they said, "Little beauty, you'd better rest, we'll do it ourselves." "Yes, you go and sit nicely on your little stool, we'll take it ourselves." "That's right, you just supervise us as we scan the QR code to pay, and don't let some people eat and drink for free." Ha ha ha. Okay. Don't forget to scan the QR code, big brother and sister. The little girl pretended to think for a moment, then nodded. "I know, you're such a little elf." Haha, another day of envying the handsome boss. A long queue, everyone with a cup of snow pear and white fungus soup. And after drinking it, everyone gave it a rave review. Some people couldn't wait to get another cup as soon as they finished the first. "Damn, this snow pear and white fungus soup is really delicious. It's sweet but not too sweet, and it's warm and filling. I love it. Handsome boss, your snow pear and white fungus soup is amazing, it's even better than milk tea. The only problem is that it's not very filling, I finished it in just a few sips." "Ha, I'll get another cup." Chapter 19 Xiaoqingqing is here. Time quickly came to 8 p.m. This was almost the peak of the night market. News spread quickly. Yibai's fried rice stall was completely packed. Even after being busy for so long, there were still 50 to 60 people in line. A long line with no formation had completely filled the end of the alley. When some of the customers in line got bored, they took out their phones to shoot videos to post on Moments, TikTok, Weibo, and 91. Dogwon Industrial Park. "This fried rice in the alley is amazing, the chicken is super delicious, hurry up and come. Weird hand-pulled rice yyds, so delicious that the cells dance, if you want to eat, hurry up and come. The best tasting snow pear and white fungus soup in the world, one bite and you'll find the taste of your mother. Found a cute baby, asking for a diaper bag." At this moment, at the mouth of the alley, Master Li and Lao Wang stood side by side, their gazes fixed on the crowded crowd at the end of the alley, their expressions both a little dazed. They had been setting up their stalls here for so many years. Had they ever seen anything like this? It was just fried rice, and it had become this popular? Since Yibai had arrived today, their 2 stalls, which were usually the busiest, had had no business at all. Everyone had gone over to the young man's side. How could this not make the 2 of them depressed? "Old Li, have you tried their fried rice?" Old Wang asked. "No." Old Li's expression was a little solemn. He kind of hoped that today was just an accident, otherwise there would be no room for him in this place. "Then why don't you try it? Don't you want to try the taste of someone else's fried rice?" "No." Old Li stubbornly shook his head. "Pish, we're like family. You're pretending. Is it so hard to admit that someone else's cooking is better than yours?" Lao Wang said coldly. Compared to Lao Li, his business has also been affected, but at least it's not the same product. Some people who like fish won't go out to eat, will they? Cough cough. I guess there are, but not many, right? Taste? Pfft, isn't that the taste of fried rice? How much better can it be? I guess they're just looking for a novelty, and they'll be back at my place tomorrow. Oh, you can just pretend. I'll go buy a copy myself and try it. Lao Wang snorted, then walked quickly ahead. He wanted to find out today just what fried rice was that could affect his fish business. "Hey, bring me a copy." After a moment of indecision, Lao Li couldn't help but call out. "Didn't you say that the taste was similar to yours? If you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles without danger. This is the best strategy." Cut. Meanwhile, Xiaoqingqing, who was applying a facial mask at home, had an explosion of her phone. It kept ringing and ringing. As a food blogger, she had a total of 10 million followers on TikTok. With so many followers, of course there was a fan group. And these messages were exactly what those fans posted. Holy shit, Qingqing, there's a fried rice stall that's gone viral at the Dogguan Industrial Park. Yes, Qingqing, you should go check it out and taste it for us. Are you talking about the one with the long queue? I've also seen the video. I heard that the owner is a handsome guy. That's right, I was there. The fried rice is delicious. If you want to eat it, hurry up, or you'll miss out. Which one is it? Is it really that delicious? Yes. It's just fried rice, how delicious can it be? Whatever, believe it or not, you'll regret it. Looking at the messages in the fan group, Xiao Qingqing's eyebrows shot up. This fried rice can be so popular? With a skeptical mind, she quickly opened TikTok and searched for related videos. Soon, the first video appeared. The video shows a close-up of the rice, and a girl gives a thumbs up while eating. The video is very short, but in the short video the girl finishes a serving of fried rice. Then came the second video, which is a video of a queue. Xiao Qingqing casually glanced at it twice and knew that there would be no fewer than 50 people in the queue. Then came the third video. GAGA just happened to have run out of content to update, and this came to me? GAGA. Xiao Qingqing put away her phone and ran outside while giving a devilish smile. As a blogger with tens of millions of followers, she was under a lot of pressure. If she didn't update her videos for a long time, her followers might not stick with her. Oh my, are there really that many people? When Xiao Qingqing arrived at the scene, she was shocked to see the sea of people in front of her. Although she was a blogger with millions of followers, everyone was equal in front of delicious food, and she could only obediently join the queue. Fortunately, she wasn't the last one in line, as there were still many customers who had received the news and rushed over. There are so many people, I hope we don't get left behind. Looking at the endless crowd, Xiao Qingqing couldn't help but feel worried. But she also felt a little excited. With so many people in line, the fried rice should taste good. She might have something to film for her next video. Hey, you big spenders in front, can you buy less? Save some for the latecomers like us. Everyone, Pang Yuyan, don't buy all the snow fungus and silver ear soup, I came here especially for that. What the hell is that fat guy buying 5 portions of fried rice for? Do you believe I'll block your door in the middle of the night and hit you with a club? Shit, this dickhead bought 10 servings. Enough talk, let's get it on, only one person will walk out alive today. Xiao Qingqing was a little shocked. It was just a serving of fried rice, was the competition that fierce? No, when did customers become competitors? It was exaggerated. But the aroma of fried rice that filled the air kept echoing in her nostrils, making her, a big blogger, feel uneasy. Xiao Qingqing secretly recommended a few mouthfuls of saliva. The smell was so fragrant. But it was very difficult to smell the food without being able to eat it. Just when she was a little depressed, a cute voice in front of her suddenly made her look stunned. This brother, there is not much snow pear and white fungus soup left, and now you can only buy one for one person. You can't take 2, otherwise the brother and sister behind you won't have any to eat. But I've already scanned for 2 less points. A young man looked at the 2 cups of snow pear and white fungus soup in his hands, his expression very reluctant. I'll give you back 5 yuan, brother, said Yi Yaoyao, and took out 5 yuan from the box and handed it to the young man. Nowadays, although most people prefer to pay with their phones, some still have some cash. Hey, forget it, 1 is 1, don't give the money back, brother, I'll give it to you for some candy. The young man let out a sigh, then quickly left with 2 orders of fried rice and an order of snow pear and white fungus soup. The little girl wanted to chase after him, but her legs were too short and she really couldn't catch up, so she could only accept the 5 yuan with tears in her eyes to buy some candy. Yao Yao? Why is she here? No. Setting up a stall. Isn't Yi by setting up a stall? So. Thinking, Xiao Qingqing tried to stand on her tiptoes and look towards the center of the stall. At that moment, Yi Bai happened to turn sideways to wash the pot, and Xiao Qingqing suddenly saw him. What the hell? What happened to the idea of living on the streets and making a living by selling things at the market? No, he is indeed making a living by selling things at the market, but... Looking at the large crowd of customers in front of and behind him, Xiao Qingqing felt numb. This afternoon, she and Chen Mengying were still imagining how miserable Yi Bai's life was, and they never expected. Just this stall, it must be making thousands, if not tens of thousands, of yuan a day? Stepping directly out of the crowd, Xiao Qingqing trotted up. At a glance, she saw a little baby sitting on a small bench, shaking like a mascot. At this time, there were also many snacks in front of the little one. Lollipops, sugar-coated apples, jelly, canned food, bananas, strawberries, apples, pears. The little one looked at these things with entangled eyes, as if pondering what to solve first. Little beauty, how old are you? Want to come with Wazzy? A customer in front of them took out a cigarette and was about to offer it to the little girl, but she refused. Brother, children shouldn't smoke. And it's rude to ask a girl her age. Anyway, I'm not 3 years old anymore. Yi Yao Yao refused the young man's offer of a cigarette, and then said sweetly. After she said this, the room burst into laughter again. The young man was not embarrassed, and silently placed the cigarette by his ear. He didn't really want to offer the little guy a cigarette, but he didn't have any snacks on him, and he didn't want to not offer him anything. So he had to offer a cigarette. Whether he offered it or not was his business, and whether someone accepted it was their business. Well, the main thing is to be polite. Little cutie, come on, look at the camera. I'm going to take a picture of you to use as a screensaver. If you say so, sister, then I won't be sleepy anymore. Royalty fees. Giggle, giggle. Is one lollipop enough? Sister, you're looking down on me a bit. At least 2. Gaga, gaga. Okay, okay. The people in line amused the little girl while they waited for their fried rice, and they didn't feel bored at all. Chapter 20, The Glorious King? Yo-yo, my dear. Xiao Qingqing finally came up to the front of the line, and with a face full of excitement, she picked up the little girl and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. Hey, Qingqing, why are you here? Did you come here just to find Yo-yo? The little girl was a little surprised to see Xiao Qingqing suddenly appear. As a freelancer, Xiao Qingqing usually has a lot of free time. So she often brings the little girl along to play, and the little girl really likes her. Well, basically she has already surpassed Chen Mengying. Right. I came here especially to play with you. Are you happy? Xiao Qingqing told a lie with her eyes wide open, without blushing even once. Of course I'm happy. It's been a long time since my sister came to play with Yao Yao. The little guy gave Xiao Qingqing's face a few hard slaps with his tender hands, then turned his head and shouted towards Yi Bai, Daddy, Sister Qingqing is here. I'll entertain her for you. Yi Bai could never resist the little girl's words. Turning to Xiao Qingqing, he gave her a smile and said, You're here? Have a seat for a while. I'd only just started talking to her when the customers in line couldn't hold back any longer. Handsome boss, I know chatting with pretty girls is important, but you should consider my stomach, I'm really starving. Yi Bai smiled apologetically at Xiao Qingqing and then said to the little guy, Yao Yao, you go play with Auntie Qingqing, I'm busy. Xiao Qingqing quickly said, It's okay, brother Bai, we're family, don't worry about me. Ha ha. Sister Qingqing, this is the snow pear and white fungus soup my dad made. Come, I'll buy you a drink. While the two were talking, the little one had already bent down and taken a cup of snow pear and white fungus soup out of the box. Then he took out an identical little placemat from another box, placed it next to his own, and said with a pat, Sister Qingqing, let's sit together. Xiao Qingqing suddenly burst out laughing. Is she going to be a mascot with the little girl? Will she be fed? Why am I looking forward to it? Here, Qingqing, try the snow pear and white fungus soup I made. It's delicious. Xiao Qingqing sat down, and the little girl picked up the snow pear and white fungus soup on the table and said with a smile. Although her father had always told her to call her Qingqing auntie, she just wouldn't. Okay. Yo-yo baby, let's drink it together. Xiao Qingqing's eyes flashed with anticipation as she accepted the snow pear and white fungus soup the little girl handed her. So many people were queuing up to buy it must taste really good, right? Hee hee. Great. She opened the packaging and took a small sip. Instantly, her eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. This snow lotus and white fungus soup is simply the best in the world. She had never had such a delicious soup before. She was so overwhelmed that she could not find the words to describe it. Seeing Xiao Qingqing's shocked expression, Yi Yao Yao said proudly, Sister, isn't my dad's white fungus soup delicious? It's amazing, the best in the world. Xiao Qingqing nodded her head like a chicken pecking at garlic. Come on, Yao Yao, let's eat together. Great. The little girl nodded. She really liked it too, but she had already eaten too much earlier, and her tummy couldn't fit anymore, so she could only use a small spoon to taste it briefly. Xiao Qingqing had rarely tasted such a delicious food, and she was overwhelmed with happiness. The snow pear and white fungus soup was simply superb. While eating, she also observed Yi Bai's stall. The queue of customers had already reached the road outside, and the line was still growing. Judging from this stall, I guess they must be making a fortune selling lollipops? Suddenly, Xiao Qingqing had an idea, and a wicked smile flashed in her eyes. Then she took out her phone and took a photo of the little girl, and the president's office of the Yalanya International Hotel chain. It was late at night, but Chen Mengying was still at work. She rubbed her head as she read the complaint information in her hands. The complaints were getting more and more every day, which showed just how dissatisfied customers were with the food at their hotel. Just then, the office phone vibrated. She picked it up and saw that it was a message from Xiao Qingqing. Are you going to regret it? Huh? Chen Mengying was a little confused when she read the message. What the hell? Why would she regret it? But then she received a photo of the little girl. This photo immediately caught Chen Mengying's attention. In the photo, Xiao Qingqing and the little girl were sitting side by side on a small bench, enjoying a cup of soup made from something unknown. Why was Qingqing with Yo-Yo? How did she find Yo-Yo? For a moment, Chen Mengying couldn't help but ask herself several questions. So she started asking the other person in the input box. Unfortunately, the message was like a stone dropped into the sea. There was no response for a long time. Unable to wait for a reply, Chen Mengying also directly called the number, but unfortunately there was no answer. Why didn't Qingqing answer the phone? As she muttered, Chen Mengying was about to continue calling, but at this time, her work phone rang again. She had no choice but to put this matter aside for the time being. Heh, you're so impatient. Bitch. Xiao Qingqing's face was full of a playful smile after she turned her phone to silent mode. Sister Xiaoqing, let's play the King of Glory together. I'll show you how it's done. The little girl took out a tablet from her bag and beamed. King of Glory? Yo-Yo, you know how to play competitive games? Xiaoqing was shocked. How old is the little girl? She can't be more than 3.5 years old, and she already knows how to play Glory? Yes. Isn't this game really easy? The little girl nodded, and then logged into her Glory game account. But when she saw the words Glory King flashing and glowing, Xiao Qingqing suddenly felt numb. She was only a diamond, and this little girl was already a Glory? Oh my god, do you have to be so discouraging? Sister Qingqing, I'm going for 100 stars this season. Do you want me to take you with me? I'm really good at playing games, and I basically never lose, the little girl said, tapping on the rankings page with a sincere face. Cough, forget it. Xiao Qingqing was a little tempted, but thinking about the scene of being scolded by a primary school student late at night, she immediately held back. She didn't want to see the expression on the little girl's face when she rejected her. If she was despised by a 3.5-year-old girl, she felt that her young heart might not be able to take it. Fine. If you don't want to play, I'll play by myself. I'll watch you play. Hee, okay. Oh, the shooter on the opposite side is still a gold player. But it's useless, watch me blow him up. A flash, and I'm dashing and dashing. I bet the jungler on the opposite side is farming the blue buff, and I've bio-ed and got it. Watching the little girl's long list of counterintuitive operations, Xiao Qingqing felt numb. She didn't understand the game even in her 20s, and she never imagined that a little girl. The difference between people can really be this big? Chapter 21, A Day of Earning Hemp. Well. After simply playing 2 games, the little girl was a bit dispirited again. What's wrong? Yao, don't you want to play anymore? Xiao Qingqing asked curiously. She hadn't even gotten bored yet, and the little girl's operation was really something to behold. An unremarkable Lu Ban, but in her hands it became a killing god, really the kind that whoever sees it dies. Thinking about her own playing situation, she coughed. It was also a case of whoever met her dying, but the one who died was her. Lu Dan, as the hero with the most deaths in the whole canyon, most likely also had a share of the credit. Yi Yaoyao, on the other hand, had saved a little. She didn't want to play anymore, it was no fun, and she felt that none of them knew how to play, like playing against a bot. The little girl pouted, her face full of disgust. Xiao Qingqing. Okay, little Versailles one. By the way, Qingqing, are you hungry? Why don't we ask Daddy to cook us some weird rice and eat it together? The little girl suddenly said again. Weird rice? Xiao Qingqing was just absorbed in the game, but now that she has come back to her senses, she suddenly feels her stomach reacting. It has been a long time since she smelled it, but she hasn't been able to eat it yet, which is simply torture. Daddy, Xingxing hasn't had dinner yet, and Yo-Yo wants to eat too. Can you fry us a plate? The little girl may be small, but she's a quick-witted one. She could tell from Xiao Qingqing's expression that she wanted to eat, but she was too shy to say so she shouted directly at Yi Bai. Cough, Bai Ge, you don't need to worry about me, business is important, I'll just eat some leftovers later. Xiao Qingqing quickly waved her hands, but what she said didn't sound quite right. After she said it, she felt embarrassed herself. What does it mean to eat some leftovers? It makes it sound like she hasn't eaten. The customers were now looking at him hungrily. Although Yi Bai was already working quickly, the speed at which he served the food was absolutely top-notch without compromising the taste. But there were just too many customers. He didn't even have time to drink a mouthful of water. Handsome boss, do you want to take a break? You've been frying for hours, and even the donkeys on the production team wouldn't dare work like that. Yes. Handsome, don't work yourself too hard, or we'll have to go to the LQ to eat your food in the future. Many customers were worried about Yi Bai, and couldn't bear to watch him work at such a high intensity. They wanted to let him rest for a while before continuing. However, Yi Bai didn't feel tired at the moment. It might be because his constitution had been strengthened, or it might be because he was in a good mood. Turning his head to look at Xiao Qingqing, who was secretly swallowing her saliva, Yi Bai gave a slight smile and said, "Then I'll fry you one first, and you and the little guy can share it to fill your stomachs." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingqing's eyes were full of gratitude. She was indeed hungry. She hadn't eaten dinner, and after smelling the fragrance for so long, she couldn't stand it anymore. The other customers didn't say anything, knowing that the two were friends and deserved a little special treatment. But they were envious of being Yi Bai's friends. Soon, a fresh serving of strange fried rice was ready. The little guy brought the fried rice over with a smile on his face. Sister Xiaoqing, let's show off the rice together. Daddy's fried rice really smells good. As he spoke, the little guy's mouth watered. Xiao Qingqing quickly took the plate with both hands. Seeing the steaming fried rice in her hands, she couldn't help but drool secretly. It was so fragrant. It was even more fragrant than all the delicacies she had eaten in the previous 20 years. As a food blogger, she had naturally eaten a lot of things. However, no delicacy had ever made her so hungry. Yo-Yo, my dear, here, I'll give you chopsticks. Let's eat together. Bending over, Xiao Qingqing took out 2 pairs of chopsticks from the box. She couldn't wait any longer and poked a hole in the chopsticks packaging before impatiently picking up a mouthful of rice. She had already eaten Yi Bai's snow pear and white fungus soup earlier, so she was mentally prepared and knew that Yi Bai's cooking was superb. But the moment she tasted the fried rice, she was still amazed. The aroma of the fragrant and stir-fried ingredients filled her mouth, and it was not greasy, but smooth and not at all greasy. Xiao Qingqing swears that she has never eaten fried rice like this before. She never imagined that fried rice could taste so good. It only took 2 bites of rice. She was completely won over. It was so delicious that even the little one picked up his chopsticks and started eating the fried rice. He was shaking his head and his little, white face was full of joy. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Yi Bai was running low on food. After a quick count, Yi Bai looked up apologetically at the long queue and shouted, "Everyone, I'm sorry. There are only 5 ingredients left, so customers in the back, please come back tomorrow." "I'm very sorry." As soon as the bad news was announced, the customers in the back of the line immediately looked disappointed. "Oh, handsome boss, what you said was like a death sentence to me. I was never this desperate when I failed the college entrance exam. I was never this sad when my girlfriend cheated on me. Saddened, I am doomed to stay up all night. Alas, today is destined to be a sad day." The sad man went home alone. His back was full of desolation. And as the customers went up, the alley returned to emptiness and tranquility. Yi Bai was also preparing to close up shop. The little guy quickly wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth with a paper towel, and ran over with a tap tap tap, "Daddy, I'll help." "Ahem, I'll help too." Xiao Qingqing was quick to offer her help, as she knew she couldn't turn down a favor. Normally, she is a lazy girl, and would never help with the dishes, let alone wash her own bowl. With the 2.5 people working together, the stall was quickly cleaned up. Xiao Qingqing had seen Yi Bai set up his stall today, and she had a new understanding of the word stall. Brother Bai, I didn't realize your stall business was so good. Ah, it's okay. It's all thanks to the customers, Yi Bai laughed. You must have made a lot of money tonight alone, right? Xiao Qingqing said with curiosity. Of course, Qingqing, my father and I make a lot of money from our stall. The little girl said with a face full of pride. Yi Bai just smiled at this and didn't say much. He had indeed made a lot of money today. Including the lunch in the evening, he had sold more than 500 portions of fried rice. Plus 300 portions of snow pear and white fungus soup. The total sales were more than 6,500 yuan, and after deducting the costs, he had at least made 4,500 to 5,000 yuan. Go to work? You make this much money at work? Chapter 22 Sticky Rice, Purple Sweet Potato Crystal Cake. Bye, Xiao Qingqing. Good night. Before parting, the little boy said goodbye to Xiao Qingqing affectionately. Xiao Qingqing also picked up the little girl and kissed her twice before letting her go. She watched the tricycle gradually recede into the distance. Xiao Qingqing shook her head and smiled. Uncle Chen and the others thought that Yi Bai's story of setting up a stall with her baby was a very sad one. But the truth was just the opposite. They should have come and seen for themselves how popular Yi Bai's stall really is. When she arrived at her little pink BMW, Xiao Qingqing suddenly remembered Chen Mengying. She took out her phone and saw that there were indeed several missed calls. Ha, you deserve it, you trashy girl. She muttered, and quickly called back. What's going on with you? Chen Mengying's tone was a little bad. Nothing happened, I just went out for a midnight snack, but you wouldn't go when I asked you. Xiao Qingqing said with a forced smile. What's with the picture of the little guy? Why are you with her? Chen Mengying asked again. It's fate. Today, one of my followers messaged me, saying that there was a particularly popular fried rice stall, so I rushed over. But I didn't expect that stall to be Yi Bai's. Isn't that a coincidence? Boss Chen, I really think you should come with me and see for yourself. Yi Bai's stall is really popular. And the fried rice he makes is really, really, really delicious, and the snow pear and white fungus soup is just like the taste of first love. Xiao Qingqing is also someone who can't keep things to herself, and quickly spilled the beans. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds, before Chen Mengying's voice came through. The taste of first love? Have you ever been in love? Xiao Qingqing. Well, there's no point in continuing this conversation. She hung up the phone with a click and started the car to go home directly. She had sat on the bench for more than an hour today, and her butt was a little sore, so she needed to go back and take care of it. Chen Mengying, who was far away in the office of the president of the Yalanya hotel chain, was staring at the phone in a daze. What Xiao Qingqing had said was full of information. The food stall was so popular? Did Yi Bai cook so well? In the past. When she got home, Yi Bai helped the little one wash up. Then he ran his hand over her little face and laughed. Yao Yao, go to bed quickly, you have to go to kindergarten tomorrow. Daddy, I want to ask you something. Yi Yao Yao's big, watery eyes looked at Yi Bai. Ask me for something? What is it? Yi Bai was a little confused. What did the little one want? Did she want ice cream in the middle of the night? Daddy, I want to take the weird rice and snow pear and white fungus soup you made to kindergarten for lunch tomorrow. The little one pouted, as if she was going to cry if you didn't say yes. Yi Bai laughed and patted her little head. You just need to go to sleep now. If you don't sleep. He fell asleep in a second. Yi Bai shook his head with amusement. With such a cute little companion, he would definitely not be lonely for the rest of his life. After giving the little girl one last look, he turned and walked out of the bedroom to the courtyard to wash the food truck. You have to do things on the same day as they happen. Otherwise, the longer you put them off, the more lazy you'll become. After spending half an hour cleaning the food truck, Yi Bai washed himself again before lying down in bed. After checking her system points, Yi Bai was surprised to find that she still had 600 points after winning a prize during the day. In the evening, she sold more than 200 fried rice dishes and more than 300 snow pear and white fungus soups, which added up to more than 500 points. Together with the remaining points from the day, she happened to have enough points to enter the lottery 6 times. Without hesitation, Yi Bai entered the lottery all at once. Ding, 100 points used, lottery result, add 1 to physical fitness. Ding, 100 points spent, prize drawn, for Chinese characters. Ding, 100 points spent, prize drawn, the authentic recipe for Lincheng sticky rice. Ding, 100 points spent, prize drawn, the recipe for purple sweet potato crystal cake. Ding, 100 points spent, prize drawn, nothing. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. After the prize draw, Yi Bai, who had looked a little tired, suddenly felt refreshed. The rewards are really plentiful. And I've actually won Constitution again. Although he didn't have a clear idea of what the attributes of Constitution were, the changes in his body told him that if he wanted to improve his Constitution through fitness, he would probably have to spend at least a year in the gym. And apart from Constitution, this time he's also won 2 other good things. Sticky rice goes without saying, it's available in every street and alley in Lincheng. Especially in the morning, 70% of the people eat sticky rice. Purple sweet potato crystal cake is also a good thing, a dessert that is almost impossible to buy on the market. When he makes it, it is bound to be very popular. After the excitement, Yi Bai fell asleep with anticipation for tomorrow. Chapter 23 Food was recognized by the little guy. The next morning, Yi Bai got up early. He had to prepare breakfast for sale today. Having obtained sticky rice, of course he had to make the most of it. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, dressing in a gray tracksuit, Yi Bai got up and left for the market to buy ingredients. Hey, Yi! Still up early. At the intersection, Mr. Chow was still there exercising when he saw Yi Bai coming and greeted him with a smile. Morning, Uncle Chow. Yi Bai smiled back. After a brief chat with the old man, Yi Bai hurried to the market. The owner of the familiar terraced rice shop was a little confused when he saw Yi Bai come in again. What's going on? The day before yesterday, he bought 1 bag of rice. And yesterday, he bought 3 bags of rice. Is it all gone? Cough cough, boss, don't get me wrong, I haven't used up all the rice yet. I'm here today to buy glutinous rice. Glutinous rice? The owner was still confused. Yi Bai explained with a smile, and the owner finally understood, and gave him a thumbs up with a smile. Young people are really capable. Well, okay. Do you have glutinous rice? I want to steam some glutinous rice. Yes, yes, yes. After buying the glutinous rice, Yi Bai went to buy some sago, then various vegetables and purple sweet potatoes, pears, white fungus, and wolfberries. It should be said that the more food there is to make, the more ingredients need to be purchased. If Yi Bai hadn't written down the list before coming, he would have definitely forgotten something today. Yi Bai got home at 5:30 p.m. after buying all the groceries. After tidying up a bit, Yi Bai started to wash the rice and steam the glutinous rice. The taste of steamed glutinous rice is more or less the same. The most important thing is the ingredients. Good ingredients will definitely whet your appetite. Shredded potatoes, seaweed, chili oil, and Chinese knotweed. The cooking time and combination of various ingredients are all a matter of taste. After the sticky rice is done, Yi Bai starts making the pear and white fungus soup. Then it's the purple sweet potato crystal cake. Yi Bai finds a large basin and pours sago, sugar, and warm water into it. The proportions have been mixed long ago. When it softens to a certain degree, it is kneaded into a ball. Then the steamed purple sweet potatoes are peeled and kneaded into small balls. In the last step, wrap the purple sweet potatoes in the dough, then put them in a special container to set and then into the pot. Everything is ready, and Yi Bai starts preparing the ingredients for the weird rice again. It's 7:10 in the morning. Yi Bai goes to the little one's room and directly carries the sleeping little one to the bathroom. Wow, Daddy, am I dreaming? Why did I wake up in the bathroom? Yi Yao Yao looked at herself in the mirror, her face full of surprise. Hurry up and wash up. Daddy made you something delicious today, come and try it later. Yi Bai laughed as he tied the little girl's braids. Something delicious? How delicious? How does it compare to the weird rice? The little girl was excited at the mere mention of delicious food. You'll know for sure when you try it yourself later. Go wash up first, and I'll go check on the pot. Okay, Daddy, you go ahead. Don't worry about Yo-Yo, she can wash up by herself. Okay. When the little girl had finished washing up, breakfast was already on the table. Sticky rice, purple sweet potato crystal cake, and snow pear and white fungus soup. Yao Yao, come and eat. Yi Bai called out as he ate the glutinous rice. It's hard to put into words, but the glutinous rice produced by this system really does have a unique taste. Compared to the glutinous rice sold on the streets, his glutinous rice is more chewy, and the various ingredients mixed in make it explode with flavor in your mouth. Yes. Daddy. Wow, there's my favorite, snow pear and white fungus soup. Hey, is this sticky rice? And what's this? The little one pointed at the purple sweet potato crystal cake, her big eyes full of confusion. She had been alive for more than 3 years, but she had never eaten this before, and she didn't know if it was good or not. Purple sweet potato crystal cake, you try it, dessert. Yi Bai smiled and picked up a piece of purple sweet potato crystal cake and put it in the little one's bowl. Good. The little guy's eyes sparkled as he looked at the purple sweet potato crystal cake in the bowl. He gripped the fork in his right hand and stabbed it in with a pop, before putting it in his little mouth. After chewing lightly, the little guy's eyes widened. Wow, Daddy, this purple sweet potato crystal cake is delicious. It's sweet and not greasy. I'm glad you like it. By the way, first eat the sticky rice, that's the main dish. Yi Bai said, then got up and served the little one a bowl of sticky rice, then picked up a bunch of ingredients and stirred them together to blend them well. The little one didn't like to eat the Chinese spinach, so he didn't put it in either. When a bowl of perfectly blended sticky rice was formed, the little one's mouth watered. Daddy, Daddy, give it to me, give it to me. I want some. Ha, good. Wow, how can this sticky rice be so delicious? It smells so good, ooh. As soon as a mouthful of sticky rice entered his mouth, the little guy suddenly shouted exaggeratedly. Yo-yo, eat slowly, don't choke. Yi Bai reminded. Okay. After finishing eating, Yi Bai was busy clearing the table. The little one, however, ran directly to her bedroom, looking flustered. Yi Bai was a little confused, thinking that the little one was looking for her toys to take to kindergarten. But when the little one came to the kitchen with the lunchbox, he realized that she was taking the lunch to school. Daddy, I'll wash the lunchbox and you fry me a strange meat lunch to take to school, okay? Hee, please, Daddy. As if afraid that Yi Bai would say no, the little one tugged at his sleeve and cooed. Okay, go wash it quickly, Daddy will go fry the rice for you. Yi Bai laughed softly as he bent down to feel his daughter's little face. Daddy is so good. Upon receiving a positive reply, the little one immediately excitedly hugged Yi Bai and kissed him, before finding a basin to catch the water and wash his little lunchbox. The lunchbox was bought before, and has particularly good insulation. So there is no need to worry about the fried rice getting cold. By the time Yi Bai finished frying the rice, the little one's lunchbox was already washed. After putting it in her bag, she rolled her eyes and took another portion of snow pear and white fungus soup and purple sweet potato crystal cake. These two can be eaten as snacks, and the fried rice is the main dish. A reasonable combination. Chapter 24, A Harmonious Father-Child Relationship. After dropping the little one off at kindergarten, Yi Bai watched her go in before leaving. He drove a 3-wheeled vehicle straight to the experimental primary school. It was a very suitable location for selling breakfast, but there were also many other stalls, so competition was fierce. By the time Yi Bai arrived at the experimental primary school, it was already packed. Stall owners, school children, people going to work, and nearby residents had combined to create a street with an exceptionally high flow of people. It was 7:25 a.m., and Yi Bai had arrived a little late. There were already queues forming at the other stalls. And all the good spots had already been taken, so he had to choose a more remote spot to set up his stall. But the flow of people here was really high, and no matter how remote Yi Bai's stall was, people still paid attention to him. It's just that elementary school students love hand-held pancakes and buns, and aren't really interested in glutinous rice. As everyone knows, primary school students love everything except rice. At this time, an old father walked over with a child and said to Yi Bai, "Boss, 1 portion of sticky rice, 3 yuan." The child was unhappy at the idea of eating sticky rice every day and kept shaking his father's arm. Dad, I don't want to eat sticky rice, everyone else wants to eat hand-grabbing cakes, hand-grabbing cakes are delicious, sticky rice is not. No, how can you eat hand-grabbing cakes every day? That's not good for your stomach. Children are generally picky eaters, and this father is going to set his child straight today. Otherwise, they won't eat in the future, how can that be? And the reason why children like hand-grabbing cakes, sausages, hot dogs, chicken fillets and other things is that they often add a lot of chemical elements, and eating too much of them will affect their bodies. I won't eat it. I won't eat sticky rice. I want to eat the pancakes and 2 sausages today, or I won't go to school. The little boy sat down directly on the ground and cried. Yi Bai was a little embarrassed for a moment, but then took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket and watched the show. If there was no accident, the next thing in front of him would be a display of fatherly love. Sure enough, the man's hands slowly reached his waist. As his clothes were lifted, a wolf pattern glistened, dazzling the eyes. The little boy was also stimulated a bit, looked up, and was suddenly shocked, quickly getting up from the ground. Dad, I want to eat sticky rice today, even if you beat me to death, I want to eat sticky rice. Yi Bai. The man. Onlookers. Boss, please pack a portion of sticky rice, thanks. The money has been scanned, right? After tidying up his son, the man then turned to Yi Bai. Okay, just a moment. Yi Bai nodded, then took a small box from the trolley and lifted the white cloth covering the sticky rice. Next, he ladled a small spoonful into the box. Then it was time to open the lid, which was filled with all kinds of side dishes. The moment the lid was opened, the aroma immediately filled the air. What would you like to eat, little friend? I'll pick it out for you. Yi Bai asked, smiling at the little boy. It smells so good. The little boy took a greedy sniff and then impatiently said, Handsome man, I want shredded potatoes, seaweed, and peanuts. No more loofah, and less chili. Okay. Here, take it, kid. Yi Bai said as he served the little boy according to his request. Thanks, uncle. The little boy was just about to take it with his hands, but he realized that he had taken a lonely one. It smells so good. The man showed a satisfied expression on his face while eating the glutinous rice. Seeing this, the little boy immediately became anxious and shouted, Dad, don't eat my food. What will I eat if you eat it? Are you going to starve your own son to death? Even a tiger is reluctant to eat its own cub, and you can't get a mouthful of the fragrant glutinous rice. I remember him grabbing his father's trousers. Don't worry, son, I'll taste it first to make sure it's not poisoned, and then you can have some. While the man was talking, he kept eating. Boy, this glutinous rice is really good. He finished most of it in 2 bites. Dad, I know it's not poisoned, so hurry up and give it to me. The little boy was very impatient, but it was no use. Slurp. Soon, the man cruelly finished eating his own son's breakfast. Oh. Boss, 2 more orders of sticky rice, please. 1 for 3 yuan and 1 for 5 yuan. Okay. Same toppings? Yi Bai asked with a forced smile. This father and son are quite interesting. The 5 yuan one comes with Chinese fleeceflower root, which is the star of the dish. After the man finished speaking, his gaze turned to the Sydney white fungus soup and purple sweet potato crystal cake next to him. I'll have one of those too, to see if they're any good. Sure, big brother, help yourself. Yi Bai said, while scooping up the glutinous rice. The man nodded, then looked at the price list. The snow pear and white fungus soup was 5 yuan for 1 serving. The purple sweet potato crystal cake was 20 yuan for 1 serving. It was a bit expensive, but that was not a problem, as long as it was delicious. Ha! Is this snow pear and white fungus soup really that good? The man froze in his tracks as soon as he took a sip. It's delicious, sweet but not cloying, the best in the world. Dad, I want some too. The little boy knew from his father's expression that it was delicious, so he shouted hurriedly. That is, if he's not tall enough, otherwise he can take it himself. You want shit. Wait until I finish drinking first. The man snapped. After finishing the snow pear and white fungus soup in a few bites, he set his sights on the purple sweet potato crystal cake. Here, I'll give you some of this, don't say I've treated you badly. This time the man didn't forget his son, and while getting one for himself, he also got one for him. The little boy happily accepted it and couldn't wait to taste it. Wow, it's so sweet and sticky, it smells so good. As soon as he took the first bite, the little boy screamed. Children don't lie, if it's delicious, if it's not, it's not. Hearing him scream, the rest of the people around him also looked over. Boss, get some sticky rice. Boss, is this purple sweet potato crystal cake? Give me one too. Damn, 20 yuan for one? Ridiculous. Who cares if it's ridiculous, as long as it's delicious? Hey, order a whole one and try it. Wang, stop chatting with my wife and come over here and buy some food. This glutinous rice smells really good. Are you sure? Then order 2 for me first, I'll be right over. Okay. Chapter 25. The kindergarten kids are crying with hunger. In just a few minutes, Yi Bai's stall was packed with people, most of whom were attracted by the aroma of the glutinous rice dishes. Some people saw others enjoying their food and so joined the queue. There were many stalls in front of the experimental primary school, at least 10 in total, but they all sold more or less the same things: pancakes, ham, hot dogs, buns, etc. And the taste is just so-so, some are even quite unpleasant. Many primary school students eat breakfast in a perfunctory manner. Today, as soon as Yi Bai's stall appeared, it immediately attracted people to gather around. Gradually, customers waiting for their meals have already started queuing up. And business at the other stalls suddenly dried up. Everyone, don't worry, those who want breakfast, just line up and come one by one, Yi Bai said while serving customers with side dishes. Selling breakfast is much easier than selling weird rice dishes. The customers serve themselves the snow fungus and silver ear soup and purple sweet potato crystal cake, and he only needs to serve the sticky rice. Boss, you just serve the food, we'll eat it right away, no need to pack it. Yes, no need to pack it, it's too delicious, I can't wait. Boss, you have to come every day. Your sticky rice and purple sweet potato crystal cake are so fragrant. Everyone line up and order, don't push. In a short while, Yi Bai had already sold nearly 100 servings of glutinous rice and only about the last 5 were left. Seeing this, Yi Bai had to awkwardly shout at the crowd waiting in line, I'm sorry, everyone, the glutinous rice is all gone, so please go to another restaurant. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an instant outcry. But there was nothing they could do. After all, the glutinous rice was sold out. They couldn't just tell Yi Bai to go home and steam it now, could they? For a moment, the hearts of those who hadn't been able to buy the glutinous rice were filled with depression. With thoughts of revenge, they swept the purple sweet potato crystal cake and the snow pear and white fungus soup clean off the shelves. Yi Bai was forced to work another early shift. And as he watched him leave, the surrounding stall owners were all dumbfounded. What the hell? Where did this young man come from? I've never seen him before. It's just a sticky rice dish, right? How can it be so delicious? Isn't that a bit much? For a while, several stall owners looked at Yi Bai's back with resentment. This guy is stealing their business, leaving them with no customers. When he got home, Yi Bai first cleaned the food truck, then went inside to prepare the ingredients for lunch. In fact, it was mainly the ingredients for the purple sweet potato crystal cake and the snow pear and white fungus soup. He had already prepared the side dishes for the strange rice roll the morning before. After everything was ready, Yi Bai glanced at the time and, when he saw that it was about time, he set off directly for his destination. Today's lunch stand was at Waguashan Park. Love Kindergarten. Under the guidance of the teacher, a group of children had already formed a line to receive their meals. In the dining room, several children who had brought their own lunches from home were sitting at their seats, chatting away. Yo-Yo, did you bring your lunch from home today too? Yo-Yo's good friend Yi Xiao looked at her lunchbox curiously and asked. Yes. I like the food my dad makes, so I brought it with me. Yi Yaoyao replied as she placed her lunchbox on the table. What did your dad make for you? Fried rice. Fried rice? Fried rice isn't very tasty, I've had it once before and it was really bad. Xiao Yi's eyes immediately showed disgust. No, my dad's fried rice is completely different from the fried rice you get outside. It's delicious. Really? Xiao Yi looked unconvinced. Then she opened her lunchbox. Here's some lobster my chef made, sweet and sour pork, and stir-fried green peppers with pork. Yao Yao, don't you like pork ribs? How about I share my pork ribs with you? No, I want to eat my dad's weird rice. If I eat your food, I won't be able to eat my dad's. Yi Yaoyao was unmoved by the temptation of the ribs. Xiao Yi wanted to say something else, but at that moment, the other children also came over one after the other with their trays. The kindergarten teacher Yang Feishue was there keeping order. Everyone, hold on to your trays, don't drop them. Yes, Miss Yang. The little kids sat in a row. The kindergarten's lunch today was not bad, with chicken drumsticks, fried rice, fried eggs, stir-fried shredded potatoes, tofu, and yogurt. A few of the impatient kids had already started to dry the rice. Xiaoyi, what delicious food did your chef make for you today? Can I have some? Yi's chef makes really delicious food, I'm so jealous. When I went home last week, I asked my father to hire a chef for the family too. He told me to keep my eyes open when I'm reincarnated. I don't understand. I really envy you guys for being able to bring your own lunch from home. Compared to home, I still prefer the food at kindergarten. My mom's cooking is really. Who isn't? Last time my mom made me a steamed bun and I knocked out a tooth. Yo-yo, did you bring lunch from home today too? Did your dad make it for you? What did he make? A little girl suddenly turned her head and looked at Yi Yo-yo, asking curiously. Before Yi Yo-yo could say anything, Xiaoyi said, fried rice. Fried rice? That's not good. I had it once before, and it was so hard to swallow that it almost choked me to death. Yes, fried rice really isn't tasty, it's greasy. Yi Yaoyao didn't pay any attention to what the other children said, they had never eaten Baba's cooking before and didn't know anything about it. She gave the lunchbox a little tap with her hand and the lid opened automatically. And as the lid opened, an extremely rich aroma drifted out. A group of children who were drying the rice all looked at her at once when they smelt the aroma. Yi Yaoyao greedily took a few breaths of the aroma, then gleefully took out a spoon and ladled a little into her mouth. As she chewed the rice, a look of enjoyment immediately appeared on her face. Wow, Yaoyao, has your fried rice mutated? Why is it so fragrant? Yaoyao, there's something wrong with your fried rice, it's too fragrant. I seriously doubt that this is fried rice. Me too. Several children nearby dropped their chopsticks as soon as they smelled the aroma, and stared at Yi Yaoyao's fried rice without blinking. Xiaoyi's expression was a little dazed too. After quickly tasting the rice in her mouth, she took Yi Yaoyao's arm and said, Yaoyao, can I have a bite? Didn't you say the fried rice wasn't tasty? Now you want to eat it again? The fried rice that Daddy makes is so delicious, you can't help but be attracted by the smell. Xiaoyi is his best friend in kindergarten. Yi Bei taught her that good things should be shared with good friends. So although she didn't want to, she scooped a big spoonful of fried rice onto her chopsticks and offered it to Xiaoyi. Here, have a bite, otherwise if you eat too much I won't be full. Thank you, Yaoyao, you're so nice. Xiaoyi said thank you with a happy face. Then she couldn't wait to use her chopsticks to pick up some fried rice and put it in her mouth. The wonderful taste instantly spread in her mouth, making her little mouth open wide, and her eyes even wider. Wow, this is so good. It's fantastic. After she said that, she took advantage of the fact that Yaoyao wasn't paying attention and scooped another spoonful into her lunchbox. The other children also wanted to grab the food, but Yaoyao covered her lunchbox with her hands. Okay, this is my lunch, you eat your own. Hey, Yaoyao, your fried rice smells so good, can I have a bite? After eating 2 bites of fried rice, Xiaoyi was still a little unsatisfied, so she begged. The other children also shouted. Yo-yo, I'll trade you my toy dog for a bite of your fried rice, okay? Yo-yo, if you give me a bite of fried rice, I'll steal my mom's wedding ring for you when we get back. Me too, I'll give you my grandfather's coffin money. I'll give you my dad's big gold tooth. My family has an ancestral jade seal that you can use to crack walnuts. Chapter 26 Yaoyao Baby is crying. Yi Bai was in a good mood as he rode his bike down the street. Although the past 2 days had been busy, they had been incredibly fulfilling. Compared to the boring days he used to spend at the villa, he liked the present much better. Although the material aspects of life were not as good as before, the spiritual quality had greatly improved. At this time, the red light in front of him turned on. As a model citizen, Yi Bai of course could not ride his tricycle through the red light. He stopped and began to count up the profits of the morning in his head. Well, he sold 100 portions of glutinous rice, over 200 cups of snow pear and white fungus soup, and 50 portions of purple sweet potato crystal cake. That should be over 2,000 yuan. And there are over 300 bonus points. Looks like there's a chance to break 1,000 points today. I wonder what I'll get in the evening lottery. As he thought about it, Yi Bai couldn't help but feel a little excited. He found that he had become addicted to the lucky draw. Although there were more thank you gifts, the things that could be drawn were all good things. It could strengthen his body while also diversifying his stall. Drip drip drip. However, just as he was guessing what the next lucky draw would be, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. When he took it out, he saw that it was teacher Yang Feishue. Yi Bai's brows furrowed. If teacher Yao Yao called it this time, did that mean she was afraid of being delayed? Yi Bai quickly answered the phone. However, at this time, the red light turned green, and the sound of horns from all around made it impossible for him to hear what was being said on the other end of the line. There was nothing he could do, so Yi Bai had to temporarily place his phone on the seat cushion and drive the three-wheeled vehicle towards the parking lot next to the road. Oh. Just as Yi Bai was about to park, he noticed that the phone had hung up. A few seconds before the phone hung up, he heard his baby daughter crying, and his heart sank. Could something have happened to his daughter? At the thought of this possibility, Yi Bai suddenly became anxious and hurriedly restarted the car and rushed to the kindergarten. It was about 5 kilometers from the Loving Heart Kindergarten, and in his desperation, Yi Bai directly ran through 2 red lights and hurried to the school. It was lunchtime, when the children were eating lunch and taking a nap. Yi Bai's tricycle naturally could not drive to the school, so he quickly took out his phone and called teacher Yang. He was extremely worried. His mind was full of thoughts. Has the little girl fallen, bumped into something, been hit, has she got diarrhea, or is she being bullied by other children? Hello, Yao Yao's father. Yi Bai had already seen Yang Feishue when her voice came over the line, and she was hurrying over. Yao Yao's father. Yao Yao is actually fine, she just spilled her lunch and she's crying. Yang Feishue said as she walked up to Yi Bai. At the same time, she gave Yi Bai a thumbs up for his responsible attitude. He really is a good and responsible father. No wonder Yao Yao is always so happy and carefree. As a kindergarten teacher, she has seen too many irresponsible parents. Sometimes when something happens to a child at school, the parents don't seem to take it seriously at all. Busy, meetings, and other excuses. They even sound like they think they don't have to take responsibility for their children once they've handed them over to the school. Phew. Hearing this, Yi Bai let out a long breath. I was really worried about him just now. Teacher Yang, can I go in and have a look? Yi Bai asked. Of course you can. Please come in. Under teacher Yang's guidance, Yi Bai quickly arrived at the children's dining room of the kindergarten. Upon entering, he saw at a glance that there were several children gathered around a rectangular table in the middle. There was also an overturned, piggy-patterned lunchbox on the floor, and the familiar strange rice, snow pear and white fungus soup, and purple sweet potato crystal cake inside were scattered all over the floor. The rich aroma has not dissipated yet. Several children are staring at the food on the floor, swallowing, and 2 of them are even preparing to pick it up and eat it. And next to them is his precious daughter, Yao Yao. At this moment, a long string of crystal tears hangs on the little girl's white and plump face. A little boy keeps apologizing to the little girl with his head down. Yi Yao Yao, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to spill your lunch. How about you have my lunch? It has beef, potatoes, and cut, tang xiaolong. Is your lunch as good as the one Yao Yao Baba made? How could you do that? It was such a delicious meal. Tang xiaolong, I think you should be executed by slow torture for wasting such a good meal. Cut him into 5 pieces and let the horses pull the pieces. Oh, Tang Xiaolong, you are a sinner for all eternity. Yi Yao Yao didn't blame the little boy, but she was a bit upset because she didn't get any lunch. The other children, however, kept on blaming the little boy and even wanted to have 5 horses pull the pieces of his body apart. Xiaoyi wanted to let everyone taste the food her chef uncle had made, but after taking a bite herself, she didn't want to eat a second mouthful. Compared to the food made by Yao Yao's parents, the chef at home was a far cry from being good. It was like 2 different worlds. It was the same food, but why did it taste so different? She silently put away her lunchbox, and Xiaoyi also joined the ranks of those who were against Chen Xiaolong. If Yao Yao's lunch hadn't been overturned, then with her relationship with Yao Yao, she would have definitely been able to have a few bites. Now, she wouldn't even get a bite. Yao Yao! Yi Bai shouted over to her. The little girl had been sad just a second ago, but suddenly she heard a voice that was incredibly familiar. She looked up and became excited. Daddy! Daddy! The little girl was first full of surprise, then suddenly a little aggrieved, and threw herself into Yi Bai's arms. Yi Bai quickly bent down to pick up the little one, patted her on the back, then took out a tissue to wipe her nose. Yo-yo, didn't you say yesterday that you were no longer a 3-year-old child? Why did you cry when you spilled your lunchbox? Aren't you ashamed? Smiling, he gave the little one's nose a little nudge, and Yi Bai laughed teasingly. Seeing that his daughter was fine, he also felt relieved. Yi Bai's appearance also made the little one's depression immediately disappear and turn into full happiness. Hooking his hands around Yi Bai's neck, he had no intention of coming down. It's good to have a father. The other children also looked at them enviously. Don't think that children don't understand, they are the most sensitive to things like family affection. Thinking about his parents at home, who are so busy they are overwhelmed, he suddenly felt a little like crying. A few of Yi Yaoyao's close friends also came over and called Yi Bai uncle. The other children, your food is on the table, if you don't eat it soon it will get cold, so hurry up and eat your own food. Yang Feishuai drove the children, who had formed a circle, to their seats and told them to eat their food. Tang Xiaolong blushed and didn't move. He was also very hungry, but he had accidentally knocked over Yi Yaoyao's lunch. So he had to give her his lunch. As for himself? Well, he could starve. After a hunger strike, he would probably not be able to find a wife anyway. Xiaoyi also did not go to eat her own meal. After tasting Yao Yao's father's fried rice, she could not eat anything else. Daddy, Yao Yao is hungry. The little boy pouted his lips and looked at Yi Bai with grievances. Yang Feishuai smiled bitterly, Yo-Yo's father, I don't want to trouble you with this either. But Yo-Yo's lunch, which she brought with her, was accidentally knocked over by the little boy Tang Xiaolong. She doesn't eat the food at the kindergarten or the cafeteria. But she can't go without eating, and she kept crying. I had no choice but to call you. Upon hearing this, the little guy suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He buried his little head in Yi Bai's arms and muttered, I just want to eat the food you cook. Chapter 27. Yi Yaoyao was envied by the children. Yi Bai smiled and patted the little guy's head, then smiled at the embarrassed Tang Xiaolong and said, Kid, go have lunch. The little boy looked up and saw Yi Bai's gentle smile, and his heart finally settled. Don't look at children as tough, but they are actually very afraid of making mistakes, especially in front of strangers. Thank you, uncle. Nodding obediently, Tang Xiaolong returned to his seat and began to dry his rice. Little Yi, aren't you going to eat? Xiao Yi and Yi Yaoyao were close, and Yi Bai came to pick up the little guy every day, so of course he knew him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's big eyes immediately looked at Yi Bai, and she said a little shyly, Uncle Bai, my rice isn't very tasty, I want to eat your fried rice, is that okay? Please, uncle. Upon hearing this, the other children, who were busy cooking their own meals, suddenly stopped what they were doing and looked at Yi Bai with the same gaze. Uncle, we want to eat the fried rice you make too. Uncle Bai, I want to drink the snow pear and white fungus soup you make. Handsome Uncle Bai, I want to eat the purple sweet potato crystal cake you make. Mighty and handsome Uncle Bai, I want. Handsome and kind-hearted Uncle Bai, I want. Everyone loves you, Uncle Bai, everyone's tire blows when they see you. A bunch of little brats have stopped eating and are all turning to look at Yi Bai. Yang Feishuai is a little speechless. Do the children in her class need to be so naughty? And who taught them all these words anyway? They don't usually praise themselves. Hey! Forcing the little heads to turn to their own meals, Yang Feishuai said angrily, eat your own meals properly. In the face of absolute force, a group of little ones had to give in. But soon they found a loophole. Teacher Yang only has 2 hands, so at most she can hold down the heads of 2 children at the same time, and the rest. Soon found a loophole in the kindergarten cafeteria. One of the female teachers was pressing the children's heads like a game of whack-a-mole, but as soon as she let go, the little heads immediately turned back. For a moment, Yang Feishuai was both angry and amused. Daddy, I'll eat the food from the kindergarten cafeteria. Yi Yaoyao suddenly said. She felt that her father was working too hard, and she wanted to help. She could wait until the evening to eat the food her father had made. Yi Bai stroked the little girl's head. She had been crying a moment ago. The little girl had always been very strong and never cried when she got into trouble. It seemed that she really wanted to eat the food she had made. Turning to Yang Feishuai, Yi Bai asked, Teacher Yang, my daughter really wants to eat something I've made. Can I use your kindergarten's kitchen for a while? I have the ingredients in my car, and if it's okay, I'd like to cook 2 dishes for Yao Yao. The food truck only had a portable gas stove, and there was not even a knife, so naturally there was no way to cook. They had to borrow the kindergarten's kitchen. However, kindergartens generally have strict rules, so they weren't sure if it would work. Yang Feishuai hesitated for a few seconds. This request does not violate the school rules, but I just don't know if the kitchen staff will agree. Yao Yao's father, I'll go ask the kitchen staff first. If they agree, I'll let you know. Thank you, Miss Young. You're welcome. After Yang Feishue left, Yi Yaoyao excitedly kissed Yi Bai's face, cheering, Daddy, you're so good, I love you. Xiao Yi also looked up, full of envy, and said, Yao Yao, your father is really good to you. She was actually very envious. Although I am also very good to her, I am busy at work all day long and don't even know what I like to eat. Not to mention cooking for myself. Moreover, her father can't cook at all. Xiao Yi even wanted to trade her father for Yao Yao's. The other children also looked over enviously. At this moment, only Yi Yao Yao's father was here. None of their parents were around. Naturally, they felt an imbalance in their hearts. They only felt that Yi Yao Yao was so happy to have such a good father. And looking at the envious glances of the other children, Yi Yao Yao was also incredibly proud, and she held onto Yi Bai's hand even tighter, not wanting to let go. While waiting for Teacher Yang, Yi Bai thought about it and felt that neither the strange rice or the glutinous rice was quite suitable for lunch. So he just chose the lottery. Ding, 100 points consumed by the host, lottery win, thank you for your patronage. Ding, 100 points consumed by the host, lottery win, advanced stir-fried pork technique. Ding, 100 points consumed by the host, lottery win, French proficiency. Hiss. Yi Bai felt a sudden jolt as the rewards for knowledge and skills were drawn. His experience and knowledge flooded his mind, muscles, and nerves like a sudden burst of inspiration, and gradually began to come together. It didn't feel unfamiliar at all, it was as if he had always known how to do it. Did he get the stir-fried pork? Yi Bai wondered to himself. That's good, I can cook it for the little one later. As for being fluent in French, that stuff should also come in handy. After all, his food truck is quite popular right now, and he might meet foreign customers one day. After a short while, Mr. Yang returned with good news. The kitchen staff had agreed. Yi Yao Yao immediately let out a cheer. A smile appeared on Yi Bai's face as well, and he walked outside with his precious daughter in his arms. When they arrived at the food truck, he took some pork and seasonings from it and followed Mr. Yang to the back. Yi Yao Yao followed him on her short legs. She didn't want to be separated from Yi Bai when he was the only one there. There was only one head chef and 4 assistants in the kitchen at the back of the kindergarten. Now that lunch was over, they were all free and slowly tidied up the kitchen. Yi Bai entered the kitchen carrying a tray of food, and everyone looked at him curiously. Is this Yi Yao Yao's father? He doesn't look like he can cook. Just now, Yang Feishue came in and said that Yi Yao Yao's lunch made the other children cry with envy, and in the end, she even accidentally spilled her lunch. For a moment, they were a little hard to understand. It's just a fried rice, right? How delicious can it be? The head chef is a middle-aged fat man, and the fat on his belly is probably comparable to the amount of fat that needs to be killed during the new year. He nodded to Yi Bai and said expressionlessly, you can use all these stoves and kitchenware. If you need help, they can help too. Thanks, but I can manage on my own. I just want to cook a few home-style dishes for my daughter, Yi Bai said sincerely, and then got started. The head chef and his assistants kept watching from the side. The food served in the canteen at the loving kindergarten was quite good, with many hard dishes that were delicious and appetizing. Unlike other kindergartens, the food is light and low in oil and water. No soy sauce, no MSG. It is even called healthy carbohydrates, protein, and dietary fiber. If the children don't even have an appetite, how can they grow up healthy? Of course, all of this is actually just because the tuition fees at other kindergartens are low, and they are reluctant to spend money on food. The head chef is also very depressed. The food is so rich and delicious, and there are so many dishes, but the children still picky? If you're going to pick, why do you have to eat fried rice? With a critical attitude, the head chef stared at Yi Bai without blinking, wanting to see if this guy could actually cook. Yang Feishue was also watching Yi Bai cook. At the kitchen door, there were a few more little heads looking in. Needless to say, they were Yi Yao Yao's classmates. Of course, they didn't all come. Only Xiao Yi and the others came. Chapter 28, 131-4520. Daddy, let me help you wash the vegetables. Just like at home, Yi Yao Yao volunteered to help Yi Bai. Of course, she could only wash the vegetables. She couldn't even touch the cutting. Otherwise, there was a high possibility of eating her own flesh during dinner. Okay, then you wash the vegetables, garlic shoots, and green peppers. Yi Bai nodded and smiled. Okay. Yi Yao Yao looked left and right, then moved a small stool over, stood on it and started washing the vegetables. Yang Feishua looked a little stunned. Is this little girl so sensible? At this age, don't children just play with toys and watch cartoons? Moreover, parents these days treasure their children so much, where would they let them do a little work? In kindergarten, she felt a sense of accomplishment when she asked the children to put their own plates in the sink. Some of the naughty ones would just eat and run, leaving their plates behind. Yi Yaoyao's initiative to help wash the vegetables really surprised her. At the same time, she was also extremely curious about Yi Bai's method of education. How exactly did she teach her to be so obedient and sensible? After boiling the pork in the pot for a while, Yi Bai took it out and rinsed it. Then he cut it into slices. He was very fast and his movements were very smooth, without a hint of hesitation. It was pleasing to watch. An amateur looks at the excitement, while a professional looks at the essentials. The head chef nodded. He really was good at what he did. He has been cutting meat for many years and can tell at a glance that each slice is 3 millimeters thick and uniform, without any deviation. The key is that he also cuts very quickly. These 2 points are not difficult if they are not combined. But trying to do them at the same time is extremely difficult. This also shows that Yi Bai's knife skills are extraordinary, and he is incomparable. At this moment, Yi Yaoyao also finished washing the garlic shoots, and when she picked them up, she didn't forget to shake off the water. This is what Yi Bai usually taught her. And the little one is very smart, able to remember after just one teaching. Daddy, I'm done washing them, here you go. Yi Yaoyao rolled up the sleeves of her hands and wore a bright smile on her face. Yi Bai took the garlic shoots, placed them on the cutting board and cut them into small sections, then prepared the other ingredients. The others watched Yi Bai's smooth and flowing movements and realized. He didn't say he didn't need help because he was being polite or arrogant. He really didn't need help. His hands were steady and fast, and it seemed like the entire kitchen had become his personal domain. He was in control. 10 minutes later, a fragrant dish of stir-fried pork was ready. The kitchen was suddenly filled with the aroma. Just one whiff was enough to whet the appetite. It was so fragrant. Yang Feishua couldn't help exclaiming, the smell was really too tempting. It made her mouth water. She hadn't even had lunch. Now that she was smelling the aroma of the stir-fried pork, her stomach was already grumbling. Her face flushed, and she quickly covered her embarrassment with a cough. The head chef and his assistants couldn't help but swallow their saliva either. This fried pork is simply a rice-enhancing miracle. It smells so good, and it's so delicious that it'll make you want to fly away after eating it. The head chef also knows how to make fried pork, and he thinks his fried pork is just as good as the real thing, with the same delicious aroma and taste. But now that he saw Yi Bai's dish, he instantly felt inferior. There was no comparison, not even a little. And just now, when he watched Yi Bai make the dish, he noticed a lot of details that he had never thought of before, and he had sort of learned a little from Yi Bai. The chef's young assistants were also transfixed, and their eyes shone with admiration. Yi Bai was not much older than they were, but her cooking had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. This dish of twice-cooked pork has left them in awe. In the kitchen, the sound of swallowing can be heard constantly. If you didn't know any better, you'd think some beautiful woman was being surrounded by a few rascals, preparing to embark on some sacred and solemn project. Yay! Daddy, it smells so good. Can I eat it now? Yi Yaoyao is almost in tears with hunger, looking at the tempting aroma and color of the twice-cooked pork on the plate. Don't worry, sweetheart. Daddy will fry 2 more dishes, it will be ready soon. Yi Bai smiled and covered the fried pork with a lid to prevent the aroma from spreading. Okay, Daddy. Can you hurry it up a little bit? Yao Yao is very hungry. In order to eat the food as soon as possible, the little one also used his own coquettish stunts. Okay, baby. Yi Bai naturally would not refuse the little one's request. Turning to the head chef, who had been in a daze, Yi Bai asked, "Can I use the pan again?" "Ha? Oh. But, yes. Master. I'll spit on you, handsome." The head chef came back from his daze and his speech was a bit incoherent. He did want to become Yi Bai's apprentice, but he knew that Yi Bai would never accept him. One reason was his age, and the other was his appearance. After all, Yi Bai was so handsome, and taking him on as an apprentice would be a bit of a shame. The head chef was still a bit self-aware about this. Yi Bai nodded with a smile, and then fired up the other wok. In order not to let his little treasure go hungry, he chose to go for a 2-pronged approach. One wok was stir-frying sliced pork with green peppers, and the other was stir-frying arrowhead, a very tasty vegetable. Yi Bai always combines meat and vegetables in the little one's meals. Yang Feishue, the head chef, the 4 assistants, and the pile of little heads at the door all watched in awe. What the hell is this? Yi Bai's left and right hands were doing different things at the same time, because the seasonings for the stir-fried green peppers and pork and the stir-fried arrowhead tips were different. But almost at the same time, Yi Bai put different seasonings on the left and right sides, and the amounts were different. Is this the legendary art of fighting with oneself? A young man thought to himself. The scene was very shocking. A group of young people couldn't help applauding. The aromas of the stir-fried green pepper and pork and the stir-fried Chinese yam with garlic spread out, and the few people in the kitchen couldn't help but start salivating again. Yi Bai had no system to help her with these 2 dishes. But as the saying goes, knowing one is knowing 100. The principles and techniques of making some dishes are actually interrelated. So for these 2 dishes, Yi Bai's level was not at the limit, but at least 90 points or above. The 3 simple dishes took less than 20 minutes in total. But there were 131-4520 sounds of mouth-watering in the kitchen. Teacher Yang, have you had lunch yet? Do you want to eat together? After serving the 2 dishes on plates, Yi Bai smiled and invited. The plates in the kitchen were large, and Yi Bai had made generous portions, so there was enough for an extra person. I really haven't eaten yet, but I don't know if this is a good idea. Never mind then. Well, since Yao Yao's father has so graciously invited us, let's eat together. Before Yi Bai could say anything, Yang Feishue had already changed her mind. And after she had said it, she seemed to be afraid that Yi Bai would refuse, so she even went over to help serve the rice. Everyone. Yi Bai found a tray, put all 3 dishes on it, then picked up the tray and said to the little girl, Yao Yao, let's go to the dining room and eat. Yes. Yes. The little one was jumping up and down, overjoyed. There was only one thing on her mind: dry rice. Dry poop and make rice. The little heads at the kitchen door stared at Yi Bai with hungry expressions. Yi Bai smiles slightly and says, let's go. We'll all eat together. Oh yeah, hurrah. Yo-Yo's dad, you're so handsome. Yo-Yo's dad, you're the handsomest man in the world, without a single rival. My dad is not even worthy to hold your shoes. The little ones jump around excitedly. Only the head chef and a few assistants look on, their mouths watering. Usually they don't go hungry in the kitchen, but now they feel very hungry. Yi Bai's stir-fried pork was simply too tempting. But they also knew their own limitations. Although Yi Bai's portion was quite large, if they added to it, there would definitely not be enough to go around. So it was not good to go up and beg for food. They could only lament in their hearts. The beauty was right in front of them, but unfortunately, the old man. Chapter 29 fell 3,000 feet straight down. In the dining room, Yi Bai, his daughter, Yang Feishue, and Xiao Yi sat together with the other children. Let's eat, I know you're all hungry. Yi Bai looked at the several people who were drooling furiously and said with a smile. Thank you, Yao Yao's father, I won't be polite then. Yang Feishue also lost her usual reserve at this time, took the chopsticks and picked up a piece of fried pork. The other children naturally weren't polite either, and they all started eating. Yao Yao, let's start too. There were only 3 dishes, but they were generous portions and all went well with rice. The rich aroma filled the restaurant. The other children couldn't sit still any longer and stood up, all gathering around Yi Bai. Wow! Wow wow wow! Is this fried pork? It looks delicious. Yao Yao, is it delicious? Yao Yao, your dad is amazing, the food smells so good. Yi Yao Yao was so excited that she took a bite of the pork and a bite of the rice. It certainly was delicious. The little one's mouth was bulging, looking just like a hamster that had stolen some food. Yang Feishue didn't care about her appearance either, and she gulped down most of the bowl of rice in one go. Yao Yao's father, you really know how to cook this pork, I've never had such delicious meat before. My diet plan might have to be scrapped. Ha ha. Yi Bai gave a faint smile, having long expected Yang Feishue's reaction. Yo-Yo, eat slowly, it's not good to eat fast. After reminding his daughter, he also switched to the dry rice mode. The little girl obediently slowed down a little, but only a little. Yikes! Tang Xiaolong, what's wrong with you? Your saliva is dripping onto your clothes? Yang Feishue was just about to get up to serve the rice when she saw a large group of children surrounding her, and several of them had already started drooling. Without thinking, she quickly pulled out a paper towel and turned around to wipe their drool. It was no exaggeration to say that Tang Xiaolong and the other little boy's drool was now like a waterfall, falling 3,000 feet straight down, but they themselves were unaware of it. Their eyes were fixed on the stir-fried pork on the table, like wolves that had been hungry for 3 days. Yang Feishue was a little flustered for a moment, as there was so much drool from the children around her. It's impossible to wipe them all off. The cleaning lady and security guard outside were also attracted to the scene and stood at the entrance to the cafeteria, looking inside. What dish is the cafeteria cooking today? Why does it smell so good? As a result, as soon as they poked their heads in, they saw the sight of a group of children drooling. Hey, this is a dish made by Yao Yao's father. I just saw him go into the kitchen. Is the young man such a good cook? The aroma of the dish even reached the security booth. Damn, those kids are drooling. Not to mention the kids, I'm an adult and I'm almost drooling too. Ha, Lao Wang, you're not alone. Get lost. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. And some people who liked to post videos even turned on their phone's camera functions to record the scene. Seeing that so many kids were almost crying with hunger, Yibai gave a helpless smile and said, "Kids, why don't you bring your plates over now, and I'll give you a little bit of food on your plates, okay?" As soon as he said this, a group of children around him suddenly became excited and shouted, jumping up and down. Really, Uncle? Uncle, you are so caring. Uncle, your unintentional action has saved a living creature. Uncle, I can never repay you for your kindness, so why don't you adopt me as your son? Uncle, I am on particularly good terms with Yao Yao, and I used to often let him play with my toys. Can I have a little bit more food? Uncle, I am Yao Yao's future husband. Ha! Yi Bai's eyes turned sharp, and his gaze at Tang Xiaolong was full of ill will. And the little guy who was drying the rice heard this and also turned his head and rolled his eyes at Tang Xiaolong. Don't talk nonsense, you don't know me well. Future husband? After saying it with a disgusted look, the little guy immediately turned his head and continued drying the rice. The children ran over from all sides with their own plates, looking very eager. There was no choice, if they were any later, they might not even get any leftovers. There were too many people, so Yi Bai and Yang Feishue helped the children to pick food. Those who wanted to eat vegetables had to line up, one by one. Those who didn't line up or cut in the queue would not get any food. Once she said this, the ragtag group instantly became a regular army, and they were so well behaved. Seeing that other children were trying to take her food, Yi Yao Yao's eyes bulged, and she finished her rice twice as quickly. She had been eating 1 mouthful of meat and 1 mouthful of rice, but now she changed it to 2 mouthfuls of meat and 1 mouthful of rice. There were a lot of children, and Yi Bai had only made 3 dishes, so there wasn't enough to go around. So she had to reduce the amount. One child had 1 piece of fried pork, 1 piece of Chinese taro tips, and 1 piece of green pepper and shredded pork. The main reason was to satisfy the cravings of these children, who had food on their plates. Uncle, can I have an extra piece of fried pork? A little boy looked at Yi Bai pitifully, begging for just 1 more bite of meat. Before Yi Bai could say anything, Yang Feishue hurriedly said with a stern face, "No, if you say anything else, there won't be any left." "Oh, I won't say any more. Don't take back my fried pork." After the little boy finished speaking, it seemed that he was really afraid that the fried pork in the bowl would be snatched, so he grabbed it directly with his hands and sent it to his mouth. "Wow, this is so bad, my mom's cooking is nothing compared to this, she's not worthy of comparison." The little boy's eyes were shining as he ate. Yi Bai gave a slight smile, and then shouted, "Okay, the next child come up." When it was Tang Xiaolong's turn, Yi Bai's mouth corners rose slightly. "Here, have some more, I'll give you some more." Tang Xiaolong's expression suddenly became full of surprise, and he shouted excitedly, "Thank you, uncle, thank you, uncle." Yi Bai nodded, and then he filled the little guy's plate with garlic shoots, garlic, green onions, and green peppers. Tang Xiaolong looked at the plate of ingredients and his face immediately fell. "Uncle, there's no meat here, I don't want the ingredients, I want meat." "This is meat, it's just that uncle didn't cut it well and it's all in 1 piece." Yi Bai pointed at the garlic head and said with a smile. "Because the sauce is darker in color and the garlic head is mixed with the lean meat, it really looks like it. It's just that the shape is quite different." "Really? Uncle, you're not lying to me, are you? In that case, I have several pieces of meat?" Looking at the several bulging pieces of meat on the plate, Tang Xiaolong suddenly smiled. He ran back to his seat, couldn't wait to pick up a piece of meat, and chewed it twice. Something's wrong. But it still smells good. Forget it, this should be Yao Yao's father's unique technique. Hurry up and eat it, or else someone will take it away later. Chapter 30 Music Festival. There were quite a few children. And Yi Bai's 3 dishes were shared among less than half of them, and the dishes were already empty. But by this time, Yi Yao Yao had already finished eating. She lay on the chair with her arms around her round belly, her little face full of happiness. "Yeah. I ate too much," burp. Yi Bai smiled and poured a glass of water for the little one, and then took out a paper towel to wipe her mouth. Yang Feishue was in a difficult situation, however. There were still a dozen children who had not yet had the stir-fried pork that Yi Bai had made. They were holding their plates in line, looking at the empty dish, and were about to burst into tears. Kindergarten management of children, whether it is eating or playing, well, that must be done fairly and impartially, and everyone gets the same attention. Otherwise, the little ones will not agree, and they will feel unbalanced. Feeling unbalanced makes you cry. Sure enough, a few of the children had already started to cry. Yang Feishue tried to persuade them for a long time, but instead of being helpful, the crying got even louder. "Zhang Shihao, didn't I just give you some meat? Why are you crying too?" Yang Feishue was at a loss for words. There was nothing she could do about these little ones. So she looked at Yi Bai for help. "I'll go to the kitchen again then." Yi Bai smiled and didn't mind. These little gluttonous kids won't stop until they get their double-cooked pork. Yi Bai went to the kitchen again. The head chef and the others already knew that there were a bunch of crying kids in the restaurant. My goodness! How delicious is the food that young man makes? Can it make those picky kids so hungry? This time, the head chef and the others were obviously much more polite to Yi Bai. "Young man, are you going to make fried pork again this time?" "Yes, yes." The head chef suddenly perked up, then said a little apologetically, "Young man, can I record the cooking process on my phone? I want to learn how to make fried pork from you." After saying this, his face turned red. A man in his 40s was asking a junior for advice. And he was so brazen. Such superb fried pork must be a unique skill. He didn't know how to ask for it, and at the same time, he was prepared to be rejected. But Yi Bai casually accepted. "Sure, go ahead." Yi Bai didn't have any rejection or airs. He didn't have the time to teach others how to cook, but he wasn't stingy enough to not let others watch and learn. Yi Bai very efficiently fried a garlic pork stir-fry and a stir-fry of sliced pork with green peppers, and the portions were much larger than the last time. When the dishes were served in the dining room, the children silently withdrew their cries. Their eyes shone with excitement as they stared at the freshly cooked pork. Yang Feishue gave the children a funny look and pinched their cheeks. "Are you possessed by an actor? You're so good at acting, you'll become a star when you grow up, right?" This time, without being told by the teacher, the children already formed a line of their own accord. Yi Bai did not help Yang Feishue with the dishes this time, as he was still hungry himself. After finishing their meal at the kindergarten and playing with the children for a while, Yi Bai and the little ones exchanged hugs before leaving the kindergarten. When they heard that he was leaving, the children were very reluctant to let him go. It was as if they were seeing off a big leader, and they all gathered around him, putting on their most solemn expressions. "Uncle, are you coming back tomorrow?" "Uncle, I want to eat your sweet and sour pork again tomorrow, is that okay?" "Uncle, have a good trip. We'll take good care of Yo-Yo. I'll let her play with all my toys this afternoon." "Uncle, where are you setting up your stall?" "I'll send my useless dad to buy the sweet and sour pork." "Uncle, I wish you a safe trip. If you disappear halfway, cough cough." The security guard at the gate looked a little confused, and Yi Bai walked over to him, and he forgot to open the school gate. It was only after Yang Feishue reminded him that he reacted and opened the door. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "Yao Yao's father is really something. A single dish of fried pork belly has actually conquered the entire kindergarten. But these little guys are really cute. What the hell is missing halfway? And the last sentence is back to madness?" At this time, the time is neither early nor late. 12:40. After a moment of hesitation, Yi-bai decided to go to the market. She went to the nearest market and bought some side dishes for the stir-fried pork. Yi-bai was going to go to Huagua Mountain Park, but when she passed by Sunshine Plaza, she suddenly saw a huge stage set up in the middle of the plaza. Colorful lights, stunning sound effects, and a huge crowd. The scene was incredibly lively. This is the perfect environment for her to set up her stall. Yi-bai gave a small smile. He had been worried that he wouldn't sell all the ingredients he had brought for lunch, but now it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Riding the tricycle food truck, Yi-bai turned directly into an alley near Sunshine Square. The alley was already full of stalls. Handmade soy milk, fried potatoes, fried baba, clay pot chicken, grilled chicken legs, roasted sweet potatoes, grilled corn. It was hard to tell whether Yi-bai was just lucky or if it was just fate. When he arrived, there happened to be an empty stall, and his tricycle could just about fit inside. After parking it, he quickly set up his stall. The owners of the surrounding stalls couldn't help but take a second look at him. But when they saw that he mainly sold fried rice, they shook their heads. It was the middle of the day, and how could a few people like to eat a staple food? It must be that snacks and drinks sell well. This young man can't think straight, and it takes wisdom to make money from a stall. For a moment, the owners of the surrounding stalls all looked at Yi-bai as if he were a joke. Through the conversations of the people around him, Yi-bai also learned that today was the music festival, which was why the flow of people here was so terrifying. Around Sunshine Plaza, there are not only various food stalls, but also many fruit stalls, snowman ice cities, dessert shops, and adult products. Don't ask why this kind of thing is here. Do you really think that people come here just to listen to music? At this time, there is still half an hour before the music festival begins. Before people watch the music festival, they can also participate in a food show. After all, as the saying goes, if you want to get things done, you must first eat your fill. Boss, 2 orders of fried potatoes. Boss, 2 orders of chicken legs. Boss, 2 orders of sausages. Boss, give me 2 wives. While the other stalls were gradually opening, Yi-bai's stall was temporarily quiet. Fried rice was not as attractive as snacks such as sausages, stinky tofu, and chicken in a clay pot. Only some young girls, when passing by Yi-bai's stall, couldn't help but stop and take a second look. They were obviously attracted by Yi-bai's good looks. But as soon as they saw that he was selling fried rice, they lost interest instantly. The sun is shining, it's hot as hell, who would want to eat this? Yi-bai is not in a hurry, and waits patiently. Just then, his phone suddenly rings. He takes it out and sees that it's a video call from his precious daughter. Chapter 31. No fan base without me? Of course Yi-bai would not ignore his daughter's call. Hello, Daddy, have you already started your stall? As soon as the call connected, the little one's soft and pliable voice came through. Yi-bai was just about to say something when his gaze suddenly froze. In the video, the little one's former desk was piled high with snacks and toys like a small mountain. She is now chewing on a hairy idiot lollipop, her little face puffed out. She is also holding a pile of snacks, showing them off to Yi-bai and asking if he wants some. Yi-bai shakes his head and smiles. With all these snacks, he knows without a doubt that it must be thanks to his cooking of fried pork for lunch. Now, I'm afraid that my baby daughter has become a popular girl at kindergarten. Yo-yo, eat less snacks. Yi-bai reminded her. Many snacks nowadays have a lot of additives, and eating too much of them is not good for children's health. Okay, Daddy. I'll stop eating lollipops after this one, hee. Yi-yo-yo nodded obediently. She never ignores Yi-bai's words, and she always keeps her promise. Daddy, where are you setting up your stall today? Is it hot where you are? If it is, I won't be there in the afternoon, I'll go home and rest. When your little darling gets out of school, we'll go to the night snack stand together. The little guy looked at the scorching sun over there on the video and suddenly felt a little sorry for his old father. The tone of his voice was even more like that of a little adult. Ha, my little darling, it's not for nothing that I love you, you know how to care about your father. But don't worry, the sun is a bit strong, but I have an umbrella here, so I won't get sunburnt. I'm setting up a stall in Sunshine Square, and there's even a music festival here. Yi-bai said, turning the camera of his mobile phone upside down to point it at a huge music festival poster. On the poster were several young and beautiful young singers. Wow, it's actually Sister Chundan, and she's my fan. Daddy, can you go and ask him for an autograph? The little guy let out an excited squeal when he saw the poster, his eyes shining. Yi Bai was a little confused. Simakan? Who? And now kids are also chasing stars? Yao Yao, Simakan is your fan? Yi Bai teased with a smile. Yes, and Xiao Yi also likes Sister Simakan. Cough cough, who is Simakan? Yi Bai suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He didn't know someone that even the little one knows. Yi Yao Yao suddenly rolled her eyes playfully. Daddy, you're so outdated. Sister Dan Dan is a very popular singer. Can you get me an autograph? Oh, I'll try my best. Yi Bai normally doesn't refuse normal requests from the little one. But he didn't promise that he could get it either. After all, autographs from celebrities are not so easy to come by. Hey, forget it, autographs are hard to come by. If there's a chance, just take a video of me from a distance. The little guy suddenly let out a sigh and said. Yi Bai. This little girl is becoming more and more like a little adult, isn't she? After a brief chat with Xiao Mianao for 4 minutes and 58 seconds, Xiao Yi suddenly rushed into the camera and invited the little guy to go play on the slide. Seeing Yi Bai, Xiao Yi also hurriedly waved to greet him, her little eyes full of stars. It was obvious that Yi Bai's lunch had conquered her tiny stomach. Just as Yi Bai had hung up the phone, a large wave of zombies suddenly surged in front of his stall. The other stall owners were suddenly stunned, wondering why so many people had suddenly come. There were 40 to 50 people, and it seemed that they had come in groups. Everyone's face was even full of hunger. It was like they had been soldiers for 10 years and suddenly saw Daochan. Dozens of people gathered around Yi Bai's stall and started shouting. Ha, handsome boss, we finally found your stall. You really made us look for a long time. Boss, do you want to know how we found you? Ah, boss, your dumbfounded expression is so cute. Yi Bai was really confused when he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces in front of him. If there were no surprises, these people were all his regular customers. It was normal for regular customers to come and support the business. But how did they know where he was setting up his stall? Handsome boss. Let me explain it to you briefly. It was us. And then we just kept going, and so we found you. A little fat guy squeezed his way out of the crowd and beamed at Yi Bai. Yi Bai. You're a fucking genius. You've been talking for ages and you haven't said anything interesting. Ah, boss, it's actually like this. We really like the rice you cook, don't we? So we set up a private group for fans, and today one of the fans happened to see you setting up your stall here, so they posted the news in the group. Got it? Yi Bai. A group of fans? How come he doesn't know about it? And why isn't he in it? But this explains why he met this group of people here. It seems that most likely they have come to patronize his business. Come on, handsome boss, why don't I add you to the group? The little fat guy who spoke first took out his phone and said. Well, okay. After pondering for 2 seconds, Yi Bai still nodded. Having a fan group is also fine. At least in the future, he can also let these fans know in advance where to set up his stall. The group has reached its limit? Yi Bai's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he looked at these shiny words. What's going on? It's fine to have a fan group, but the platform has reached its limit? The maximum number of members in a group is 500, which means he hasn't even sold 500 fried rice meals, so where would he get 500 followers? What he didn't know was that, through word of mouth, some people who hadn't tried his fried rice had also become fans and wanted to find an opportunity to come and find out more, so they had added the group first. Ahem, handsome boss, hold on a second, I'll create a membership. The little fat guy laughed twice, then very quickly created a membership, upgrading the small group to a large group that could accommodate 2,000 people. After Yi Bai entered the group, he also directly gave the group to Yi Bai. Yi Bai wanted to decline, or perhaps transfer the money for the membership to the little fat guy, but both were rejected. Boss, what is your last name? The little fat man asked with a smile. Yi Bai. Yi Bai answered while setting the other person as an administrator. Oh, Boss Bai. Hurry up and cook for us, we're starving. Yes, Boss Bai, cook for us quickly, I've been thinking about you since last night. Boss Bai, I'll have 2 servings. Boss Bai. Yi Bai. How did he become Boss Bai? Hey, my surname is Yi, okay? Chapter 32 Music Festival. It's empty. It's so hot, Boss Bai, can I have 3 cups of purple sweet potato ice cream to quench my thirst? Boss Bai, are the ingredients ready today? If nothing goes wrong, there will be a lot of people today. Quack quack quack, our new guy is in luck, he'll definitely get to eat. Somehow, just looking at Boss Bye makes me drool. Buddy, you have a disease. If you want to get cured, I suggest you lick Boss Bye. Ha ha ha. This large group of customers have a tacit understanding, and they automatically form a line as soon as they arrive. However, the line is so long that it looks like a group fight. It stretches across the entire road in a long, single line. The surrounding vendors and passers-by are all dumbfounded. It's just a fried rice stall. Why are there so many people in line? Is this really necessary? A passerby couldn't help but ask, "Hey, man, is this fried rice really that good? Why are there so many people in line?" The person being asked was first taken aback, but then said with a wise look in his eyes, "I don't know. I saw that there were a lot of people here, so I just joined the line." The passer-by had not understood the meaning of the song when he first heard it, but now, having heard it again, he was already part of the song. He too joined the line. In front of them, Yi Bai has already started to heat up the oil in the pan. As the garlic and fermented chili peppers sizzle in the pan, the aroma fills the air. The area is crowded with people. The smell is very tempting. Once the vegetables are stir-fried, the light soy sauce is sprinkled on. The aroma becomes even more intense. It even suppresses the smell of the stinky tofu next to it. The two people who had just arrived were delighted when they smelled the aroma. Sure enough, they were the two geniuses, with an IQ comparable to that of Arthur's brother. In Sunshine Square, the music festival had not yet started, and the staff were carrying out debugging work. The square was already full of people who had come to attend the music festival. It was a busy and crowded scene, and it looked very lively. The nearby food stalls and fruit stalls were doing a roaring trade. Most of the people who came to the music festival were young men and women, and they were also the main customers for snacks and milk tea. The most popular place is the fried rice stall at the end of the alley. For some reason, there is a long queue at this time of day. The line is terrifyingly long, with 70+ people in it. The owners of the stalls next door selling fried skewers, clay pot chicken, and stinky tofu are all at a loss. What's going on? They sell delicious mainstream snacks that have stood the test of time. How did they get outshone by a fried rice restaurant today? But, judging by the smell, this fried rice really is delicious. That young and handsome owner has some skills. No. Not some, but very strong skills. It seems that he also fried some sweet and sour pork. The aroma of the sweet and sour pork is even more terrifying. Nima. How did this hard dish end up on a food stall? Those at the front of the queue were Yi Bai's regular customers. They had strong food ordering skills and were very experienced. Almost everyone ordered everything Yi Bai sold. The snow pear and white fungus soup and the purple sweet potato crystal cake were a must. Yi Bai's stall was getting more and more crowded. Meanwhile, the other food stalls around were getting less and less busy. The customers in the Penguin Group were also arriving one after the other. The men and women who came to watch the music festival suddenly noticed that there was a large group of people gathered in a queue in an area at the end of the alley, and the atmosphere was incredibly lively. Holy cow, what's going on over there? Is there a celebrity? Let's go over there and have a look, I want an autograph. Is that my dear, simple, pure baby? No. It looks like a food stall over there, there are so many people, it's so lively. No way, I have to try it too. Me too. Under the herd effect, more and more people are queuing up. If you don't know, you'd think a celebrity is signing autographs there. At this time, Yi Bai is busy stir-frying the pork, and the aroma almost makes the customers in front of the stall faint from hunger. Boss Bai, are you done yet? If I don't eat soon, I feel like I'm going to die. Ah, it's done, it's done. Yi Bai smiles slightly, and then packs the stir-fried pork. Hey, Boss Bai, how can you pack it? I'll do it myself, you keep stir-frying, I still have 3 orders of fried rice. The customer scans the QR code to pay, then pushes Yi Bai aside, who is preparing the food to go, and helps himself to the food. Damn, this guy is really sneaky. Fried rice with stir-fried pork, is this a recipe for disaster? I've learned my lesson. I'll order the same. I never used to eat stir-fried pork, but Boss Bai's is so good, I'd beg to be allowed to eat it, and then I'd kneel and finish it. Ha, buddy, are you doing stand-up comedy? Who is this guy? Why would I fuck him? 6. Under the clear blue sky. Someone on the roadside, a mouthful of fried pork, a mouthful of fried rice, eating with relish. There is a crowd of people surrounding him. Some people with poor concentration are even drooling. And those who have already bought snacks such as stinky tofu and chicken in a bowl instantly feel that what they have in their hands is rubbish. It seems that this fried rice stall also has snow pear and white fungus soup and purple sweet potato crystal cake. Damn, get in line. For a while, Yi Bai monopolized the business around him. The terrifying popularity and heat had already overshadowed the upcoming music festival. At this time, there were still 10 minutes before the official performance, and the host had wanted to have some interaction first, but was surprised to find that there was no one in the audience. What was going on? Where were the people? They were eaten by zombies. The host was shocked, and then looked up to see a dense crowd surrounding a food stall in the distance. The line of people had already filled up half the street. The camera guy's lens, following the host's gaze, turned towards Yi Bai's stall. Chapter 33. Wow, idle. What? You want my food? No way. At this time, Xiao Qingqing, who had heard the news, also rushed over. She had wanted to go through the back door, but there were just too many people, and she thought she would probably be beaten to death if she tried to go through the back door. So she could only obediently join the queue. Looking at the terrifying crowd in front of her, Xiao Qingqing rolled her eyes, then casually shot a video and sent it to Chen Mengying, President's office of the Yulanya hotel chain. Chen Mengying had just wanted to have a cup of coffee to refresh herself when her phone rang. When she picked it up, she saw that it was from Xiao Qingqing. In the video, there was a very long queue, with dark heads, anxious expressions, and some people even swallowing. As the camera panned out, the end of the queue turned out to be a three-wheeled food truck. In front of the food truck, a handsome man in the sun was frying rice. This was the first time Chen Mengying had seen Yi Bai cooking at a food stall. He was serious and focused. His movements were fluid and graceful, and they looked quite beautiful. He exuded an invisible charm that made people unable to take their eyes off him. Was his stall really that popular? Chen Mengying's expression was a little shocked after watching the video. Yesterday, Xiao Qingqing had told her that Yi Bai's stall was very popular. But she had only thought that there were just some customers. She never imagined that it was not just some customers, it was practically a monopoly. Secretary Lu, go to Sunshine Plaza. There's a fried rice stall there that's really popular. Go and see for yourself, and get me a serving. Chen Mengying instructed her secretary with a skeptical attitude. She wanted to see for herself just how good Yi Bai's fried rice was, and why so many people were lining up for it. What? Chen, you want to go get fried rice? The black-haired secretary, summoned in, was dumbfounded by Chen Mengying's order. This is a hotel, after all, and the CEO wants her to go out and buy fried rice? What's going on? Are you tired of eating at home? And why go to a street stall to buy fried rice? Does the CEO want a change of pace? What? You have a problem with this? Chen Mengying fixed her gaze on her. No problem, I'll go right now. The secretary quickly trotted out. At the music festival, a girl wearing a white baseball cap, pink sunglasses, and denim suspender pants appeared in the crowd. The baseball cap and sunglasses hid most of her face, but they couldn't hide her beauty. She was also attracted by the aroma of Yi Bai's fried rice stall. As a true foodie, she had to go and taste the food for herself wherever there was good food. Wow, she'd come to the right place. There's a long queue at this immortal fried rice stall, so it must be delicious. But there are too many people here. When will it be my turn? The girl rolled her eyes and suddenly had an idea. As an adult, she definitely wouldn't queue. And of course, she wouldn't jump the queue either. Then, young man, can you spare some of the food you're eating? She stopped a customer who had just finished buying and said in a voice that was so sweet it was annoying. What? A little for you? I've been waiting for almost half an hour, and you're telling me to share with you? What the hell do you think you're doing? The man snapped, and then he just walked away. The girl was not about to give up. She grabbed hold of another customer, and this time her voice was even sweeter. If you want some, you'll have to wait in line yourself. I'll share with you. I'm so angry, I could burst. I've never been yelled at before. Seeing that she would not get any food this way, she gritted her teeth, stamped her foot, and directly pulled out her trump card. Once again, she won over a girl. In the other person's impatient glare, she simply took off her baseball cap and sunglasses, revealing her exquisite and flawless face. When she saw her appearance, the stopped girl froze. After she reacted, her face immediately revealed an expression of excitement and excitement. Holy cow, innocent? The young girl had just bought 2 fried rice dishes, 2 snow pear and white fungus soups, and 2 stir-fried pork dishes from Yibai's food stall. She was in a good mood. She was just about to find a quiet place to enjoy her food when she was stopped by a girl dressed in fashionable clothes. She was originally very unhappy, but after taking a good look at her appearance, she became excited. The person who stopped her turned out to be the currently red-hot young female singer, Dan. And also the most important star of the music festival. The Sun Plaza was packed with people, and the vast majority of them were there to see Pure. The young girl never expected to meet Pure in the wild, and even more so for the other party to approach her. Suddenly, this young girl felt surrounded by happiness. "Mom, your daughter has made it, she met a celebrity." She was about to scream, but Pure held her mouth shut. "Shoo, don't scream." After stopping the young girl from screaming, Tan Chun put her sunglasses back on to disguise herself. The young girl looked at Tan Chun and was still confused. She had seen this happen many times. After all, she was a celebrity, and a pretty big one at that. Smiling wryly, Tan Chun said, "Young lady, I snuck out. I haven't had lunch yet, and you have so much food in your hands. Can you share some with me? I'll pay you," she added, with a pitiful expression on her face. In order to keep her in shape, her manager only lets her eat a plate of vegetable salad for lunch, which is completely nutritionally deficient and doesn't even satisfy hunger. Usually she is used to it and doesn't feel hungry. But today, for some reason, when she smelled the aroma of fried rice and stir-fried pork over here, her stomach suddenly started growling, as if it were rebelling. She even felt dizzy with hunger. That's why she was willing to reveal her identity to get some food. "Ha!" Hearing Simple Pure's words, the young girl was clearly taken aback. Want her own food? After a few seconds of hesitation, it seemed like the young girl was having an intense internal struggle. "Ha!" Seeing this, Simple Pure was also taken aback. What was there to hesitate about? Shouldn't she be happy? She's a celebrity. And she's still alive. She won't even let him have a bite to eat? Even if she's not a fan, surely a passerby wouldn't refuse to be seen with him? Cough, what would you like to eat, Pure? Fried noodles, fried rice noodles, chicken in a clay pot, grilled sausage, barbecued pork, drumsticks? I can go and buy it all for you. After much hesitation, the young girl said. Even in the face of Pure, she still didn't want to give up any of the food she had so painstakingly queued to buy. Not even one single dish. Fried rice? Absolutely not. He needs to save some for dinner. Pear and white fungus soup? No, that's her dessert after dinner. She'll need 2 servings for 2 meals. Sautéed pork? Even less likely. She hasn't even tried it yet, so how can she give it to someone else? Chapter 34 The Agent, how can you eat these things? Put it down, I'll do it. Seeing the girl refuse, the Simple Pure person was stunned. If it was something else, wouldn't she buy it herself? She came here specifically for the food from this popular stall. As a discerning eater, she doesn't eat just any food that's good, only the very, very best. And from the way this girl refused, the food from this stall must be phenomenal. For a moment, Pure couldn't help feeling a little itchy. The delicious food was right in front of her, so how could she miss it? Young lady, please, I just want to eat from this stall, so can you give me a share? Pure humbly pleaded. The young girl was at a loss again. If you want to eat it, why don't you just buy it yourself? I really had a hard time getting it. I can sign it for you and add a message of good luck. Pure started to negotiate, which was the first time she had done so. Her aura of stardom seemed to have worn off. The young girl was unmoved, but she didn't want to say no outright. She was a practical person, and a signature wouldn't fill her stomach. She could still tell what to choose. A signed photo, with a shoulder hug. Pure continued to raise the stakes. Ha! The young girl wavered slightly. If that's the case, then it's worth considering a little. Then I'll give you a fried rice. In the end, after much hesitation, the young girl said with gritted teeth. It can be seen that she was really suffering with this decision. A hint of joy flashed across Pure's face, and then she pointed her finger at two other things. What are these two things? Pear and white fungus soup and fried pork. I want those too. No, absolutely not. Hearing that Shan also wanted her snow pear and white fungus soup and stir-fried pork, the girl shook her head like a rattle. Signature, photo, contact information. Then I can only give you a portion of snow pear and white fungus soup, not the stir-fried pork, and the other portion is for my friend. Is this okay? Simplicity bit her little tiger tooth and nodded. At the same time, she was also depressed and speechless. She had already given her contact information, so why wasn't it enough? She couldn't even get a meal in return for her contact information? But at the same time, she was also looking forward to the meal. After receiving a portion of fried rice with vegetables and a portion of snow pear and white fungus soup, Dan signed the girl's name, took a photo with her, and added her contact information. After the transaction was complete, the girl left happily. Dan was just about to find a quiet place to eat when her annoying agent's phone rang. Oh, I know, it's annoying. Inside the lounge. Oh my god, fried rice? And dessert? If you eat those two things, your half-month diet will be for nothing. Shan Shu's agent looked at the things she was carrying in her hands and her expression was full of horror. Sisterly, don't be alarmist, I'm not scared of being scared. How can I get fat just by eating occasionally? Besides, I'm going to go on stage in a little while. I'll just have a salad for lunch. Do you want me to starve to death on stage and be trending on the internet tomorrow? Xiancheng pursed her lips, her expression a little fierce. Lizzie didn't say anything, and she couldn't argue. Xiancheng hadn't eaten much for lunch. She wouldn't starve to death, but she might faint from hunger. Okay, I'll go get you something to eat, but you can't eat these two things, they're fattening. After a moment of hesitation, Li said. No, I want to eat these things, otherwise I promise that I will be lying on the ground after 2 minutes on stage, waiting for the ambulance to come and take me away. Pure looked rebellious. Are you trying to kill me? Humph. Without paying any attention to the already crumbling Li, Pure directly opened the plastic bag, broke off the disposable chopsticks and started to eat. Wow! It smells so good. After just one bite, her eyes lit up. She had never tasted such delicious fried rice. The taste and texture were fantastic. She kept eating, taking several mouthfuls at a time, until she almost bit her tongue. She finally understood why the girl had been so reluctant to share her food. It was just too delicious. No one would want to share such a tasty meal. Li could smell the aroma and couldn't help but sniffle. It's delicious, it really is. It's more delicious than anything she's ever tasted before. As she watched the simple and innocent Simpang who kept on flaunting her rice, she couldn't help but swallow. Stop. This is too much. You can only eat half, otherwise you'll get fat. Sisterly looked at Simpang, who was gobbling up the food, her eyes rolling, and she simply snatched the rice away from her, saying sternly. Whoa. Give it back, that's my rice. When her food was snatched away, Pure immediately screamed. No, you can't eat so much. Let me try. With that, Sisterly directly snatched Pure's chopsticks as well, and then couldn't wait to show off a mouthful of rice. Holy cow! As soon as it entered her mouth, Sister Li's eyes immediately lit up. How can this fried rice be so delicious? Never would I have thought that fried rice could taste like this. Hey, this is my lunch, do you have any shame? With a scream, Chen snatched the rice back, but before she could take 2 bites, it was snatched away again. Chen, you really can't eat anymore. Listen, you need to keep your figure. Lizzie was drying the rice while giving an expression that said, I'm doing this for your own good. I have a great figure, fat where it should be and thin where it shouldn't, with curves. Just as she was smugly boasting, Pure suddenly noticed that the rice was almost finished and panicked. Hey, you, give me back the rice. A serving of fried rice was gradually wiped out in the process of the two of them scrambling for it. With the last mouthful of fried rice in her mouth, Pure looked satisfied. She stared at Li with big eyes and said crossly, if you want to eat, why don't you just go buy it yourself? Why did you snatch it from me? No, we've been together for years, haven't we? Now you won't even share a bowl of fried rice with me? You're unbelievable, Pure. A flash of guilt crossed Li's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a look of grievance. She knew how to act if she needed to, and she had become an agent. Our relationship cannot be measured by a bowl of fried rice. If it were something else, I could give it to you, but not fried rice. Really? Then let me try this Sydney snow fungus soup, it looks pretty good. Sister Lee gave a sly smile, then reached for the Sydney snow fungus soup. Sim Chun immediately turned pale and shouted, "No, I can't give you this either. I'll treat you to a big meal later." Before she could finish speaking, she snatched the Sydney snow fungus soup back. Sister Lee was just about to grab the delicious food back when the door was knocked on. She had no choice but to go and answer the door. Simplicity took advantage of the situation and quickly finished eating. Chapter 35, Are You a Virgin? When Lee opened the door, she found that it was the staff. They said that the music festival was about to start soon and reminded them to get ready. After saying a few perfunctory words, Lee just turned her head and suddenly felt the sky collapse. The box of Sydney white fungus soup that was full a moment ago was now less than half full. And Pure had already eaten so much that her cheeks were puffed up. This is delicious. Pure, save some for me to try. Seeing that Pure was about to start eating again, Sister Lee hurriedly pounced on her and snatched the food from her. Holding the pear and white fungus soup in both hands, Sister Lee was a little surprised. This unremarkable pear and white fungus soup looked really exquisite. A light bite sends a honey-like sweetness into her mouth, refreshing and sweet. The sweetness is exquisite, the texture magical. It surpasses any dessert she has ever had. How can it be so delicious? No, she must take another big bite. Just as she thinks this, Lee notices that Pure has already licked the residue into her mouth. Hey, I only took a small bite. Don't you go too far? Lee is about to cry. If it weren't for our many years of friendship, I wouldn't have even taken a bite, said a condescending Chun. Where did you buy this? Asked Lee, who was too tired to argue. Oh, I forgot about that, exclaimed Chun, her speech racing along. It's at that stall in the alley by the entrance, it's really popular, and the owner is a handsome guy. Okay, then you do a good show, I'll go buy it. Sister Lee said, and directly pushed the door and left, unable to wait. So impatient. Hey, buy more. Especially the fried pork, I haven't tried it yet. Pure shouted at her back. Okay. Outside. The show finally started. The host introduced the stars of the show on stage and advertised for the sponsors. After a few minutes of torture, the first to appear was a pretty little beauty who sang a not-so-popular song. The voice was okay, but it lacked a bit of emotion. However, with her appearance, overall it was quite good. There was cheering, taking pictures, and applause from the audience, making it a very lively scene. But compared to the alley next to the square, it's much less lively. At this time, in front of Yeezy's stall, customers are still queuing up with gritted teeth. What about when the music festival starts? In the face of delicious food, the music festival is nothing. And you need to be full to have the energy to listen to the music, don't you? The performance has already started over there, and I haven't bought any food yet, which is a bit uncomfortable. You can hear it from here too. The production team has made a good sound system this time, but it lacks a bit of atmosphere. Little fairies, the show has already started. Your brother is singing Koan in I Time A. Why aren't you rushing over there? They're smearing my family's name again. Giggle, be careful, he might stop laying eggs for you. Aha, 6. I came to see Chun Dan, she'll definitely be the finale, and by then I'll have just finished eating the fried rice, it'll be the best of both worlds. We came here to eat fried rice first, watching the show is just a bonus, we mustn't forget the main event. Yes, what's the point of singing and dancing? Dry rice is the king. Dry rice people, dry rice soul, dry rice is the cream of the crop. The program team. The host looked at the terrifying queue not far away and asked the staff with a curious face. What's going on over there? How come a snack stand is so popular? I'm not even going to the music festival. I heard that the food there is really delicious, if I wasn't working, I would have joined the queue and bought some. The staff replied with a lick of his lips. This is the first time I've seen a stall so popular. Could this be real street food? The host said doubtfully. But doubts aside, work still needs to be done. If it's snacks, I'll go buy them after work. Let's see how they taste. There are so many people in line, they must be delicious. At this time, Lee looked at the sea of people in front of her and her head ached a little. She couldn't help but complain. How long do you think we'll have to wait? A man in front of her, who was bored, saw that Li was dressed like a city lady, so he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. He said that there were probably still about 50 people in line, and it would take about an hour. Really? No wonder there are so many people. The food really is delicious. While she was talking, Li smacked her lips. The aroma of the fried rice just now seemed to still linger in her mouth, making her feel like she was in heaven. It must be. Especially the new dish of stir-fried pork today, yum yum. The taste is really superb. I've never had such delicious stir-fried pork before. As the old man spoke, he finally swallowed the last shred of meat in his mouth. Looking at him, one would think he was eating dragon meat, he looked so contented. Upon hearing this, Sister Li's eyes lit up. She hadn't tasted the stir-fried pork, so she didn't know what it tasted like. But just from the aroma in the air, she knew it was something special. Hey, beautiful. After all this chatting, I still don't know your name. Are you single? The old man suddenly turned his head, shook his flowing white hair, and asked. Li is single. Old man, do you want to go out with me? A smile flashed in Li's eyes. This old man is interesting. We can get along. After all, I have a low income. More than 1,000 yuan a month, which is more than enough. The old man laughed, his expression a little serious, not like he was joking. Wow, that's a lot of money. Ha ha. Just as Li and the old man were talking about their love, a little fat guy walked up to the middle of the line with several orders of fried rice and snow pear and white fungus soup in his hands, as well as purple sweet potato crystal cake and stir-fried pork. Old Tai, you don't need to wait in line anymore, Boss Yi is sold out and run away. Holy shit, it's sold out already? No, I've been waiting in line for so long, and I haven't even gotten a single fart, and you're telling me it's sold out? Bro, get ready. Get ready for what? Poof. I'll go to hell. My goddamn charisma. The episode ended, and everyone came back to their senses. This was not a matter of farts, but a matter of food. Little fatty, who are you? You can't just say it's sold out and it's sold out. A middle-aged man with a tattooed dragon and painted tiger looked at little fatty and said. The others also looked at him at the same time, their expressions full of doubt. I am the spokesperson for Yishin. If you don't believe me, you can ask. Little fatty said without any hurry. He is the cunning guy Zhang Wei, who can always get several servings of fried rice every time. Looking at the determined Zhang Wei, Li's expression suddenly became ugly. It's sold out already. She hasn't even had a chance to try it yet. Hey! But it's understandable. The little stall was extremely popular, and the food must have sold out quickly. The crowd quickly dispersed. Some were happy, while others were sad. The happy ones were naturally the customers who had bought food. The sad ones were naturally the ones who hadn't. They left cursing, some not even interested in the music festival anymore, just wanting to hide under the covers and cry. Chapter 36. You're just going to leave like that? Do you know who I am? After selling all the food, Yi Bai began to pack up his food truck. In the past 2 hours, he had sold nearly 100 fried rice dishes, 200 cups of snow pear and white fungus soup, 100 cups of purple sweet potato crystal pudding, and 50 orders of twice-cooked pork. Twice-cooked pork was 35 yuan per serving. Fried rice was 10 yuan. Snow pear and white fungus soup was 5 yuan. Purple sweet potato crystal cake 20. In just one afternoon, Yi Bai's turnover had reached nearly 6,000 yuan. After deducting the costs, the profit was about 5,000 yuan. The surrounding vendors were dumbfounded. Fried rice and stir-fried pork could be sold so well? It was too fantastic, wasn't it? Moreover, it was just a little over 2 hours, and the stall was already closed and the owner was on his way home. There was nothing left at the stall. The last 2 raw eggs and a carrot were bought by customers. They said that they had queued for so long that they could not waste their time. At that moment, there was a burst of fireworks on the stage, attracting everyone's attention. The cheers from the audience were one after another. A beautiful young female singer ran out of the smoke, holding a microphone and smiling as she greeted the audience. Hello everyone. After a short introduction, the song Love That Never Disconnects began. This is also the famous song that made Pure famous. Once, when she was still in school at the age of 18, she became famous with this song. The love you gave to me. The slightly hoarse voice sounded, and the audience gasped. Yi Bai also looked over, and the young female singer on stage was really very good at singing. Hey, this singer looks a bit familiar, is she the one on the poster? The little one's idol singer, Shan Chun Shun? Since the distance was too far, Yi Bai couldn't see Shan Chun Shun's face clearly, so he just walked a bit forward and found a passerby dressed like an urban beauty and asked, "Excuse me, ma'am. Is the singer on stage called Shan Chun Shun?" Ha! Sister Lee turned her head and looked at Yi Bai, her expression slightly complicated. With a strange look on her face, she said, "You don't know Shan Chun Shun?" "I don't follow the entertainment industry, but my daughter is a fan of hers," Yi Bai said honestly. "Daughter? You're so young and you already have a daughter? How old is she?" A slight flash of disappointment crossed Lee's eyes. This young man is good looking and a great cook, but she didn't realize he already had a daughter. "Hey! I just broke up with my boyfriend. I haven't recovered from the heartbreak yet. How come it feels like I've broken up with someone else? My daughter is almost 4 years old," Yi Bai said, while feeling very uncomfortable at the strange gaze of this woman. "So, do you want to get an autograph for your daughter? Or a photo together?" Li Jia continued to ask with a smile, while a bold idea came to her mind. "An autograph. Should be simply pure on the stage, right? I have to find a way to get an autograph." "Excuse me," Yi Bai said and tried to turn around and leave. He knew that it was hard to get an autograph from a celebrity, but he still wanted to try. He didn't want to see his daughter's disappointed expression. Hey! Hey! Wait a minute, don't be so impatient, young man." As Yi Bai turned around, Sister Lee grabbed him. "Ha?" Yi Bai was puzzled. "Young man, you're in luck. Do you know who this beautiful, generous, kind and considerate person is standing in front of you?" Sister Lee looked arrogant, like a peacock spreading its tail. Yi Bai looked at Lee's sister carefully and seriously, and he was convinced that this was definitely not Simple Pure. Simple Pure is not this mature. She is still young. And the one in front of her seems a bit older. "Little brother, let me tell you a secret. She is Simple Pure's agent." As soon as Lee's sister finished speaking, she saw the doubt in Yi Bai's eyes. So she quickly took out her bag to find evidence. "Here, this ID card belongs to Simple Pure. These 2 photos are of me and Pure Pure. This is Pure Pure's phone number, and this is her WeChat ID. And this is a photo album we took together, very private. If I'm not Pure Pure's agent, then who am I?" After saying this, Sister Lee's expression was full of arrogance. Yi Bai. Thief? Peeping Tom? Hacker? Or pervert? Cough, I believe it. Needless to say, Yi Bai quickly said this as he saw that Sister Lee was about to continue proving her point. He just gave her a suspicious look, and she didn't expect him to get so excited. He even took out his exclusive 3-piece photo album. It was a bit overwhelming. But she should say what she needed to say. It was indeed something. Seeing that Yi Bai believed her, Sister Lee nodded contentedly and then said, "So, you're very lucky to have met me in the midst of nowhere. As for autographs and the like, they're all trivial matters. A group photo is not out of the question." Upon hearing this, Yi Bai's eyes flashed with joy, and he hurriedly said, "Thank you so much." "You're welcome. Because I also have conditions." A cunning look flashed in Lee's eyes. "Conditions? What conditions?" While speaking, Yi Bai strategically took 2 steps back. "They say the entertainment industry is chaotic, could this woman be interested in him? Trying to sign him up?" Lee didn't notice his little move, otherwise she would have probably exploded. She just counted on her fingers, "I want your fried rice, Sydney white fungus soup, purple sweet potato crystal cake, and, yes, also the stir-fried pork." "What do you say? This is a good deal, little brother, think about it." Yi Bai thought she was interested in him, but she was actually interested in his cooking. "No problem, it's all trivial. But the ingredients are all sold out now, can I go back and get them?" He also quickly nodded and agreed. Swapping a few servings of food for a signature, he definitely would not have done it if it were his own. "Are you kidding? Can you eat a signature?" But this is what his daughter wants, so it has to be done. Besides, it's not that difficult. "Of course you can. I just stood in line for half an hour, and then you closed up shop equals Omicron," Lizzie said dejectedly. Yi Bai's business was so popular that she didn't think she would get any today, but she never expected a silver lining. Seeing that Yi Bai was about to turn and leave, she quickly held him back. Don't worry, we'll go together after Little Stupid's performance. Little Stupid is her endearing nickname for her husband. I'm afraid that won't work, I have to pick up my daughter at 1700 hours, Yi Bai said with a frown. 1700 hours? That's fine, that's perfect timing, Li said nonchalantly. Then she dragged him directly to the front row VIP seats. Chapter 37. Hey, buddy. Do you know Boss Yi? Whether or not he should say it, the VIP seats were extraordinary, with three-dimensional sound effects right in your ears. On stage, Sim Sim was wearing a pair of denim hot pants and a leather jacket, with a sweet smile on her face, her charm killing. Yi Bai had never been to a concert or music festival before, but it really was quite a shock. The atmosphere was electric, with countless young men and women screaming Sim Sim's name from the back. Even an old man was there, roaring with all his might. Go, Chun Chun's wife. I love you, Chun Chun's wife. I love you so much that I'll give you my social security check. Ugh, what a scumbag. Li also spotted him and couldn't help but make a snarky comment. Yi Bai. What the hell is going on? You are the love I never want to lose. Every message from you is like a heartbeat. Your death makes me. Your simple, hoarse voice surrounds my ears, as if every word, every sentence is full of emotion, making people fall in love with you. It's hard to say no, and your simple singing voice is really beautiful. Yi Bai couldn't help but take out his phone and take a few pictures, and incidentally recorded a few short videos. Looking at the simple and pure on the stage, Yi Bai felt a little regret. It's a pity that the little guy isn't here. If she could watch Simple Pure sing so close up, she would be very happy. When Pure Pure was singing and dancing on stage, she suddenly glanced at Yi Bai in the VIP seats and was momentarily stunned. This is not. After singing 5 songs in a row, Pure Pure went off to take a break. The host took every opportunity to plug an advertisement for treating infertility, which could be booked in advance at a 20% discount. With Pure Pure's departure, the enthusiasm of the audience also subsided. Some people were giving out dog treats, while others were eating them. Most people were playing with their phones. Next to Yi Bai, a young man was watching a video on TikTok. The video was of a kindergarten. In the video, a group of little kids were crying out loud because they hadn't been given any meat to eat. Video title: Shocked, a young man suddenly barged into the kindergarten, causing more than a dozen children to cry bitterly. What is really hidden behind this incident? Let's watch together. Not to mention, the title is really nice. The video is not very long, mostly just clips of children eating meat rolls and crying. You can tell from the screen that the fried pork is really delicious. In just half a minute, the video has received more than 50,000 likes and more than 10,000 comments. The young man also casually gave it a like, but immediately cancelled it after he reacted. His like can only accommodate the hot dance videos that can accompany him when it's late at night. As for this video, he'd better bookmark it. After lightly clicking the star-shaped bookmark button, the young man opened the comments again. Holy cow, it's Boss Yi. He went to the kindergarten to cook for his daughter, but ended up making the other kids cry with hunger? Ah, poor little ones, they've seen the cruelty of society at such a young age. The little flowers have been destroyed by Boss Yi. Boss Yi, you finally reached out your evil hand to a group of young children. Still, I should say it, Boss Yi's sweet and sour pork is really delicious. I just had a little taste and my soul almost flew away. Nonsense, what about Boss Yi isn't delicious? GG. The young man looked a little puzzled. What kind of fried pork is this? Why are so many people commenting on it? And those kindergarten kids are seriously craving it. Is it that outrageous? He nudged the person next to him with his elbow and asked curiously, Buddy, who is this Yi boss? Do you know him? Yi Bai. Hey, buddy, don't be so aloof, okay? Not hearing a response, the young man looked up in puzzlement, his expression more or less displeased. But when he saw that Yi Bai didn't want it, his expression suddenly froze. Why does this face look so familiar? No. Suddenly, something came to mind, and the young man's eyes widened. He then silently picked up his phone, took another look at the person in the video, and then looked at Yi Bai again. Holy cow! After confirming that the person in the video was Yi Bai, the young man was stunned. Suddenly, he sat up in shock from his dream. A genius is right next to me? But this is a bit too coincidental, isn't it? With a skeptical attitude, the young man tentatively asked, "Is that you?" "It's me." "Is it really you?" "Is it really me?" With excitement, the young man's phone almost fell to the ground. After he recovered, he hurriedly grabbed Jibai's arm and said, "I want a portion of fried pork, a portion of fried rice, and..." Cough cough. "I'm sorry, but the ingredients are now sold out." Yibai's mouth corner hung a smile of apology. He said, and also took out his own mobile phone, "Brother, if you're interested, you can add a group. Next time I set up the stall, I'll post the location in the group." Okay. The young man hurriedly agreed. Just as he had just added the group, Pure came on stage again. "I'm really lucky to have come to Lin City. Lin City's scenery is beautiful, I really like it, and Lin City's food has opened the door to a new world for me. I really like the food here. Next, this is the last song I'll be performing today, and I'd like to invite one lucky audience member to come up on stage and sing with me." After coming up on stage, Dan had a sweet smile on her face as she addressed the audience. "Yes. It has to be yes. Goddess, choose me. I'm the karaoke king. I'm the king of the microphone." As soon as Dan's words fell, there was a tsunami of screams from the audience. Facing this situation, Dan was very satisfied, and a happy smile spread across her face. Pretending to scan the crowd in the front row with her eyes, she then fixed her gaze directly on Yibai. "This handsome guy in the front row, it's your turn." Dan blinked her big shiny eyes. All the audience members at the scene also looked over at Yibai, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. Yibai was a little dazed. How did it come to choose him? He didn't even shout just now. And he really is just a spectator. But Simply obviously doesn't care what he is thinking, and walks directly to the edge of the stage, staring at him. The staff also cooperated very much, and handed a microphone to Yibai. Yibai looked at the microphone in front of him, and could only helplessly take it, and bitterly smiled, "I'm sorry, I really can't sing, so why don't you choose someone else?" As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately erupted in boos. "Come on, man, don't be a smartass. Exactly, what does it matter if you can't sing? Just go up there and give it a shot. Are you going to do it or not? If you're not going to do it, I will. Yeah, the innocent beauty can't wait, so why don't you go for it?" Ha! Ha! Chapter 38 Nursery Rhyme? Without paying any attention to the lewd comments from the audience, Dan simply took the microphone and smiled at Yibai, saying, "Handsome, you have a very nice voice. You must be a good singer too. Don't be shy, come on, baby." The young man next to Yibai couldn't bear to watch anymore, so he directly pushed him up and said 2 words in his mouth. "Ali." Was speechless. Was he being forced to do something he didn't want to do? No, he's not a duck. He was forced to follow Pure to the center of the stage. There was loud applause and a lot of shouting and whistling. Pure gave a small smile. "Handsome guy, what's your name?" "Yibai." "A lonely boat, a lonely leaf, daydreaming and dreaming." Yibai touched his nose and introduced himself. Giggle. Pure burst into a silvery laugh and then asked, "So Mr. Yi, what songs can you sing?" Well, a simple question, but Yibai was stumped. What songs could he sing? He didn't normally sing. So naturally, he didn't know any songs. No, to entertain his daughter, he had once sung Across the Mountains. Nursery rhymes. I can sing nursery rhymes. After a short silence, Yibai said with certainty. Nursery rhymes? This time, it was Pure's turn to be silent. Meanwhile, in the audience was already in stitches. Ah, children's songs are great. Children's songs are wonderful. If you don't know, just ask. Is this handsome guy here to make people laugh? Ha! No, this looks like Boss Bai. Ha! It really is. Boss Bai can't sing? It seems that God is really fair. When he opens a window for you, he closes a door. Then why is my window closed? And where's the door? Cough, maybe it's because you're different. Damn. Ha. Among the audience, Xiao Qingqing stood on tiptoe, struggling to film Yibai. She had come over when Yibai first started selling fried rice, but she hadn't been able to eat any because she got stuck in traffic. She had hoped to take advantage of their acquaintance to get Yi Bai to cook for her. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, Yi Bai had disappeared into thin air, leaving only the tricycle food truck standing lonely by the roadside. She wanted to leave, but suddenly realized that the man at the music festival was somehow familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Yi Bai. After taking a good look at Yi Bai, she asked again with a simple and earnest tone, "Mr. Yi, is it true that you don't know any other songs?" "It's true." Yi Bai nodded and answered very affirmatively. "Okay, then what song can you sing?" Simple Pure was at a loss. Two Tigers," Yi Bai said after thinking about it. His daughter likes the song, so he studied it and can sing it quite well. "Okay, let's sing this one." Purity turned her head and gave the band teacher a sign, agreeing. And so, the final impromptu performance of the Lunchbox Music Festival ended with a children's song. Once everything was ready, the two of them began to sing together. Two tigers, so strange. So strange, so strange. They never had ears, they never had mouths. Two tigers. Yi Bai and Dan Dan each took a line, and they managed to match each other quite well. At first, everyone thought it was a funny scene. But after hearing the two lines, they discovered that the children's song was actually quite nice and refreshing. Dan Dan's voice was lively and beautiful, and Yi Bai's voice was gentle and relaxed. The two of them complemented each other seamlessly. After the song was over, there was an instant burst of applause from the audience. Many audience members even clamored for an encore. Yi Bai and Dan Chen simply shook hands, then returned the microphone and left the stage. The performance of the music festival today also came to an end. After the host went on stage and said a bunch of nonsense, the audience also left one after another. Yi Bai was pulled by Sisterly to the backstage lounge to wait. After a while, Dan Chen came over. At this time, she had changed into a set of clean white casual clothes, and her makeup was still on her face. "Mr. Yi, I didn't realize you could sing so well." She came over to Yi Bai and greeted him with a smile. "Ahem, I'm sorry." Yi Bai smiled helplessly, then asked, "Miss Dan Dan, did you just call out to me on purpose?" He wasn't stupid, and he could tell from her eyes that she seemed to know him. It was probably her agent, Li Jia, who saw him setting up his stall. After all, his food stall was really popular at the time. In the face of this question, Pure did not answer, but gave a playful smile. "Mr. Yi, I heard that your daughter is a fan of mine?" "Yes." Yi Bai nodded. He. "That's good. Signatures and group photos are no problem, but hey, Mr. Yi, you have to satisfy her too." Yi Bai. Li Jia. Listened to Pure's sharp words, and both of them were speechless. Li Jia pinched her waist and glared at her, saying, "Will you speak nicely?" "Why didn't I speak nicely?" "Don't you want it, Sisterly?" Simple Pure followed suit and glared. Sisterly was suddenly speechless again, and then turned to Yi Bai and explained, "Mr. Yi, don't get me wrong. We're talking about food. Nothing else." Yi Bai. "Had no problem with that, but I still have to go chase after my daughter." "It's okay, we'll all go in the stroller to pick up your daughter, and then go to your house for dinner." Simple Pure said with a pat on her chest. "A stroller?" Yi Bai was a little confused again. He found that this Pure was different from what she looked like on TV. On TV, she gave the impression of being cold and elegant. But after getting to know her, he realized that she was a very outgoing girl. "Yeah. It's a stroller," Pure said, exasperated. "It's kind of bulky, but it's very comfortable." "Oh." Yi Bai nodded, understanding. But to describe a stroller as a baby carriage is just ridiculous. "I'll ride my tricycle food truck, you guys just follow me, or you can just wait for me in front of the loving kindergarten." Yi Bai didn't choose to ride in the baby carriage. His food truck was still here, so he wouldn't lose it, right? "Okay, let's go. Let's go now." Chapter 39, Can Fried Rice Even Shut You Up? In the president's office of the Alanya hotel chain. "Boss, I've bought it all. 1 fried rice, 1 snow pear and white fungus soup, 1 purple sweet potato crystal cake. Oh yes, and 1 dish of stir-fried pork." President's secretary Lu Yi proudly bragged about her achievements. This scene happened because after learning that Yi Bai's stall was very popular, Chen Mengying, with a trial-and-error attitude, wanted to taste the food made by her ex-husband. It so happened that during her lunch break, she checked the location of Yi Bai's stall, so she arranged for her secretary to go. After so many years of marriage, she has never eaten a few meals made by Yi Bai. Unexpectedly, his stall is now so popular. She wanted to try it for herself to see just how delicious it was, so that she could understand why so many people were willing to queue up for it. But in her heart, she didn't really believe it was that good. Boss, you have no idea how long the queue was. It was just packed with people, it was so noisy, I almost stepped on my little leather shoes, and I had to work really hard to get these. Louis kept taking credit for herself. She kept swallowing. Having been there for so long, she knew exactly how delicious the food was. If she didn't want to lose her job as the CEO's secretary, she would have secretly taken a share. Chen Mengying looked up at her and said lightly, "Not bad. You'll get an extra 2,000 yuan bonus this month." "Hey, boss, can I not take the bonus?" Louis rubbed her hands together and said. "Huh?" Chen Mengying looked up in confusion. "Boss, I want a little fried rice, and then there's snow pear and white fungus soup, fried pork, and purple sweet potato crystal cake." "Boss, don't look at me with that look, I just want a small portion, can you share a little with me when you eat?" After she finished speaking, Louis's eyes almost appeared to be pleading. Chen Mengying was a little confused. What's going on? She doesn't want 2,000 yuan, but just a little food? "Boss, please. I'm really hungry." Seeing that Chen Mengying was silent, Louis continued to plead. "Fine. Then go out and get the bowls and chopsticks. I don't like eating things in disposable containers." Chen Mengying said with a frown. Okay, then boss, wait for me, I'll be quick. But don't you dare eat it alone." After shouting this, Louis quickly ran towards the door. Her tummy couldn't wait any longer. After the secretary left, Chen Mengying began to bury her head in papers again. She hadn't even read 2 pages. Suddenly, the office door was knocked on. "Enter," Chen Mengying said without looking up. She thought it was her secretary Louis, but it was her best friend Xiao Qingqing. She was curious about how Louis could be so fast. "Why are you here?" Chen Mengying asked, looking up in puzzlement. It was broad daylight, and Xiao Qingqing normally wouldn't come running here. After all, she didn't have time to hang out with the other person. Of course I'm here because it's something very important," Xiao Qingqing said, and sat down directly on the desk in front of Chen Mengying. Then she took out her phone and showed it to her. "Honey, I want to show you something good." "Huh?" Suddenly, Xiao Qingqing's little nose twitched, and she smelled a familiar fragrance. She turned her head and looked, and her whole body went numb. "Holy shit, how did you get Brother Bai's fried rice here? When did you buy it?" Looking at the familiar food on the table, Xiao Qingqing's mouth watered. Chen Mengying hadn't had time to answer when another person walked into the office. Sister Qingqing, I bought all this." Louis was carrying 2 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks in her hands as she walked over, laughing. "You went to Sunshine Plaza too?" Xiao Qingqing asked. "Also?" Louis froze for a moment. Xiao Qingqing handed Louis the photo she had taken of the long queue. "Huh?" Looking at the familiar photo on her phone, Louis quickly took out her phone and opened the photo album. She was relieved to see that her photo was still there. Luckily, the photo hadn't been stolen. But this was too much of a coincidence. Both of them had gone to Yi Bai's stall and joined the queue. Only Louis didn't encounter any traffic jams, so she was able to buy food, while Xiao Qingqing made a wasted trip. "Wow, that's great, let's eat together." After a moment of confusion, Xiao Qingqing stared at the food on the table again and shouted excitedly. The boss still needs to work now." Louis timidly glanced at Chen Mengying. "Oh, never mind her, she's a workaholic and doesn't need to eat." Xiao Qingqing waved her hand dismissively and said she was ready to use her chopsticks. But as soon as she finished speaking, Chen Mengying closed her folder, got up and walked over to the coffee table next to the dining room and sat down. Chapter 40. Yi Yao Yao, I want to go home with you. Without waiting for me? Do you still want to eat? Chen Mengying tapped Xiao Qingqing's forehead lightly and said in a bad mood. "Hey, I'm just afraid of disturbing you while you're doing something important, right?" Smiling foolishly, Xiao Qingqing quickly got her chopsticks. "Just kidding, she's the one who's asking for food now, so she has to be nice." The 3 of them divided the purple sweet potato crystal cake and the snow pear and white fungus soup fairly evenly. Then they took out 3 small bowls and each served some fried rice. Finally, they put the stir-fried pork in the middle and ate it together. The stir-fried pork was so fragrant, I haven't even had a taste yet. Xiao Qingqing took a greedy breath and couldn't wait to start eating. Lu Yi was more reserved and waited for Chen Mengying to start eating before she did. Although they were women, the three of them were not slow at all when it came to eating. A box of fried rice and a pot of stir-fried pork quickly emptied. Chen Mengying, your family's Yibai's cooking skills are unmatched by even 5-star chefs, right? After poking around the rice in her bowl, Xiao Qingqing looked full of emotion. Chen Mengying chewed on the fried rice expressionlessly and didn't pay any attention to her. However, when she heard the words your family's Yibai, her pretty face couldn't help but blush a little. Lu Yi looked up in confusion, as if she had caught some important information, and her expression gradually widened. Xiao Qingqing quickly corrected herself, embarrassed, my dear. I was wrong, it should be ex-husband. Sorry. Lu Yi. Oh, my God. What important information did I hear? Will I be silenced? Can fried rice really shut you up? Chen Mengying glared at Xiao Qingqing. This is the other person. If it were someone else, they would definitely not dare to speak so freely in front of her. Fried rice can indeed cover my mouth. But now there is no more fried rice. Xiao Qingqing looked at Chen Mengying with burning eyes as she stared at the little bit of fried rice left in her bowl. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing her wolf-like gaze, Chen Mengying quickly finished eating all the rice in 2 or 3 bites, without her usual cold and aloof image of a CEO. Cut. In disgust, Xiao Qingqing patted her somewhat round belly, her face showing a very satisfied expression. It had been a long time since she had eaten such delicious food, and she simply couldn't get enough. Chen Mengying wiped her mouth with a tissue and didn't say a word. But from her expression, it was clear that she had eaten her fill. Xiao Qingqing rolled her eyes, then snidely leaned her head over, took out her phone, and opened a video. Chen Mengying was a little puzzled at first, but then she understood. In the video, a young and beautiful girl was singing with Yibai. Judging by the atmosphere in the stadium, it was probably a concert. The strange thing was that the two were singing a children's song. Chen Mengying took the phone and watched the video intently. Xiao Qingqing looked at her. Although Chen Mengying's face showed no expression, she could tell that she was very interested in the video. Lu Yi couldn't hold back her curiosity and leaned over to watch as well, but Xiao Qingqing pushed her back. Before the video finished playing, Xiao Qingqing took her phone and put it in her pocket. Chen Mengying glared at her. Want it? Xiao Qingqing had a sly expression on her face. What? The video. Send it to me. Chen Mengying's tone was devoid of emotion, as if she were ordering an employee around. However, Xiao Qingqing was not buying it, and continued to smile and say, send it to you, but bring the red envelope. Ding. The message arrived with 8,888 yuan. Chen Mengying didn't waste any words and directly took out her phone to transfer the money. Wow, President Chen is so generous. She smirked and Xiao Qingqing sent the video to Chen Mengying happily. In Sunshine Plaza. After Yibai and the others came out, he turned to the 2 women and said, stay close, don't lose them. Although he was talking to the 2 women, he was actually talking to the driver. The driver scoffed with disdain. It's just a 3-wheeled vehicle, how could his luxury car worth millions of dollars not be able to keep up? Not to mention that yours is a 3-wheeler and mine is a 4-wheeler, with 1 more wheel than yours. But when he first saw Yibai's 3-wheeler drifting across the intersection with its brakes on, the driver realized the severity of the problem. This is not a 3-wheeler, it's a rocket with 3 wheels. For a moment, he also quickly sat up straight, put his hands on the steering wheel, and looked particularly serious. It was like an unknown competition he had participated in before. The tricycle weaves between the electric car and the pedestrians, as if it had no one in its way, and it was silky and smooth. The nanny car, on the other hand, had to brake frequently to give way to the pedestrians. There was nothing it could do about it, it was just too big. As the tricycle gradually disappeared into the distance, sweat began to appear on the driver's forehead. It seemed that he really couldn't catch up. Both Xuanzhong and Lizi looked at each other, and they both saw shock in each other's eyes. Boss Ye's driving skills are really something, aren't they? Could it be that he is the legendary 3-wheeled vehicle racing champion hosted by Admiral Mike? Yibai finally turned around to take a look. After noticing that the nanny car had not kept up, he slowed down and waited for a while. The driver quickly caught up, his expression extremely depressed, and at the same time feeling that his career was seriously threatened. Damn it, a luxury car worth millions of dollars can't even outrun a 3-wheeled vehicle. No one would believe it if I told them. 5:05 p.m. In front of the kindergarten. A group of children surround Yi Yao Yao, making her feel like the center of attention. Yao Yao, is your father coming to the kindergarten tomorrow? Yao Yao, your father's pork belly is so delicious that I ate 2 bowls of rice today, breaking the world record. Yi Yao Yao, tomorrow I'll steal my mom's ring for you, and you can bring me a lunch, okay? Yao Yao, I'll give you the Mao Tai that my dad has been saving for decades, okay? As long as you bring me a portion of the sweet and sour pork. Yao Yao, this is the chocolate my dad brought me from abroad, I'll let you eat it all. This is the snack my mom brought from her boyfriend. Children's pictures of cakes, clearance sale. Yi Yao Yao's hands were already full, and her face was a mixture of happiness and distress. She was happy to have acquired so many snacks. But she was distressed that her hands were too small to carry them. Oh, yes, there's the school bag. Yi Yao Yao's eyes lit up, and she quickly crouched down to put the snacks in the school bag. If Tang Xiaolong doesn't knock over my lunchbox, my dad shouldn't come tomorrow. Yi Yao Yao said, after putting all the snacks in her school bag. Although she also hoped that her dad would come every day. She also knew that Yi Bai had a hard time running his stall and didn't want to make him run around. Tang Xiaolong, the group has a difficult task for you. Tomorrow, you continue to knock Yi Yao Yao's lunchbox onto the ground. Then Uncle Bai will come and cook meat for us again. A little boy with a pigtail said with a serious face. Tang Xiaolong. Why don't you knock over Yi Yao Yao's lunchbox? Because I'm afraid. Oh. Tang Xiaolong rolled his eyes in disbelief. If you're afraid, does that mean I'm not? Do you know that I almost cried with fear at noon? Lily, Mommy's here, come out. Rascal, I've been waiting for you for ages. What are you doing around that girl? Hurry up and come here. Dad, I don't want to go home. Can I go home with Yi Yao Yao? I don't want to eat the food my mom cooks, said a little boy with a sad face. Another little boy next to him asked curiously, Zheng Fengshan, why don't you want to eat the food your mom cooks? Have you ever seen black braised fish and yellow rice? No, but it must be really bad. The other children immediately looked at Zheng Fengshan with sympathy. On the contrary, they envied Yi Yao Yao even more. Zheng Fengshan really wanted to go home with Yi Yao Yao and refused to come out of school. It wasn't until his father put his hand into his pocket and showed the shiny 7 wolves belt that. At the sight of the dazzling light, Zheng Fengshan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly trotted out of the school gate. Yi Yao Yao, can I go home with you and eat the food your father cooks? Yao Yao, when is your father coming to pick you up? I want to go home with you too. Yi Yao Yao, I'll give you my father, and you give me yours, okay? My father is very rich, he has 3 concubines. Chapter 41, Dad was robbed. Upon hearing these words, Yi Yao Yao's head shook like a rattle. Don't even think about it, I'm not replacing my dad with anyone. Yang Feishue was also quite speechless at the words of these children. Knocking on their heads one by one, she said, you, and hurry up and get out of school, it's over, and your parents are still waiting outside. Teacher Yang, I don't want to go home, I want to go back to Yi Yao Yao's house. Me too. No, you all have your own homes, how can you go home with Yi Yao Yao? Yang Feishue refused sternly. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel that Yi Yao Yao's father was really amazing. In the space of one meal, he had won over all the children and made them not want to go home. The parents at the school gate were depressed when they saw that all their children wanted to go home with that pretty little girl. What's going on? Why hasn't my little phone come home yet? Why did she go home with Yi Yao Yao? A young and fashionable woman muttered. Mom, don't you know? Yi Yao Yao's father makes really delicious food, and all these kids are hungry for it. Another parent said with a smile. Is Yi Yao Yao's father a chef? No, he's just setting up a stall. Why? If he's a good cook, he could work in a big restaurant as a chef. The income would be high and stable. Xiao Feng's mother looked puzzled. You don't understand. You haven't seen how popular Boss Bai's food stall is. I heard that even celebrities have to queue up to get in. The other parent shook his head and spoke with great pride, as if the food stall belonged to him. Zundu Jiadu? Just then, a dazzling 3-wheeled food truck sped up to the school gate. Just by looking at the truck, the parents around knew it belonged to Yi Yao Yao's father. Only he would drive a food truck to pick up and drop off his child. Father Yi, here to pick up your daughter. Mr. Bai, how was business today? Mr. Bai, I was at Sunshine Plaza today too, but unfortunately I went a bit late and didn't get in line. A group of parents greeted Yi Bai with smiles and appeared quite polite. Yi Bai gave a small smile and was just about to say something when a group of children came running out, grabbing his trouser legs and shouting excitedly. Teacher, teacher. Shoo shoo, are you coming to kindergarten tomorrow? I want to eat meat. Yi Yao Yao daddy, can I go home with you? I want to eat the food you cook. Shoo shoo, I want to go home with you too. Don't worry, I'll leave after dinner and definitely won't bother you. Me too. Seeing this, the other parents were dumbfounded. Xiaofeng, mommy is here. Don't you want mommy? I want Yaya's dad to cook me fried pork. The little girl named Xiaofeng shouted back to her mother. I can cook fried pork, I'll cook it for you in a little while, okay? What you cook is not delicious at all, I can't even finish one piece, Yaya's dad's cooking is delicious. Oh. Yi Bai was surrounded by a group of little kids, and Yi Yaya was even pushed outside. At this moment, she pouted her little face, very, very unhappy. Yang Feishue was also speechless. She had never seen such a scene before. There was no choice but to find 3 more teachers and a few security guards to come over and disperse the children and push them into the hands of their respective parents before order was restored. A little boy even hugged Yi Bai's thighs and refused to let go, so his father gave him a few hard spanks on the buttocks before he left crying. Yi Yaoyao saw her competitor being expelled, and with a face full of displeasure, she walked over to Yi Bai with a snack in her hands. She looked up and said with a pout, Daddy, will you not love Yao Yao anymore? Do you want other children instead? How could that be? Daddy will always love only Yao Yao. Yi Bai laughed and picked up his daughter, stroking her little head. Daddy, do you want a bear cookie? In her father's arms, Yi Yao Yao happily took out a bear cookie and said, Eat it, it's from my baby, you have to eat it. Hee, then I'll feed you, open your mouth, Daddy. Ah. Yi Bai cooperated and opened his mouth. Just then, the nanny car also arrived, and as the door opened, a sweet face appeared. Little friend, can I have one? Simply Pure winked at Yi Yao Yao and said with a smile. Ha! Yi Yao Yao turned her head, her eyes fixed for 2 seconds before she exclaimed, Wow, Sister Simply Pure, are you Sister Simply? Her cry attracted the attention of the teachers, parents, children, security guards and passers-by at the school gate. Simply Pure? Holy cow, it really is Simply Pure. A big star. A superstar has suddenly appeared in front of the kindergarten. And it's the young singer Pure, who is loved by people of all ages. But right now, this singer is reaching out to Yi Yao Yao and asking for snacks. Mom, look. It's Pure. Pure? My idol, my god. Chapter 42, Chapter 41.5 A guest. Most of the songs by Pure are youthful, inspirational and catchy, so she has also gained many fans among children. Passers-by also stopped in their tracks. The teacher and security guard were dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. Hello, Yao Yao. Boss Bai, your daughter is really cute. Smiling, he pinched Yi Yao Yao's cheeks, and Pure simply picked her up in a hug and walked towards the nanny car. Yi Yao Yao did not resist, giggling in Shanchuan's arms, appearing very close. Yi Bai only smiled slightly at the sight of his daughter being carried away, before getting on his tricycle and speeding away from the school, leaving a large group of people in a daze. Inside the nanny van, Yi Yao Yao sat next to Shanchun, and Sister Li sat opposite. The little girl blinked her big eyes, still a little unable to believe that she had met her idol so quickly. Her mind was buzzing. And the more she looked at the little girl, the more she liked her. How could there be such a cute and adorable little girl? Her eyes and nose looked just like Boss Bai's. Can I have a cookie? She smiled sweetly and teased the little girl. Of course you can. Sister Dan, here, I'll give you all of mine. The little boy directly gave all the snacks in his hand to Pure and pushed them over to her. She was very generous. Oh, there's too much, I can't eat it all, sister. Even though she said that, Pure didn't slow down her actions. While she was tearing open the packaging and eating, she was also stuffing it into her pocket. There was no way around it. It wasn't that she couldn't afford snacks, it was just that the dog agent across the street usually kept a close eye on her and she couldn't get any snacks at all. Even if she did occasionally get some, she had to eat them secretly. Now she can finally eat them openly. As a celebrity, she can't refuse gifts from children, right? Otherwise, she'll be seen as a diva. In response, Lee just gave a wry smile and didn't say anything to stop her. After all, she had also grown fond of this cute little girl. A few minutes passed. And there was laughter and joy in the car. They were all women, and it only took a minute to establish a revolutionary friendship. Especially when there was food. So, sister, is it because you like my fried rice that you came with me? Yi Yaoyao's soft, lilting voice and her repeated use of the word sister almost made Simple Pure melt. Of course not. There's also snow pear and white fungus soup, stir-fried pork, and purple sweet potato crystal cake. Smiling, Simple Pure ran her hands over the little one's smooth, tender face. Don't worry, sister, in a little while, Dad will be able to cook for us. When it comes to Yi Bai's cooking, the little one's eyes immediately light up. As they talked, the three people in the car couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They were also hungry. The nanny car followed the three-wheeled vehicle to an old town area. They entered the courtyard gate. Yi Bai smiled and invited Pure, sisterly, and the driver to come in. When invited by Yi Bai, the driver was obviously taken aback, and at the same time, he was also filled with emotion. He didn't expect to be invited either. For a scene like this, as a driver, he almost never goes in, and can only wait outside. Sister Chun, you guys sit in the living room for a while, and I'll go get you some water to drink. After everyone entered the house, the little guy got busy very understandingly. The two-bedroom, one living room house was not very big, but it didn't seem crowded. The house was clean, the floor was old-fashioned but not dirty at all. Everything in the house was neatly arranged. It was a warm and welcoming home. You guys sit down for a while, I'll go prepare dinner. Yi Bai said to the group while tying on her apron, then turned to the little girl and said, Yao Yao, you entertain the guests, I'm going to go make dinner. Okay, Daddy. Don't worry about cooking, I'll take care of things here, I promise to get the job done. The little girl patted her small chest to give her word of assurance. This cute scene made the three of them laugh. Yi Yaoyao poured 3 cups of warm water from the kettle, then took some fruit from the fruit plate and carried it to the coffee table, busy as a bee. Sim Chun quickly pulled the little girl over and made her sit on her round lap. Yo-yo, don't bother, I don't want to eat anything, I just want to eat the food your father cooks. Hee, okay. The little one nodded, obediently rubbing her little head against the Simple Pure. The three of them kept their eyes on Yo-yo, and all of them revealed a look of fondness in their eyes. The little cutie is so sensible. Boss Bai has really done a great job educating his daughter. A model for us all. Chapter 43 Chapter 42 Lucky Draw. Yao Yao, do you like watching cartoons? After she had eaten the tangerine that the little girl had offered her, Pure touched her little nose and asked with a smile. Yes. This is the perfect time to watch Grey Wolf chopping trees. I want to watch it. As soon as she heard about the cartoon, the little girl immediately became excited. Apart from the time she spent with her father, the little one's favorite thing was watching cartoons. She knows the broadcast times of all kinds of cartoons. Wolfie the Wolf chopping trees? Her innocent little mind is full of question marks. What kind of cartoon is this? Why has she never seen it before? Yo-yo, I think you mean Stronger, right? Lee's sister asked with a smile. Oops, yes, I spoke too quickly. Ha ha. The 3 women and 1 man are watching the cartoon in the living room, their eyes glued to the screen. The little one's silver bell-like laughter from time to time added to the cheerfulness. Inside the kitchen, Yi Bai was cooking fried pork at the moment. He had set up a stall in the afternoon and earned a considerable amount of points. Since the points just kept piling up, Yi Bai decided to enter the lucky draw. In total, he had sold more than 450 meals in the afternoon, which was equivalent to more than 450 points. Together with the remaining points from the morning, he had just enough for 5 lucky draws. Without hesitation, Yi Bai directly started the lottery. Ding, consume 100 points to obtain advanced tomato scrambled egg cooking skills. Ding, consume 100 points to obtain advanced liver pate cooking skills. Ding, consume 100 points to obtain advanced chicken wings cooking skills. Ding, consume 100 points to obtain a bottle of sunscreen facial cleanser 500 milliliters. Ding, consume 100 points to obtain a gift of 4 Chinese characters for you. You get a lot of good stuff after winning the lottery 5 times in a row. Yi Bai was very satisfied with the results of this lottery draw. Apart from one thank you for your patronage, everything else was good stuff. In particular, the 3 advanced cooking techniques were of extraordinary value. Hey, this time I've had pretty good luck. With a faint smile, Yi Bai muttered. Before he could react, 3 recipes and their preparation experience and techniques flooded into his mind, and the neuromuscular memory was strengthened in his body. It was as if he had cooked these 3 dishes countless times before, even though he had never done so before. Try it. Full of enthusiasm, Yi Bai also wanted to try his new dishes. After serving the pork back in the pan, he began to wash the tomatoes and prepare a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This is a very common home-cooked dish, and it is also very simple to make. Just a lot of tomatoes and eggs. The sweet and sour taste is very popular. However, the more simple a dish is, the more difficult it is to make it taste good. Yi Bai can actually make scrambled eggs with tomatoes without any advanced techniques, and they taste pretty good. The secret to a great scrambled eggs with tomatoes is in the precise control of the heat, the optimal ratio of seasonings, the speed of stirring, and even the size of the ingredients. More exciting details control to enhance the taste and texture of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After 5 minutes, Yi Bai's first scrambled eggs with tomatoes was ready. Food fried with advanced techniques has a more vibrant color and looks attractive, like a beautiful woman without clothes. Nodding with satisfaction, Yi Bai picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. The smoothness of the eggs and the softness of the tomatoes blended together to create a great texture. This is a perfect omelette with tomatoes, and it is hard to find anything comparable in the whole world. No matter how good a restaurant chef is, they cannot greatly improve the dish of omelette with tomatoes. At most, it is only a little bit better than home cooking. But Yi Bai's high-level omelette with tomatoes is completely on a different level. Especially for people with sensitive taste buds, they can tell the difference just by smelling it. After covering the scrambled eggs with tomatoes with a lid to prevent the smell from spreading, Yi Bai made a new dish, chicken wings in a royal style. Sister, are you hungry? Wait, I'll go see if Dad's dinner is ready. Yi Yaya giggled as she watched the simple and pure Simikan, who was constantly salivating, and then, without waiting for the others to speak, she jumped off the sofa and ran towards the kitchen with little feet. As soon as she entered the kitchen, a strong aroma hit her nose. The little one exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it smells so good." The kitchen door was opened, and the smell drifted into the living room. When the others smelled the aroma, they suddenly became hungrier. One after the other, they all ran from the kitchen. Fortunately, Yi Bai's big meal was finished by then, otherwise these hungry wolves probably wouldn't have been able to wait. "Mr. Yi, let me help, let me help." Simple Pure quickly carried the steamed rice into the living room. Sister Li and the driver were also busy, carrying bowls and serving dishes. For a while, it was Yi Bai who was left idle. After the food was served, the several people took their seats in turn. There were quite a few dishes on the table. There was stir-fried pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, chicken wings, fried rice, and for dessert, pear and white fungus soup and purple sweet potato crystal cake. All the dishes were made with advanced skills and were full of color, fragrance, and taste. Shan Dan Dan, Li Jia, the driver, and Yi Yaoya were all deeply attracted by the table of food. Although there were no expensive seafood or abalone, the 3 Pure members dared not underestimate these home-cooked dishes. Just by looking at the appearance of the dishes, they were comparable to those in a star-rated hotel. The aroma was even more extraordinary. As a celebrity, Pure naturally had eaten many high-end dishes in luxury hotels. But none of them had such a rich and enticing aroma. She even had a feeling that if she couldn't get these dishes in her mouth, it would be more difficult than killing her. Cough. The driver next to him suddenly coughed, which made him quickly cover his mouth with his hand, his face turning red like a monkey's bottom. It was so embarrassing, he actually choked on his own saliva. However, the others did not laugh at him, because they were pretty much the same. What are you waiting for? Let's get started. They are all home-cooked dishes, don't be picky. Yi Baisheng served 5 bowls of rice and greeted them with a smile. How could they be picky? They had never eaten such delicious food before. Then we won't be polite, thanks for the handsome man's hospitality. Yi Baisheng said, and naturally the few people stopped being polite and quickly started eating. The chicken wings were a little far from the little one, so Yi Baisheng picked one up for her. Thank you, Daddy. Clumsily using the chopsticks, she picked up the chicken wing twice, and the little one quickly took a bite. Wow! The fresh, soft chicken wings were delicious. Daddy, this is really good. As she had just learned to use chopsticks, the little one was covered in oil, but she was very happy. Pure and Simple was also flustered. Every dish on the table was a challenge, and her hand was about to go numb from holding the chopsticks. But she didn't want to stop at all. These dishes are really delicious. Lee's eyes were full of amazement, unable to believe that there were such delicious dishes in the world. Yi boss, you're simply amazing. Every single one of these dishes is so delicious that it makes me want to cry. The driver took a moment to give Yi a thumbs up, then lowered his head to continue eating. This kind of rare delicacy is of course worth every bite. It's unknown if they'll be able to eat such delicious food again next time. Shan Xuanzhuan finished eating the rice in record time, and then said apologetically to Yi Bai, "Ahem, I'm not full, so I'll have another bowl." "Ah, help yourself, there's plenty of rice," Yi Bai laughed. He had anticipated this situation while cooking, so not only had he made a lot of food, but he had also cooked plenty of rice. The rice was on the table, and Shan Xuanzhuan didn't hesitate to help himself. After everyone else had finished their first bowls, they began to ladle up their second bowls. Yi Yaoyao was eating with great relish and began to shake her head again. Sim Chun glanced at her and then shook her head. "Sisterly. Is imitating a child? But it's not bad, shaking your head seems to be more fun." So, during the whole dinner, the few of us hardly spoke a word. We were too busy eating to talk. Half an hour later, we were all slumped in our chairs, looking blissfully contented. If you didn't know any better, you'd think we'd been starving in the wilderness for 3 days and 3 nights, and then suddenly had a sumptuous feast. All the plates on the table were empty. The bones of the chicken wings were so clean that even a dog could look at them and shake its head, unable to find a scrap of extra meat. This time, Dan Dan simply finished 3 bowls of rice. This was the first time she had eaten so much in so many years, and she finished it all. "Stupid. How can you eat so much? You're a celebrity, you're an idol, you have to maintain your figure." Li Zi looked at Dan Dan with a face full of resentment. But before she could finish her sentence, she couldn't help but burp. Chapter 44 Chapter 43 Her stomach is so full. Simple Pure rolled her eyes in disbelief and didn't bother to say anything. Li Zi had eaten 4 bowls of rice by herself, and she had the nerve to say that to her? The driver was even more embarrassed. He couldn't even count how many bowls of rice he had eaten, but at least 6 bowls, and his stomach was already a bit bigger. He would probably have to adjust the seat when driving later. "Ah! I'm so full." Yi Yaoyao hugged her round belly with both hands and patted it gently, feeling very happy. Among the group, Yi Bai was considered to have eaten relatively little. Seeing that everyone had finished eating, he also got up directly and started to clear the table. He simply wanted to stand up and help, but was refused. "You guys rest. There aren't many bowls, I can do it myself." He took the bowl in Shun Dan Dan's hands and Yi Bai stacked all the bowls together in a few moves, very deftly. As she watched Yi Bai's back as he walked into the kitchen, Dan 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 couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good man! Yoyo, I'm so jealous of you. You have a husband who cooks so well." She patted the little guy's head and spoke in his tone of voice. "Of course." Yi Yaoyao grinned, her eyes full of pride. After Yi Bai tidied up the kitchen, Dan 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 and the others were planning to leave. She still had a book signing tomorrow and her schedule in Linqing for the next few days was also full, so she was very busy. It was already very abrupt to have a dinner visit today, the first time they met. Before leaving, she did not forget her promise. She signed the little one's favorite picture book and wrote, "I wish Yayo baby happiness every day, every day. Grow up carefree." Yi Bai took out her phone and took several group photos of the little one and Chun Dan Dan. "Boss Yi, can I add you on WeChat? Send me the photo you just took." Tan Tan suddenly said, rolling her eyes. The photo was only secondary. What she really wanted was Yi Bai's contact information. Having the contact information would make it easier to visit the little guy next time. That's it, absolutely no other reason. Sure. Yi Bai didn't refuse, and directly agreed. The two successfully added each other on WeChat. This time, Pure used her personal account, the big one. The little one was all smiles. "Sister, can I message you in the future?" "Of course you can. Not only can you message me, you can also call and video chat. As long as you're not too busy, I'll answer." Pure pinched the little one's white, tender cheeks and said, "Yes." Overjoyed at the promise she'd received, the little one immediately started jumping up and down. "Let's go, Boss Yi. Let's go, little one." The nanny van disappeared into the night. Yi Bai picked up the little girl and patted her head. Let's go inside. Yes. Daddy. Since it was getting late, Yi Bai decided not to work the rest of the night. When the message was sent out in the group, the whole group wailed in an instant. The group messages were scrolling rapidly. Some hardcore customers who had prepared small red packets in advance and were waiting anxiously at the entrance to the alleyway were so angry that they almost jumped off a building. Yi Bai could only say sorry silently. After putting away his phone, he started playing drafts with his daughter. Yi Bai didn't teach his daughter drafts, but rather, she taught him. In order to have someone to practice with, she taught Yi Bai without holding back. But after a short period of familiarization, the little one was no match for Yi Bai. Of course, in order to ensure the little one's gaming experience, Yi Bai occasionally let her win so that she would be happy. When it was almost time, Yi Bai washed the little one up and then carried her to bed. Daddy, Teacher Yang said that there will be a parent-child activity at kindergarten on Friday, and all the other kids' daddies and mummies will go to kindergarten. Yi Yaoyao covered herself up, then poked her little head out again and looked at Yi Bai and said, "Usually the little one often says that having a father is enough. But seeing that the other children in kindergarten all have the love of their mothers, how could she not feel a sense of loss?" Yi Bai actually knew this in his heart. Before he divorced Chen Mengying, although the little one didn't often see her, she could still feel her presence. Now that they are divorced, the little one feels as if she has completely lost her mother, and the motherly love that was once meager has now become non-existent. Yao, then, let's see if Daddy can discuss it with Mummy later and see if she has time, okay? Looking at the glimmer of pleading in the little one's eyes, Yi Bai's heart twitched slightly, and he quickly said with a smile, "Really? Thank you, Daddy." The little one was suddenly happy and covered her head with the quilt, pretending to be fast asleep. The little one is very understanding. In order to make Yi Bai worry less, she pretends to sleep a lot of the time. Yi Bai gently pulled the quilt open a crack for her, and then returned to the living room. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Bai took out his phone, opened V-Message, and found Chen Mengying's avatar. After hesitating for a while, he slowly typed in the input field. Chapter 45. Chapter 44. Is he asking me out? Are you free this Friday? After sending the message, Yi Bai poured himself a cup of tea to soothe his throat. Back at the villa, Chen Mengying was taking a bath after a long day at work. Her white body was visible in the water, looking exceptionally attractive. Unfortunately, there was no one else there to enjoy the view. Holding her phone, Chen Mengying was watching the video Xiaoqingqing had sent her during the day. Two tigers. Run fast, run fast. That's strange, that's strange. One has no ears, and the other has no tail. This was the first time Chen Mengying had seen Yi Bai sing, even if it was a children's song. To be honest, Yi Bai was nowhere near as good at singing as he was at cooking, but it was passable. Looking at the man in the video, Chen Mengying inexplicably felt a little cute, and the corner of her mouth unconsciously curved up. Drip. At this time, a prompt tone came from her phone, a message from Xiaoqingqing. Crazy. Brother Bai is not setting up a stall tonight, and I want to have a midnight snack. Yeah, this makes me so angry. Scumbag. I didn't respond to Xiaoqingqing's barrage of messages. Chen Mengying was just about to put away her phone when another message came through. She was going to ignore it, but looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar profile picture, she clicked on it. Are you free on Friday? She whispered, Chen Mengying's expression a little inexplicable. What does this mean? He wants to ask me out? Somehow, seeing this message, Chen Mengying subconsciously wanted to reply that she was free. She even typed in those two words in the input box, and when she was about to send the message, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She quickly deleted the two words and replied in a detached tone, What do you want? Yi Bai, there is a parent-child activity at the kindergarten on Friday, and the parents of the other children will be there. The little guy hopes you can also participate. Seeing the message sent by Yi Bai, Chen Mengying felt a flash of loss in her heart, but then she felt self-blame. Over the years, she really has let the little guy down. Without hesitation, she directly exited the chat page and called her secretary Louis. Hey, what's the schedule for this Friday? Boss, there's a meeting in the morning and an interview for the kitchen staff at Rose Restaurant in the afternoon. Although Louis didn't understand why the boss was calling in the middle of the night to ask about work schedules, she quickly replied. Understood. The meeting has been postponed until next Monday, and I won't go to the interview. You can let the department manager take full responsibility. Chen Mengying said indifferently. Louis, okay. After making the arrangements, Chen Mengying hung up the phone and quickly replied to Yi Bai, no problem, you can tell Yao Yao, I'll be there on time. Are you sure? What do you mean? Chen Mengying's words were sent using voice messages, a bit sharp. It doesn't mean anything, I just don't want to disappoint the little guy. Yi Bai said in a light tone, also using voice. 6 months ago, Chen Mengying also promised to attend the parent-child activity with the little guy, but unfortunately on the day of the activity. He still clearly remembered the pitiful look of the little guy, who wanted to cry but pretended to be strong. Hearing Yi Bai's voice, Chen Mengying's heart trembled. She also remembered that last time she did. This time I'm sure, I will definitely go. Gathering her thoughts, Chen Mengying said firmly. Yi Bai, thank you. You're being excessive. I'm the little guy's mom, why are you thanking me? Chen Mengying's just settled mood broke down again when she looked at the two glaring words. I'm sorry, I'll withdraw that. Yi Bai said, and really withdrew the two words. By the way, remember to cook something to bring over on Friday. When she sent this message, Chen Mengying felt her face turn a little red, and at the same time, she was very afraid of being rejected, which would be even more embarrassing. But fortunately, Yi Bai readily agreed. No problem. After the question was discussed, the chat box fell into a dead silence. Chen Mengying's slender fingers tapped lightly on the phone screen, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say? Or did Yi Bai break the ice first? Are you still the same as you always were? Huh? What do you mean? Chen Mengying was puzzled. Yi Bai, workaholic, the kind that can even forget to eat. What can be done about it? Chen Mengying felt a little resentful as she looked at Yi Bai's slightly teasing words. Did he really think she wanted to work? There were so many things to do in the restaurant, what if she didn't deal with them? No one knew how heavy the burden on her shoulders was every day. There is no end to work, but don't forget to live while working, otherwise what is the point of life? Okay, got it. After a 2-second silence, Chen Mengying replied. Good night. Good night. Chen Mengying suddenly felt better after putting her phone aside. She twisted a rose petal between her fingers and hummed a little song with her lips. 2 tigers. No tails, no ears. What a strange thing. Meanwhile, at Penglai Villa, Yi Bai's ex-father-in-law sat on the sofa with his brows knitted for a long time. He was worried about his daughter's divorce with Yi Bai. Yi Bai had left the family with nothing, so how could he support his daughter? By setting up a stall? How much can he earn? Hey, Chen, why don't you help Xiaobai find a job? It's hard for him to raise his daughter on his own. Chen's mother said from the side. If only it were that simple. Since Xiaoye chose to leave his assets behind, it proves that he has a strong sense of pride and is unlikely to ask for our help, Chen Buchuan shook his head. So what should we do now? We can't just do nothing. I'm telling you, if you starve my granddaughter, I'll make you pay. Chen's mother's temper flared up. Okay, you woman, what are you worrying about? I have my own ideas about this matter. Chen Buchuan said, and walked straight out into the courtyard. He had already thought of a good solution. Since he couldn't go himself, he would find someone else to do it. Hey, Lao Chao, I want to ask you for a favor. What is it? A favor? Since when have we become strangers? Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Please wash your feet when you have time. After the phone call, Chen Buchuan's eyes were filled with pride and glory. He secretly felt proud of his resourcefulness. However, the next day, 5:30 a.m., Yi Bai got up again. After strengthening his constitution systematically, Yi Bai was in an especially good mood every morning after waking up early. He had no desire to sleep in at all, and was full of energy. It was already bright in June, and Yi Bai stretched a little and then washed up. At that moment, the door to the little one's room opened. Daddy, why are you up so early? The little one leaned against the door with sleepy eyes, as if her soul was still in her dreams. Dad slept well last night, and when he woke up in the morning, he couldn't fall asleep again. He was going to the market to buy some ingredients for our breakfast and morning stand. Yi Bai turned around and smiled. The little one opened her 2 little arms and ran over to Yi Bai in a lopsided manner. Yi Bai quickly picked her up. Daddy, cuddle. Holding onto her father's neck, the little one's smooth little face rubbed against his. "Daddy, you're working so hard. Why don't I drop out of school and help you?" Yi Bai said with a smile. "No, Daddy's not tired at all. If I was tired, I'd know how to rest. I went to the bathroom. I drank a bit too much Sydney snow fungus soup yesterday, so hee." The little guy said, and broke free from Yi Bai's arms, skipping and running towards the bathroom. After going to the bathroom, the little guy continued to sleep soundly under the quilt. Children are all relatively sleepy. Yi Bai, on the other hand, rode a tricycle out of the hospital gate. The neighborhood is old, but it has all the necessary facilities. Many elderly people are exercising in the park, playing tai chi, spinning tops, playing badminton, playing kung fu, and fighting. Yi Bai saw his neighbor, Mr. Chao Anmin, fighting with someone. But it was just sparring. It wasn't the kind of fight where one person wins and the other loses, like Chang likes. Chapter 46 Chapter 45 Hey, Mom, I saw my dad go to Hong Romantica with my own eyes. Hey, Lao Chao, how long have you been practicing Tai Chi? It's clever how you use the force of the opponent's attack against them. I can barely keep up. A gray-haired old man looked at Chao Anming with a tone of surprise. Chao Anming immediately smiled with pride. Lao Shao, what do you think? Are you convinced? Yo, you're still breathing after I called you fat? Just as the two men were about to start fighting again, Yi Bai's three-wheeled food truck drove by in time. Fearing that he might kill the two men, Yi Bai also slowed down. Master Chao, are you practicing? Yi Bai greeted him with a smile, but he didn't know the person next to him. Yi, you're up so early again? Chao Anmin responded with a smile, and then asked, what time do you set up your stall? Today we'll go take care of your business. It should be a little after 7 o'clock, over by the experimental primary school. Yi Bai said truthfully. Oh, so the young man is Boss Yi? At this time, the other old man, who had not spoken, spoke up. Ha? Lao Shao, you know Yi? Chao Anming turned his head with a puzzled expression. Pfft, it's nothing. Lao Shao shrugged dismissively, then pulled out his phone and opened TikTok. At the music festival yesterday, this young man was unstoppable. Not only was his fried rice a hit, but he also sang with a big star. Ha? Upon hearing Xiao Zhao's words, Chao Anming snatched the phone away and looked at it carefully. He was a little dumbfounded after just seeing the crazy queue. Is Yes fried rice that good? There are actually so many people queuing up. And how did he hook up with a big star? Sure enough, this is a society where you have to be good looking to get ahead. Hey, Yi, you're quite photogenic. But you have to seize the opportunity, because sometimes if you miss this village, you won't find this shop again. After watching the video, Chao Anming looked at Yi Bai with a wicked smile on his face. Yi Bai looked confused. Why was the old man looking at him with a lewd expression? Cough, old man, I'll go first, you guys take your time. Shaking his head, Yi Bai didn't think about it anymore, got on the tricycle and sped off. He smiled and greeted the neighbors as he passed by. It's hard to say whether it's because the residents of the old neighborhood are still relatively enthusiastic, but everyone's face was filled with a smile. Life may have given people too many thorns, but it can't affect the happiness and optimism on people's faces. After half an hour of shopping at the market, Yi Bai bought enough rice, eggs, vegetables, meat, and all kinds of seasonings. He even ordered more than 2,000 meal boxes at once. The owner was amazed. Little brother, you've ordered 2,000 meal boxes, which is a month's worth of orders. The owner of the cutlery store, Mr. Wu, asked curiously. It's not a month's worth. It should only take a few days. Yi Bai left a comment and left, leaving the owner downstairs flustered. One portion of fried rice is 10 yuan. 10 portions is 100 yuan. 100 portions is 1,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan for 1,000 servings. 20,000 yuan for 2,000 servings. After a long while of counting on his fingers, the owner of the cutlery store went numb. Just a few days would mean a revenue of 20,000 yuan. Who was he trying to scare? After ordering the cutlery, Yi Bai left the market. Except for rice and seasonings, Yi Bai buys meat and vegetables every day, never stocking up, to ensure the freshness of the ingredients. In total, he spent 1,083.80 yuan on this shopping trip. He won the advanced liver cream soup recipe in the lottery yesterday, but Yi Bai has no intention of selling it for the time being. The preparation is complicated and time-consuming, and the taste is not to everyone's liking. He also has no intention of selling scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The price of this kind of home-style dish generally does not exceed 12 yuan. If you fry too much at a time, it will become a big pot dish, and the taste will be greatly reduced. If he cooks it in small batches, the time cost is not cost-effective, and it is far inferior to stir-fried pork. Moreover, the more popular dishes sell better. Dad, I just had a dream again. In the dream, I was swimming in watermelon-flavored ice cream. It felt so good, and I ate it while swimming. In the rented room, Yi Yaoyao slurped the spicy chicken noodles made by Yi Bai while shaking her head. Are you cold? Ice cream is very cold. Yi Bai laughed. Oh dear, Daddy, how can you miss the point? Don't you know how happy it is for children to have such a big ice cream tub? Yi Yaoyao pouted, a little upset. I don't know, I didn't have ice cream when I was little. Yi Bai shook his head. Wow, Daddy, you're so poor, I feel sorry for you for 2 seconds. Thank you. You're welcome. He takes the little one to the door of the kindergarten. As soon as Yi Bai's food truck appears, a large group of children gather around, enthusiastically greeting the father and daughter. The scene is spectacular, and it leaves the teachers and parents speechless. Yi Yaoyao, didn't you go home with your sister Pure yesterday? Uncle, do you have a lot of delicious food in your truck? Can you spare some for me? Yaoyao, did you get in Pure's truck yesterday? That's amazing. Yo-Yo, are you and Pure very close? Of course. She's my half-sister, and we even watched cartoons together last night. She even sang to me. Yo-Yo Yi held her head high and bragged. This made a group of children envious. Even some young parents were surprised and couldn't help but ask, Yo-Yo's father, is Pure related to your family? Can you get me an autograph? Our whole family is a big fan of Simpang. Yes. I want one too. Will Simpang come to kindergarten again? If possible, I'd like a group photo. If this were anyone else, they might have bragged a little, driven by vanity. But Yi Bai chose to tell the truth, she was just a customer, and my daughter wanted an autograph, so she was invited to my house by chance. His explanation didn't help matters, and the crowd went wild. Wow, Yo-Yo's dad, you're such a great cook. Even a celebrity likes your food. Yo-Yo's dad, you're a role model for the new era. Ha, in that case, Pure is your fan. Your daughter is Pure's fan, and Pure is your fan. What a mess in the rich family. What the heck are you talking about? After chatting with many parents, Yi Bai was ready to ride on the tricycle food truck and set up his stall. Yaoyao, Daddy is going to set up the breakfast stall. You have to be good in kindergarten and listen to the teacher. Before leaving, Yi Bai did not forget to give his daughter a piece of advice. The little one waved his hands so fast that they left after images. Daddy, don't worry, Yaoyao will listen to you. Don't work too hard, or Yaoyao will feel sad. Bye, Uncle. Uncle, where are you setting up your stall? I'll ask my mummy to go and buy some. Yes, Daddy, you follow Uncle in the car, I want to eat sweet and sour pork. Dad, I'm giving you a difficult task, if you don't complete it, I'll go home and tell Mummy you've gone to the red romance. A group of kids said to their parents, some even resorted to threats. But the consequences were dire. 7 wolves were about to draw their shadows. If a teacher hadn't come over to persuade them, there would have been rivers of blood. The father and daughter had become the stars of the loving kindergarten. Yi Yaoyao was surrounded by a group of little ones as she entered the school gate. And behind Yi Bai's tricycle, there were also several cars and battery-powered cars following. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the experimental primary school, and the stall was just being set up, there were already 20 to 30 customers in line. It is estimated that Yi Bai is the only breakfast stall in the whole city that is so popular. Other stall owners were shocked by this scene. A stall owner in the distance was so stunned that he even burnt the handheld pancakes. However, instead of being angry, the customers were very happy. Boss, they're burnt, so I don't want them. Goodbye. Before the words had finished, the person had already run to Yi Bai's stall to queue up. The owner of the handheld pancake stall was left standing there, looking lost. Boss, I'd like 3 portions of glutinous rice, 3 cups of snow pear and white fungus soup, and 2 boxes of purple sweet potato crystal cake. A middle-aged man in his 40s stood in front of the stall and ordered. Okay, Uncle, I'll get it ready for you right away. With that, Yi Bai quickly made 3 portions of glutinous rice for the uncle. Nodding his head, the man took the rice in his hands, then directly in the plastic bag, he kneaded it into a ball and stirred all the condiments evenly. This is the essence of eating glutinous rice. Only in this way can the rice grains and condiments be perfectly matched. Especially the red chili peppers, which made people drool just by looking at them. This was the experience he had gained from eating glutinous rice when he was young, and he rarely ate it afterwards. Now that he thought about it, those days were quite nostalgic. It smells good. The uncle couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he took a greedy whiff. Then he took a bite. Sizzle! The uncle was instantly shocked. Is this still sticky rice? How can it taste so good? As he looked at Yibai, who was busy at the stall, Zhao Xiaotian's eyes flashed with shock. This guy, his cooking is not worse than a 5-star hotel chef. Chapter 47 Chapter 46 The Conquered Chowing. Dad! Why do you insist on me picking you up in the morning? A beautiful woman in white trousers and a white belt, with an extraordinary temperament, said with some dissatisfaction from the pink BMW. What, I'm not happy to pick you up? I've been raising you for nothing. Zhao Xiaotian frowned, his tone even more fierce than the beauty's. After tasting Yibai's unique flavor just now, he called his daughter. He wanted her to try it too. Who knew that he would be scolded as soon as he arrived, so how could he bear it? Handing his daughter a portion of glutinous rice and a cup of snowpear and white fungus soup, Zhao Xiaotian glared and said, I know you, girl, don't often eat breakfast, so here, I bought it especially for you. He was very harsh, but he actually still cares about his daughter chowing. Yesterday, an old friend called him and asked him to take care of the other person's ex-son-in-law. He thought it was just an ordinary thing and just arranged something that paid a lot and required little work. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, while secretly watching long legs on TikTok while hiding from his wife, he accidentally came across a particularly popular food stall. Out of curiosity, he clicked in. Unexpectedly, coincidentally, the owner of the stall was actually his old friend's ex-son-in-law. So with the attitude of knowing the enemy in oneself, he came over this morning. He just didn't expect the food to taste so good. And with his popularity, where was the need for him to help someone find a job? It was just nonsense. However, he believed that Chen Buchuan would not have played a joke on him for no reason, and it must be that the other party did not know that Jibai's cooking was so good. This wave, he was on the second level. He had no appetite, so he couldn't eat. At this point, Chowing no longer acted aloof, and playfully stuck out her tongue. Whatever, it's just because you don't like your mom's breakfast. Zhao Xiaotian gave her a look that said, I've seen right through you. You're the same, aren't you? You get up so early every morning to exercise, because you don't want to eat breakfast at home, don't you? Chowing shot back. Hey, your mom's greatest hobby is cooking, but unfortunately her greatest characteristic is that her cooking is not good. Over the years, I've really noticed that, and Zhao Xiaotian sighed. Ha ha. Dad, if you're so capable, why don't you say those things to mom's face? Chowing teased her father, then her gaze settled on the sticky rice, and she suddenly looked disgusted. No, Dad, is this what you eat in the morning? Let's go, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Zhao Xiaotian immediately refused, shouting, You don't know what's good, do you know how many people are lining up to eat this sticky rice? I don't like sticky rice, it's greasy and oily. Fine, if you don't want to eat it, I will. With that, Zhao Xiaotian reopened his unfinished portion of sticky rice and started to show it off in the car. Suddenly, the car was filled with a delicious aroma. Ha! It smells so good? Chowing couldn't help but swallow. Zhao Xiaotian ignored her and continued to show off his rice. At the same time, he also regretted not knowing about it until so late. How many meals has he missed out on? Hey! What a pity! But it's not too late now. From now on, he will eat it every day, every meal. As for the food his wife cooks? Not even a dog would eat it. After showing off a portion of the glutinous rice, Zhao Xiaotian opened the package of the snowpear and white fungus soup and drank it with relish. His face was full of a look of enjoyment. Is it really that delicious? Let me try. Chowing couldn't resist any longer and opened a portion of glutinous rice. Pfft, who said they didn't know how good it was? Zhao Xiaotian had a faint smile in his eyes, and he had long expected this result. Chowing ignored her father and focused all her attention on the glutinous rice. She took a small taste and immediately felt that the taste was exquisite. Oh my, it's so delicious. After muttering, she didn't linger and started eating it in large bites. She still couldn't escape the law of delicious food. Seeing his daughter eating so happily, Xiao Xiaotian couldn't resist either, and took out the portion he had prepared for his wife to eat. Phew! I've never eaten so much for breakfast, but the taste is really delicious. After finishing the glutinous rice, Xiaoying felt like she had opened the door to a new world. She had never thought that a dish of glutinous rice, which could be found everywhere, could taste so good. Chapter 48. How was Chapter 47? I'm talking about the person. Dad, what are these two boxes? Xiaoying couldn't help but ask again, looking at the boxes her father was holding. Purple sweet potato crystal cake, I've never had it either, you try it. Xiao Xiaotian said, also opening a box and letting his daughter try it first. Wow, it's not bad. It's soft and sweet, and when you eat it, there's a cool feeling in your throat. It's better than any dessert I've ever had before. Just one bite, and Xiaoying was conquered again. Ha, let me try some too. Xiao Xiaotian smiled proudly. Dad, where did you buy these things? After finishing one box of purple sweet potato crystal cake, Xiaoying was a little disappointed. It's near the school. Xiao Xiaotian points the way. He of course understands what his daughter is thinking, but he has already given up hope. Sure enough, when the BMW pulls up near the school, Xiaoying's eyes widen. What? There are so many people here? There must be more than 50 people in line, right? I don't think there are that many people queuing at the most popular restaurants in Lincheng at their peak. But thinking about the taste of the food just now, she is relieved. Something this delicious, it would be abnormal not to have such a long queue. Looking at the terrifying number of people in front of her, Xiaoying had to dismiss the idea in her heart. She shook her head and said, I was thinking of buying some more glutinous rice and snow pear and white fungus soup, but it seems I was naive. I told you it would be hard to find, but you didn't believe me. Xiao Xiaotian grinned, and secretly decided that he would have to eat such delicious food every morning in the future, otherwise what was the point of living? Naturally, you can't park for long at the school gate, so Xiaoying reluctantly looked at the stall twice before reluctantly leaving. Xiao Xiaotian looked at his daughter and said happily, Xiaoying, what do you think? It's great, the taste is great. Dad, I've decided that I want to eat breakfast from this stall every morning from now on, Xiaoying replied while driving. Who asked you that? I was talking about how was the young man, Xiao Xiaotian said, glaring. What? What young man? Xiaoying looked confused. The stall owner. I didn't see him. Never mind, here's a photo, take a look. Taking advantage of the gap while waiting for the traffic light, Xiao Xiaotian took out his phone and opened the photo album, where there were several photos he had secretly taken of Yi Bai. Xiaoying simply glanced at them and immediately felt her heart skip a beat. Wow, the stall owner is quite young and handsome. Ha, he's really good looking, isn't he? Yes, he's quite good looking. Xiaoying nodded in agreement with her father. Then she suddenly thought of something, her expression changed, and she glared at her father. What do you mean? Nothing, I just want him to be our Qiao family's son-in-law. Xiao Xiaotian looked as if he was taking it for granted. What? Xiaoying looked at her father's expression, which didn't look like he was joking, and was shocked and dumbfounded. No, Lao Chao, you want to sell your daughter for a mouthful of food? She was really impressed. Who else's father is not reliable? Although the man really makes delicious food. If you could eat it every day, it would really be a happy thing. Thinking about it really makes me spit. Xiaoying quickly shook off the messy thoughts in her head. No matter what, she could not sell herself for a mouthful of food. This is not a business, and you can't force feelings. I know you can't force feelings, and I'm not asking you to. Just try to see if it works. If you don't even try, how will you know if it doesn't work? Xiao Xiaotian tried his best to persuade his daughter, watching her reaction. At this moment, he completely forgot about his old friend's request for help, and instead tried to persuade her to go against her will. It's not like he's trying to persuade her against her will, after all, the Chen family's daughter has already divorced that guy. Xiaoying was a little speechless and a little puzzled at the same time. In the past, so many young talents had not caught her father's eye. This time, this handsome guy who was selling things at a stall. Did her father get possessed? The glutinous rice was actually not ordinary glutinous rice, and there were. Thinking about it, Xiaoying quickly shook her head. Reality is not fiction, where are there so many strange things? But just as she was rambling, Xiao Xiaotian was eating purple sweet potato crystal cake next to her. He couldn't stop eating them, one after the other. The two of them had already finished one box, and this was the last one. "Dad, what are you doing?" Xiaoying was about to express her opinion when she saw such a shocking scene. "Isn't this about serious business? Why are you sneaking a bite, you old man?" There was only a small box left of the purple sweet potato crystal cake. "Dad, the rest is all mine, you can't fight me for it." Xiaoying hurriedly parked the car by the roadside and snatched the purple sweet potato crystal cake. "Damn it, I bought it, why should I give it to you?" Xiao Xiaotian was quick-witted and quickly snatched the purple sweet potato crystal cake back. "Dad, your poor daughter hasn't had breakfast for 3 days, and today she has a rare good appetite, can you bear to do this to her?" Unable to snatch it back, Xiaoying began to pout. "Unfortunately, it didn't work. Don't call me Dad. From now on, you and I are no longer related. We can reconcile after I finish the purple sweet potato crystal cake," Xiao Xiaotian said resolutely. "Xiaoying. Is she sure she's my biological daughter? Was she not given to me for free?" Glancing at her daughter, who looked stunned, Xiao Xiaotian's eyes flashed with a mischievous smile. He suddenly said, "You can have it if you want, but you need to reconsider what just happened." "What's that?" Xiaoying asked weakly. "The marriage with that young man." "Ugh. It's more or less that. Is this considered a blind date?" "If you say so." After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoying finally made a decision that went against her family's wishes. Chapter 49 Chapter 47.5 Girls should be proactive. "Okay, let's get one thing straight, I'm just trying this out. If it doesn't work out, don't force it." Xiaoying also felt that she was single anyway, and the handsome guy looked quite pleasing to the eye. And it would satisfy her stomach. Compared to some of the rich guys who were after her, the handsome boss was indeed much better. "Push his WeChat ID to me," Xiaoying said immediately after making her decision. It's not a bad idea to chat. What if the two of them really become a couple? Won't she be able to eat gourmet food every meal from then on? After saying that, Xiaoying also looked at her husband, but Xiao Xiaotian shook his head and said, "No WeChat ID." Xiaoying can use her phone number. Xiao Xiaotian doesn't have a phone number either. "No, Lao Dang, what do you mean?" Xiaoying was completely speechless. "Cough, in fact, I don't know the little guy well," Xiao Xiaotian said, rubbing his nose, his expression a little embarrassed. "Don't know him well?" "Yes. But I know him, he's a good man," Xiao Xiaotian said again, full of conviction. Yi Bai, although he has never met him before, he has heard a lot about him from Lao Chun. "I know that he is a good son-in-law and it would be hard to find someone better. As for the divorce, it's not Yi Bai's fault. It's just that their fate wasn't meant to be. Xiaoying, there aren't many good guys like him. Girls, sometimes you have to take the initiative. If you don't, how will you know the outcome?" Xiaoying. So what you're saying is that I should take the initiative to go after him?" Xiao Xiaotian nodded affirmatively and spread his hands out as if to say, "What else?" "Dad, get off the car, I'm busy, I need to go back to the office." Xiaoying shook her head speechlessly, feeling both angry and amused. She was the famous beauty of Lincheng, and yet she was actually chasing after someone else? Would anyone believe it if she told anyone? "So, do you want to eat the purple sweet potato crystal cake or not?" "Yes, give it to me." "No, if you want it, go find your future husband." Hee. After saying that, Xiao Xiaotian walked away without looking back. He left his daughter behind, staring blankly. In front of the experimental primary school, Yi Bai hadn't noticed that his neighbor, Mr. Chao Anmin, had also come to line up. And he wasn't alone, as he was accompanied by an old man and a young boy. The old man was the one who had fought with Chao Anmin this morning, and the young boy was his grandson, who looked to be about 6 or 7 years old. "Grandpa, is the food here really delicious? Is it even better than what you cook?" The young boy was forced to follow his grandfather in line, and his expression was very depressed. His grandfather is a super chef. He often makes all kinds of delicious food for him. They can eat at home, so why eat out? "I don't know, and my grandfather hasn't eaten it either, but it doesn't matter, we'll find out if it's good or not." The old man shook his head and laughed. He was also bored, so he wanted to experience the delicacies of the world. And he happened to bump into Yi Bai, so he decided to give it a try. In contrast, Chao Anmin was even less interested. The only reason he came was because of his neighbor. But he didn't know what to say. There were so many people in line, and he didn't know how it tasted. In front of the stall, Yi Bai's speed of frying rice was not only fast, but also incredibly graceful. His proficiency was impressive, and it also gave a pleasing feeling. The customers in line were amazed. "Boss, it seems like you use the same strength every time. Does practice make perfect?" "Amazing. No wonder the fried rice tastes so good." The crowd exclaimed, and some even took out their phones to record a video. "Boss, bye, I'll take a video with my phone and learn how to make it myself when I get home, is that okay?" Upon hearing this, Yi Bai laughed and shook his head, while continuing to flip the wok. The man was instantly beaming with joy, imagining himself making such delicious food, but a young lady in denim shorts behind him quickly poured cold water over his head. "Big brother, filming a video is useless. I've tried it before, and no matter what I do, it's a world of difference from the taste made by Boss Yi Bai. You still have to come and buy it." At this point, someone in the crowd who had studied cooking explained that the method of making weird rice looks very simple, and many people can basically do it. But the main reason Boss Yi Bai can make it so delicious is the basic skills of stirring the pot and controlling the heat. You can't learn these things just by rote memorization, it mainly depends on proficiency. If you really want to practice, you won't be able to do it without wasting a few hundred dishes. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that this was the truth. Not to mention the movements of Yi Bai's stir frying, they just couldn't learn it. So they gave up the idea of making a video to learn. However, the young lady in jeans, who had just started persuading the man in front of her, took out her phone and kept filming Yi Bai. Her older brother in front of her suddenly teased, "Beauty, why don't you stick the camera of your phone on Boss Yi's forehead, so that you can get a clear shot?" Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Missy Jeans blushed, but she didn't put away her phone. The embarrassment was only temporary, but candid shots of handsome guys don't come along every day. The customers in line occasionally exchanged a few jokes, and the atmosphere was very harmonious, which made the wait not so boring. Soon, Yi Bai had already sold nearly half of the ingredients. He also took a moment to drink some water. But despite being busy for so long, he didn't feel any soreness at all. One reason was that his constitution had been systematically strengthened. The second reason was that fewer people ate fried rice in the morning, and most people had glutinous rice, which saved him a lot of energy. "I'll have fried rice with 2 eggs and a glass of snow pear and white fungus soup." The man in front of me, who had just finished drinking water, said with a stern face, looking extremely serious, as if someone owed him millions. "Okay, sir, just a moment." Yi Bai responded with a smile, not paying any attention to the man's face. Soon, a dish of fried rice was freshly cooked. The man paid with a QR code and walked away with a cold face. After crossing a few streets, the man went directly to the door of the Century City police station. Squatting in front of the police station, the man opened the fried rice and began to eat it with gusto. People passing by looked at him with strange expressions. What was wrong with this man? Why was he eating in front of the police station? Was he turning himself in and trying to eat his last meal? A few minutes later, the old man finished the box of fried rice. He also finished the snow fungus soup. He casually wiped his mouth with his hand, and his eyes were full of certainty. Yes, this is the right taste. After that, the old man also walked directly into the police station. As soon as he entered, he said to the police officer, "Officer, you need to check out the fried rice stand downstairs in my neighborhood." The young policeman was baffled. "What did you want to report about the fried rice stall, sir?" "You don't understand, young man. The fried rice at that stall is really delicious," the old man said with a grave expression. The young policeman felt both amused and embarrassed when he heard this. He had only heard that something could be so delicious that it made you want to cry, or that it was so delicious that you missed your mother. Today he had learned that it could be so delicious that you wanted to call the police. "Are you here to make me laugh, sir?" With a smile suppressed, the police officer patiently said to the old man, "Old man, isn't this deliciousness a good thing? Why did you call the police?" He was a little confused at this point. Could it be that this old man was not a competitor from the fried rice stall? P.S. Thanks to Yigu for the prompt. Chapter 50 Chapter 48 Delicious enough to call the police? The police officer looked a little strange. Could it be that this old man, unable to compete, had simply given up? It seems that there is really a possibility of that. Only the old man himself doesn't know what he's thinking, otherwise he would have jumped up and cursed. He continued, saying that ever since I ate that fried rice, I can't help but want to eat it 3 times a day. During this time, I have been eating fried rice all the time, and the more I eat, the more I want to eat. Comrade police officer, I have lived most of my life. But there is no food that I have become addicted to like this. I have reason to suspect that the fried rice at that fried rice stall must have added something illegal into it, otherwise how could it be so delicious? The old man's expression was extremely serious, not like he was joking. The smile on the face of the police officer gradually dissipated, replaced by a solemn expression. Such cases are not uncommon. There was once a vendor who added poppies to the ingredients, and customers became addicted after eating it. After eating it, they wanted to eat again, and if they didn't eat it, they felt unwell. Even some hot pot and braised food restaurants were found to have added poppies some time ago. The younger policeman felt more and more scared as he thought about it, so he didn't dare to delay and quickly called a few colleagues to ask the old man to take them to the fried rice stall. When the police car with flashing red and blue lights appeared in front of the experimental primary school, it immediately attracted the attention of those around. Holy cow, is that a city management car? Are we not going to be able to eat breakfast? Boss bye, run, the city management are here. What's the point of running? It's a police car. Huh? The police station? What are they doing here? I don't know, maybe they're here to buy sticky rice. Air. Everyone looks curiously at the police car. The old man follows the police officer and walks straight towards Yi Bai. Officer, this is the fried rice stall. Seeing this, the customers in line, the surrounding vendors, and the teachers and students at the school gate all looked over at the same time. What's going on? You don't need to call the police to clear up illegal street vending, do you? Shouldn't the urban management officers be in charge of this? Hasn't someone been setting up stalls here all along? No one has checked it before. What's going on today? I don't know, I'm a bit scared when I see the police, so I'll slip away first. Hey, buddy. Yi Bai had just finished packing 3 bowls of fried rice and handed them to the customer quickly. After receiving the fried rice, the customer quickly hid to the side. The rest of the customers in line also made way, and the old man and several police officers walked directly to the stall. Yi Bai looked up at the police officers in front of him, his expression a little puzzled. Why were the police here all of a sudden? Officer, please check. The old man pointed his finger at Yi Bai, his face full of righteousness. The leading police officer saluted Yi Bai and then said in a very serious tone, Hello, comrade. We are the police officers from Shiji City Police Station. My badge number is Dong1, Dongguai. We received a report 15 minutes ago that there are food safety issues with the food you make. Please cooperate with the investigation. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai was even more confused. His food has safety issues? How is that possible? The customers around him were also in an uproar. Food safety issues? No way. Boss Bai's stall is the cleanest and most hygienic I've ever seen. Yes, Boss Bai's food truck is cleaner than my own kitchen. Damn it, did you guys learn nothing in your 9 years of compulsory education? The police officer was talking about food safety issues, not hygiene issues. Huh? After coming back to his senses, Yi Bai nodded to the police officers, saying, Yes, I will fully cooperate with the investigation. After that, Yi Bai turned his head and glanced at the old man. He remembered the old man, as he had just bought a fried rice meal from him. The reason why he remembered it so clearly was because very few people bought fried rice in the morning. Yi Bai didn't know why the other party wanted to report him, but he wasn't afraid. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. Please show your ID card and health certificate, the police officer said with a serious face. Since Yi Bai was not setting up a stall in a specific location, he did not need a food business license. Yi Bai took out his ID and handed it to the police officer. One officer checked the ID while the other officer checked the food truck. Mr. Yi, what do you mainly sell at your stall? After confirming the ID information, the lead police officer asked. At first I sold fried rice, which is weird. Then I added sticky rice, snow pear and white fungus soup, purple sweet potato crystal cake, and fried pork. Yi Bai answered truthfully. Quite a variety. The police officer nodded. At this point, another police officer also checked the ingredients and seasonings in the food truck. They were all common things, and no problems were found. Why is there no fried pork as you said? Chapter 51 Chapter 49 Boss Bai, don't panic, everything is in the trunk. Because few people eat fried pork for breakfast. Yi Bai said seriously. The police officer touched his nose and asked some more questions. While talking, he kept observing Yi Bai's facial expressions, but never noticed anything unusual. If there really was a problem, when the police came to the door, the other party would show slight expressions of guilt and panic. But the young boss in front of him didn't show any of that at all. He was very calm from beginning to end. But that doesn't rule him out as a suspect. Some people have a very strong mental constitution. I need to take some of these ingredients and seasonings for testing. Is that convenient? The police officer said this, pointing at the ingredients on the table with his finger. Of course it's convenient, I have no problem with that. Yi Bai said cleanly, indicating that there was no problem. Good. Nodding, a few police officers took one each of the rice, vegetables, meat, purple sweet potato crystal cake, snow pear and white fungus soup, and sticky rice, and put them in the police car. We will take these things to the lab for testing, and the results will be available soon, but Mr. Yi will have to come with us first. After taking the ingredients, the police officer said, "The lab is just available today, and it will take at most an hour or so to test these ingredients." He also wanted Yi Bai to go to the police station with him. If there were any problems, they would arrest him directly. If not, they would sign the release form and let him go, without wasting any time. Of course, Yi Bai could choose not to go. After all, so far, the police did not have any evidence that he had committed a crime. But Yi Bai still nodded and agreed. As a good citizen, it was his duty and responsibility to cooperate with the police investigation. Good. But can I ride my food truck there? Yi Bai said, pointing to his three-wheeled vehicle. Yes. The police officer did not refuse this request. The man who had called the police also got into the police car again. On the one hand, he wanted to make a statement, and on the other hand, he was full of righteous indignation and wanted to see what would happen. Yi Bai rode his tricycle food truck behind the police car. Just as the police car started to move, it noticed that a group of people were following the tricycle food truck. The leading police officer signaled to the police officer next to him to stop the car. After the car stopped on the side of the road, he stepped out of the police car and asked the people behind him, "What are you doing? Why are you following me?" The group of people were obviously the customers at Yi Bai's stall, and they all chimed in. "We believe in Boss Bai, I've been eating it for a few days now, there's definitely nothing wrong with it, it's just pure deliciousness." "I believe that too, it must be a mistake on your part, police comrade. That old man is the one with a problem, Boss Bai is a good person." "JC, are you kidding me? We won't know until the results of the investigation come out." He was also a little speechless, as this was the first time he had encountered such a case. However, his suspicion of Yi Bai inexplicably deepened by 2 points. If it were normal food, the customer should not have behaved in such a way. Why does it feel like they have been poisoned? Then we have to wait and see the results. Yes, we are the strongest backing for Boss Bai. Yes, police officer, you can't just falsely accuse a good person. I trust Boss Bai 100%, and I haven't even had a chance to try his sticky rice yet. I'll buy some when Boss Bai gets out. Hearing these words, the police officer's brow furrowed even more deeply. In the end, after much hesitation, he didn't say much and simply got into his car and left. These people can follow if they want, but they won't be able to get inside the police station anyway. It'll be just as well, because they can see the results for themselves then. The police station was not far from here, only about 1 kilometer away, and it took just a few minutes to get there, crossing 2 sets of traffic lights. The customers behind him walked, rode electric bikes, or drove, and they all arrived at the police station in a grand procession. As the convoy drew closer, the gate at the entrance to the police station slowly rose. A police officer got out of the car and told Yi Bai to drive the food truck into the police station. If the ingredients are found to be problematic at the time, and if it is discovered that something strange has been added, everything on the food truck will be seized. Boss Bai, we'll be waiting for you outside. If anything happens, just let us know. Everything is in the trunk, it's all there. Boss Bai is innocent, so the police comrades must be thorough in their investigation. Boss Bai, if you notice anything amiss, just shout. That's right, your brothers will always support you. Quickly give the group a shout, and get your brothers over here to ask for backup. Many police officers. What? You want to go into the police station and grab someone? And what's all that stuff in the trunk? What stuff is in the trunk? Dozens of people just squatted outside the police station. And this commotion directly attracted the other police officers out of the police station. Lao Li, what's going on? Why are there so many people? A middle-aged police officer asked the leading police officer. Back to team leader Wang, these are the customers of the food stall owner, and they say they don't want us to wrong a good person. Lao Li said with a wry smile. Wow, I didn't realize that a food stall owner had so many fans. Team leader Wang glanced outside and teased. Yi Bai was a little at a loss for words in this situation, and was also a little afraid of being considered a mob. So he said, Officer, why don't I persuade them to go back first? No need, the test results will be quick, probably less than an hour. If the ingredients are tested to be fine, you can just continue with your business. If there is a problem, you can explain the situation to them. Team leader Wang waved his hand and said. He also had his own considerations. Judging from the attitude of these people outside, if it is not handled properly, it is feared that it will cause unnecessary repercussions. No matter what the result of today's incident is, they must be made to witness it. Li, take these foods to be tested, as quickly as possible. Team leader Wang then instructed the other policewoman. Yes, Captain. Young man, just wait for the test results with peace of mind. Whether there is a misunderstanding or not, we will know in a moment. HM. Yi Bai had no choice but to sit on the bench in the lobby and wait for the test results. The man who reported him was sitting across from him, his expression serious and solemn. He said, Young man, don't blame me. Old man, I've lived most of my life, and when I was young I traveled all over the country, but your fried rice is really addictive, which is very strange. So, for the safety of the people of our city, I must stand up and be the bad guy. Yi Bai looked at him indifferently and said, You do have that right. If you say you don't blame the old man, Yi Bai himself doesn't believe it. Doing business as usual, he never expected to be taken to the police station. But the old man reporting him was not out of selfishness. He can't say he resents it. He just thinks it's a bit ridiculous. Just because my fried rice is delicious, you called the police? I went to the front of the police station, and dozens of people were squatting on the curb, staring at the police station with burning eyes. They were all afraid that Yi Bai had really run into trouble. For one thing, they really liked Yi Bai, and that cute little one in his family. For another, after eating Yi Bai's food, they were now immune to other foods, even if they were delicacies from the mountains and the sea, they were like chewing wax. In the fan group, the news that Yi Bai had been reported and taken away spread like wildfire. And after seeing the news that Yi Bai had been taken to the police station, the fans in the group completely went into a frenzy. News followed one after the other. Boss Bai's mistress, my brother is a good person, he would never put anything weird in the food. Boss Bai's leg hair, which police station? I'm coming over to protest. It's so unfair. Which idiot reported him? I'm so angry. The woman Boss Bai will never get lost. This must be a slander. Yo-Yo's mother, which brat reported this? Was it the owner of another stall? Do you know his address? I'll go there tonight. Within just a few minutes, thousands of messages had been posted. Xiao Qingqing also got the news, and she got up from bed with her hair disheveled, quickly calling Chen Mengying. Unfortunately, the phone was constantly busy. Okay, just do as I say next time, and don't let anything slip. Chen Mengying said coldly, looking at the several catering department executives in front of her. Recently, there have been more and more complaints about the catering department. It has exhausted her energy, and she had no choice but to call a meeting with the catering department executives. However, what she can solve at the moment is only the attitude towards customers. As for the taste of the food, she is still at a loss. Chapter 52. Chapter 50. Could it be that he has a big background? The hotel has tried all kinds of dishes, but unfortunately they still cannot satisfy the customers. Yes, Mr. Chen. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will definitely do as you say. Mr. Chen, shall we go down first? Several people hurriedly nodded respectfully. As executives of the catering department, they have also had a hard time recently. The complaints are like a small mountain every day, and they are simply overwhelming. Go! After waving the others out, Chen Mengying rubbed her tired head. Tired. Back in her office, Chen Mengying was just about to make herself a cup of coffee to refresh herself when she heard her phone ringing on the desk. Hello? Finally you've answered the phone, sis. As soon as the phone connected, Xiao Qingqing's complaining voice came through. Chen Mengying strategically held her phone a little further away, and when the other end of the line went quiet, she said indifferently, I was busy just now. What's the matter? Looking at the 20-odd missed calls on her phone, she was also speechless. Yi Bai was captured by the demon spirit. Didn't you watch the Penguin Group? Before Xiao Qingqing could finish her sentence, Chen Mengying hung up. Somehow, when she heard that Yi Bai had run into trouble, her heart gave a sharp tug. Hurry up and open the Penguin Group, Chen Mengying began to check the specific news. She was dragged into this fan group by Xiao Qingqing. At this time, the Penguin Group was full of news about Yi Bai being taken to the police station. After getting a general idea of the situation, Chen Mengying let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile a little. Yi Bai was reported because the food he cooked was so delicious. It was even thought that he had added something to it, which was ridiculous. Although she didn't have much affection for Yi Bai, Chen Mengying believed in the former's character. If Yi Bai really did such a thing for money, why did he choose not to claim property when he got divorced? At that time, if he had just asked for it, he could have gotten tens of millions. If someone can refuse tens of millions of dollars, would they risk breaking the law? Shaking her head, Chen Mengying was about to put away her phone when she suddenly thought that Yi Bai was, after all, Yao Yao's father. She should still do something. Opening the contacts list, Chen Mengying found a number and dialed it directly. Hello, Uncle Ji? I have a favor to ask. Meanwhile, Chao Xiaotian also noticed the news in the fan group. He quickly took out his phone. He had a wide network of contacts in Lincheng and quickly got in touch with the police chief of Lincheng. Hey, Chief Lu, good morning. Haha, it's me. I have something. Not just these two, but other people in the fan group with some background were also beginning to look for connections and wanted to do something for Yi Bai. Century City Police Station. The current public security is very good, and very often they don't receive an alarm call for 10 or half a month. Long Guoping, the police station chief, was leisurely cleaning the police car. After the car was shiny and clean, he brought a big cup of chrysanthemum tea to the lobby. He happened to see Yi Bai sitting there drinking water. Adhering to the attitude of serving the people, he walked over and said with a smile, "Young man, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Yi Bai looked up at the middle-aged man in uniform, who had 2 bars and 2 stars on his shoulders, a second-level police inspector, and should be the head of the police station if there were no accidents. So he replied, "I was reported for selling fried rice. People suspect that I added something to the food I sold, so I came here to cooperate with the investigation." Long Guoping was momentarily taken aback. Something added to the food? Poppy powder? It's not surprising that he thought so. There have been too many cases like this. Many unscrupulous businesses add poppy powder to hot pot and barbecue. Once customers eat it, they become addicted and want to eat it again. However, if there is too much poppy seed powder, it is harmful to the body and can be understood as an indirect addiction. If the amount is sufficient, it is no longer a food safety issue, but Long Guoping became serious. This case really needs to be investigated thoroughly. However, he surveyed Yi Bai. Why did this young man look so calm and self-assured? Long Su. Just then, the team leader Wang came over and said hello. Long Lang. You're in charge of the case, right? Tell me everything in detail. Okay. Long Lang nodded and began to tell the whole story. This morning, an old man came to our office and reported that the food made by this boss Yi Bai was too delicious, so he suspected that something addictive had been added. Long Lang's words had not finished when Long Guoping's mobile phone in his pocket rang. As soon as he saw the caller ID, his expression suddenly became serious. He made a gesture to Wang Lang to keep quiet and quickly answered the phone. Hello, Director Lu, what brings you here? Did your police station arrest a young man named Yi Bai today? Do you have any actual evidence? This matter must be investigated thoroughly. If there is even the slightest mistake, I won't let you off the hook. A strong voice came from the other end of the line. And it sounded like it was on Yi Bai's side. It even directly threatened that if anything went wrong, he would be held responsible. Long Guoping was a little startled and looked at Yi Bai in secret. This young man has only been here for a short time, but how did he manage to alert Director Lu so quickly? Does he have a terrifying background? Or is he the son of some big leader? But then, Long Guoping dismissed these speculations. If he really was the son of some big leader or had a super background, he would not be selling things at a street stall, would he? Although he couldn't figure it out, Long Guoping still respectfully said, Director Lu, don't worry, we haven't arrested him, we just invited him to come and cooperate with the investigation. He's not in the interrogation room either, he's in the lobby having tea right now. After he finished speaking, he quickly signaled Wang Lang next to him with his eyes, telling him to make Yi buy some tea. Humph, it's good that you haven't arrested him. But you need to speed things up, if there's nothing wrong with him, just let him go. Yes, yes, yes. Long Guoping wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly nodded to promise. Wang Lang, who was standing next to him, brought a cup of tea over and was also very surprised. Where did this young man come from? The big leader of the municipal police station even called personally to inquire? For a moment, Long Guoping and Wang Lang both turned their heads to take a look at Yi Bai at the same time, with a somewhat inexplicable expression. Not to mention them, even Yi Bai was full of question marks. He didn't know any Director Lu or Director Ma, so what was this phone call? Little brother, you Long Guoping just wanted to ask a few questions, and the phone that you just put in your pocket rang again. When you took it out, your expression was like the third emoticon in the lower right corner. Chapter 53. Chapter 51. The stubborn old man kept getting phone calls. He looked at the caller ID on the screen of his phone. Long Guoping's expression was extremely worried. This person was not as important as the previous Lu Shuji, but he was directly in charge of him. Ji Genua, the head of the Guanshanhe district branch. At this time, after calling to look at Yi Bai, Long Guoping already had a guess in his heart. He answered the phone with a worried look on his face, and Long Guoping didn't dare to breathe a little. Hello, Long Guoping, did your police station arrest a young man named Yi Bai today? What did he do? Sure enough. Long Guoping thought to himself, and his forehead was almost sweating. Cough cough, Director Ji, don't get me wrong. We didn't arrest him, we invited him, we just asked Mr. Yi to come over for a simple investigation. Long Guoping hurriedly explained for himself. This matter could be serious. If he wasn't careful, he could be finished in the police force. Although society today is not as corrupt as it once was, if you offend the leaders, do you really think you can still climb the ranks? After the phone call, he quickly summoned the police officers in charge of the case. Captain Li, how is the investigation going? Captain Li was a little confused, but seeing Long Guoping's serious and anxious expression, he quickly replied. The stuff has been handed over to the lab for testing, and it should take about an hour. After saying this, he also looked at Long Guoping carefully. This is not testing for any complicated chemical components, so why does it take so long? For things like poppies, wouldn't the results be available in 10 minutes? Hurry up and hurry me up, and tell the people in the lab to come up with a report as quickly as possible. Long Guoping was anxious and impatient. There are no other cases in the lab right now, so how could it take so long to test a little food? Seeing that the director's face was not looking good, Captain Li quickly ran to the lab to convey Long Guoping's orders. But when he arrived at the lab, he was stunned. The two lab colleagues were actually eating snow pear and white fungus soup and purple sweet potato crystal cake. Captain Li. The two lab colleagues. Well, this is embarrassing. It felt like when I was a kid and my parents caught me eating something. Why did you eat it? Captain Li snapped. Cough, Captain Li. This is really delicious, it tastes great, would you like to try some? One of the lab technicians said with a dry laugh. Eat it my ass. Director Long has spoken, he wants you to report the results as soon as possible, so stop eating. The director has spoken? The two of them were taken aback. They quickly got busy. In fact, the test results had already come out a long time ago, and the food was completely fine. They just couldn't resist trying the Sydney white fungus soup and purple sweet potato crystal cake because they looked so appealing. And once they tried it, it opened the door to a whole new world. No wonder people call this delicious food. They want to call the police. After a bit of fiddling with the computer, the two of them started writing the test report. Looking at the test results in his hands, Long Guoping let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble today. Yi Bai's well-being was a cause for celebration. And if Yi Bai had been in trouble, he would have suffered the consequences, and it would not have been any better for him. Smiling, Long Guoping walked over and shook Yi Bai's hand, apologizing profusely. Yi boss, I'm truly sorry. This is all a misunderstanding, and I've delayed your business. Don't worry, the test results show that there is nothing wrong. Yi Bai was a little depressed at most about what had happened today, but not angry. Besides, the director had personally apologized, and he was so sincere. After waving his hand to indicate that he was fine, Yi Bai asked, Director Long, can I leave now? Of course you can leave after signing. Long Guoping was also relieved to see that Yi Bai was so easy to talk to. Seeing this scene, the old man who had just reported it was still a bit incredulous and shouted, "Comrade director, you have to check it out, there is really a high possibility that something has been added. Otherwise, where in the world would there be such a delicious thing? You have no idea, his fried rice and snow pear and white fungus soup and glutinous rice are really, really delicious, so delicious that it's explosive." On hearing this, Long Guoping looked at the old man, his eyes full of speechless. Just because someone's food is delicious, so you called the police? Is it not delicious? Do you like things that are hard to eat? Long Guoping's tone was a little bad, and after he finished speaking, he directly threw the test report at the little old man. "This is the test report, it's just been released and it's still warm. Take a look and see if there is a problem." "I'll take a look, but do you think I can understand it?" The little old man stubbornly tilted his head up. "I've lived a long life, and I've seen more than you young people have seen in your whole life. I definitely won't make a mistake." Long Guoping. He could tell that this old man was a stubborn person who only believed what he thought. "The police notified you, listen to me, you should search this boss's home, you will definitely find something." The old man is still not giving up, convinced that there is no such thing as a perfect fried rice. Old man, you have to trust our police investigation capabilities. The fried rice you ate this morning was cooked by Boss Yi, right? And he cooked it in front of many of you, right? Did you see him put anything else in the fried rice?" Long Guoping patiently persuaded. "No." The old man answered firmly. Long Guoping let out a sigh of relief, but then he heard the old man continue, "But there are all kinds of strange methods in the underworld, so maybe he put something in the pot at some point? You didn't see how fast he was when he was frying the rice, swish swish, faster than when I was young and playing with the flying cough cough sesame seeds." The old man looked confident and sure, and he was determined that Yi Bai must be up to something. Long Guoping was completely speechless. This gentleman was really unreasonable. And it seemed that he had just revealed something. Yi Bai shook his head, feeling very helpless about this gentleman's stubbornness. At the same time, he didn't want to continue wasting time here. So he said, "My food truck is outside, and I still have the fried rice seasoning. I'll fry some right in front of everyone. Sir, if the freshly fried rice tastes exactly the same as the one you ate before, will that prove that I didn't add anything else to my fried rice?" Long Guoping's eyes lit up and he laughed. "That's a good idea. Sir, with all these pairs of eyes watching, Bossy won't be able to do anything, will he?" Upon hearing this, the old man frowned and thought about it for a while, but ultimately nodded. "Okay, let's do it that way." Chapter 54 Chapter 52 You still want to eat? You eat a little. And so, Yi Bai set up a stall in the open space in front of the Century City Police Station office building. A group of customers waiting at the door saw a large group of people walking out of the office building and they all stretched their necks to look inside. "Look, the people are coming out, I just don't know what the investigation results are. Hey, what's going on with Boss Bai? Why is he still setting up a stall inside the police station? A stall in the police station? What's going on? This is so frustrating. Boss Bai is probably going to show off his real skills. That makes sense. Facts speak louder than words. I guess Boss Bai wants to show off and impress them. It's not every day you see a group of policemen gathering around someone cooking. Quick, record it. You don't have to tell me. I started recording a long time ago." Everyone at the door pulled out their phones at the same time. "Yes, start recording the video." After the preparations were complete, Yi Bai also started cooking in front of everyone. "Scrub the pan, start the fire. The pan is hot, add oil. Add the ingredients to the pan." In order to prove his innocence, Yi Bai did not use the surgical technique he has used for more than 20 years of being single this time when cooking the fried rice, so that everyone could see every one of his movements. Soon, the fragrance was stir-fried out. Just by smelling it, people couldn't help but get their appetites going. A group of police officers couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "It smells so good, damn it smells good." Long Guoping even wanted to pay the bill by scanning the QR code and order some fried rice. At the same time, everyone was also marveling at Yi Bai's skills. Just those two moves just now have completely surpassed the chefs in 5-star hotels. A few minutes later, the fried rice was out of the pan. This time, Yi Bai fried a relatively large portion of strange road rice. A policewoman quickly brought a large bowl and a handful of chopsticks. Yi Bai took them and quickly served the fried rice. Smelling the fragrant fried rice, Long Guoping lost all sense of leadership and simply picked up a pair of chopsticks and started eating. He couldn't help himself. As soon as he took a bite, his eyes widened. It was delicious, so delicious. After taking a few mouthfuls in a row, he remembered his business and turned to the old man. "Old man, come on, try it. Try this fried rice. Does it taste like the kind you eat all the time?" The old man took a pair of chopsticks and took a bite, his face suddenly changing. The taste was exactly the same, and it even seemed to be a little more fragrant than the one he had eaten in the morning. It still had the familiar heady feeling. Seeing the old man's dumbfounded expression, Long Guoping smiled. "Old man, this fried rice was cooked by Boss Yi in front of all of us, so there can't be a problem, right?" At this point, the old man had already fallen into self-doubt, and he muttered with vacant eyes, "Could it be that I'm really mistaken?" "Just drop the could be, it is you who are mistaken." Long Guoping gave him a look and said impatiently. After that, he turned his head and looked at Yi Bai again. "Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. It's fine, as long as the truth is clear." Yi Bai waved his hand nonchalantly. But he remembered this man. Don't even think about eating his fried rice in the future. Poof. Seeing that Yi Bai had been cleared of suspicion, the customers at the door cheered, holding up their phones. Everyone said that Boss Bai was a good person, but they didn't believe it. Strange things really happen every year, but this year there are especially many of them. It's tough being Boss Bai, because you have to report something delicious. This is really delicious. The police report has entered life. The director personally apologized to Boss Bai, and the truth came to light. Haha. "Hey, Boss Bai, come out quickly. I want to eat the glutinous rice." "Damn, is that all?" Long Guoping was stunned as a large bowl of fried rice was quickly divided up by the several police officers under him. He was furious and blew his beard in anger. "No, Shama, this is a large bowl, don't you know to save some for me? Are you not taking me, the chief, seriously?" The police officers quickly smiled and made excuses, refusing to admit that they had eaten it. Long Guoping had no choice but to look hungrily at Yi Bai. "Boss Yi, do you have any ingredients in your car? Can you cook some more for us? We'll pay." Hearing the chief's words, the other policeman echoed, "Yes, yes, yes, Boss Yi, since the stall is already set up, then cook some more for us, as an early lunch. Notify the cafeteria, don't cook lunch. Notify the cafeteria, tell the chef to come and eat. Notify the cafeteria, they're fired." Looking at the expectant eyes of the group of police officers around him, Yi Bai hesitated slightly, but then agreed. After all, it didn't matter where he set up his stall, it wouldn't affect him. So a strange scene unfolded at the Century City police station. A large group of police officers were scrambling to buy fried rice. "Get in line, what kind of mess is this? Remember, you're the police, keep up appearances. I'm the head of the station, so I'll be first in line." Long Guoping said this seriously, and then went straight to the front of the line. That wasn't all. He then took out his phone and called his wife. "Hello, honey. Do you want fried rice for lunch? There's a really good place here, and the customers were so delicious that they called the police." "Yes, really called the police, no kidding." Okay, I'll bring 2 home." "Boss Yi, I'll have 2. "Wang Lang, Boss Yi, I'll have 3. "Team Leader Li, I want 4 servings. "An unknown police officer, I want 8 servings. "Cook Lao Zhu at the police station, ahem, I want 10 servings. Almost the entire police station was mobilized. The old man who had initially reported Yi Bai gulped, then looked at Yi Bai with embarrassment, and said, "Ahem, Yi Bai, Yi boss, can I have 2 more servings?" Upon hearing this, Yi Bai looked up at him indifferently, before averting his gaze. He didn't say anything, but it seemed like he had said everything. The surrounding policemen also looked at the old man with strange expressions. The old man suddenly felt uncomfortable being looked at, and in the end, he could only leave in disgrace. Outside the police station, dozens of customers were waiting for Yi Bai to come out while taking pictures of the scene inside with their phones. They still had to continue lining up to buy the sticky rice. The Century City police station probably has a staff of about 50 and is a middle to high-level police station. Those who said they wanted to buy 10 portions were actually joking, and the most anyone bought was 3 portions. So soon, Yi Bai finished his business inside the police station. A total of 40 portions of fried rice were sold, plus 23 portions of glutinous rice, as well as some snow pear and white fungus soup and purple sweet potato crystal cake. The total revenue was around 600 yuan. Carrying 2 orders of fried rice, Long Guoping asked with a smile, "Boss Yi, where can I buy your fried rice next time?" "Well, I have a group here." "Add it. You must add it." Before Yi Bai could finish speaking, Long Guoping had already pulled out his phone. As a result, there were suddenly dozens more police officers in the group. Looking at the avatars of those in uniform, the other group members were momentarily at a loss. And the group messages, which had been scrolling rapidly, suddenly stopped. Although everyone was a law-abiding citizen, when faced with the real police, they were afraid to be too unrestrained for a while and all hid. After finishing up at the police station, Yi Bai pushed the 3-wheeled cart with 3 tricycles and left the police station to go set up a stall outside. When leaving the police station, Long Guoping personally led the team to see them off. Anyone who didn't know would have thought they were seeing off some big leader. Chapter 55 Chapter 53 went viral on the internet, and the fan group exploded. On the other side, Chen Mengying, Xiao Xiaotian, and the others also received the news. They were relieved to learn that it was a misunderstanding and that Yi Bai was fine. In fact, Yi Bai had not been in the police station for even 2 hours, and that was only because he had done some business there. So there had actually been no delay. Not long after Yi Bai pushed the tricycle food truck out of the police station, waves of customers arrived. They were all from the group, who had heard the news that Yi Bai had gone to the police station and had come to voice their support. Seeing that Yi Bai was fine, they were relieved and stopped by to buy fried rice. It was 9 hours 58 minutes and 56 seconds in the morning. Yi Bai had sold all of his ingredients. After reassuring the customers who had not been able to buy food, Yi Bai got on the tricycle and headed home. As he was walking home, online, a video had already gone viral without him knowing. Shocked, a customer who had eaten at a street stall called the police because it was so delicious. The video recorded in its entirety Yi Bai's visit to the police station for tea. Due to the unusual title, the content was very rich and full of a reversal of the ending. Soon, the video spread quickly online. Until it went viral. Netizens have been clicking in to watch. It was so delicious that he called the police. It's hard to say whether to say it or not, but that old man is a real talent, especially the look on his face at the end when he wanted to eat fried rice. Yi Bai, I'll give you a look, go and experience it for yourself. It's true, there was a case like this in 2015. A customer at a restaurant became addicted to the food, and the restaurant was reported. When the police came, they found poppy seeds had been added to the food. At first I thought it was the same news, but this time it was a real expert. It's true, the simpler the food, the harder it is to make delicious. Fried rice can be addictive. That handsome owner is quite something. The owner is indeed handsome, and even I at my peak could only barely draw with him. Add upstairs, face? Lost. Brothers, I have a group for Boss Bai. To join the group, watch my first video. Damn, I must join. I want to join too. A lucky fan even posted the group's penguin icon. Suddenly, countless netizens applied to join the group. Yi Bai wasn't looking at his phone, and it was the group administrator, the chubby Zhang Wei, who had invited people to join. Zhang Wei's hands were numb from clicking, and the group, which had originally had more than 500 members, suddenly doubled in size. As everyone knows, the quality of netizens varies greatly. Some of the poorly behaved netizens started screaming as soon as they entered the group, and even posted pictures and videos there. What's more, they even posted the website address www.antigo. Xiao Pangdun quickly kicked them out, but there were so many of them that he got a bit flustered. Holy shit, what kind of freaks have just joined the group? Don't post things randomly, behave yourself. Damn it, don't fuck up the group. Why is this picture so white? So big? This prince is real. I'll stop talking and go study. This is Boss Bai's group of foodies, not customers. Don't leave on your own. There are police officers in the group, so be careful not to expose your evidence of guilt to the sunlight. Yi Bai's old fans began to persuade, but unfortunately it was useless. The new people who had just joined were still arrogant. Brothers, if you need anything, please contact me. Hey, I'm giving you guys a treat. This video was posted by me last night. I'm the most arrogant in the milk powder industry, I'm the king of the milk powder industry, and I'm still worried about my baby's health. selling a lot of educational videos. Long Guoping, head of the Century City Police Station, everyone, the internet is not a place outside the law. Please stop your illegal actions immediately. Really, there's even a police station? Do you know who I am? I'm the Minister of National Defense of the Imperial Capital. Ha ha ha. That's right, I just changed my online name. Who are you trying to scare? Century City Police Station, video.mp4. Video content. A dozen police officers in uniform are looking sternly at the camera, with a dark blue backdrop behind them, with a large national emblem on it, which reads Lincheng Public Security Bureau Guanchenhu Branch Century City Police Station. Every detail of the video reveals the truth. Is this a real police station? Holy shit! The group instantly became chaotic, and some confusing messages quickly disappeared. There were even small system messages popping up in the message box. Ding, Sanlu Milk Powder has left the group chat. Ding, Auntie Ding has left the group chat. Ding, Wang Pian has left the group chat. A group of online fanatics left the group with lightning speed. The number of people in the group also suddenly dropped by several hundred, which was only a little more than at the beginning. Seeing this, Xiaopangdan Zhangwei finally let out a sigh of relief. He was really busy just now. At the same time, he regretted it immensely. He shouldn't have agreed to everything. The fan group almost got lost. Yi Bai rode a tricycle to the old town. At the door, Mr. Chow and several neighbors were waiting for Yi Bai. Yi, we heard about your arrest. Although it was clarified that it was a misunderstanding, it's still unlucky. Here, stand still while we get rid of the bad luck. With that, Mr. Chow took a pomelo leaf and started slapping Yi Bai with it. Next to him, Mrs. Liu took a brazier and told Yi Bai to step over it. Mrs. Liu, I'm not in jail, I really don't need to do this, Yi Bai said with a wry smile. But he was also touched. Having such a warm group of neighbors made life more colorful. Grandma Liu looked serious, as if she was going to the police station. The brazier can burn away bad luck and bring good luck, so hurry up and step over it. A child who didn't want to be named said to his uncle, my dad says you can wipe your bottom with mugwort leaves too. Yi Bai saw that there were quite a few children present, so he quickly said, everyone, wait a minute. I have some snow pear and white fungus soup and purple sweet potato crystal cake in the fridge. Hey, no, those are for sale, we don't drink them. A woman quickly refused, and the others nodded in agreement. Yi Bai gave a small smile. They were all neighbors, there was no need to be so polite. Besides, didn't you often bring the little ones food? It's called reciprocating. After saying that, he quickly walked towards the house. A group of uncles and aunts politely said something, and didn't say anything more. The main reason was that Yi Bai's snow pear and white fungus soup and purple sweet potato crystal cake were so delicious that they were irresistible. They had tried to make them at home themselves, but the taste was worlds apart. Both dishes were not difficult to make, but it was very difficult to make them taste superb. Even one stubborn woman refused to believe it and bought dozens of caddies of snow pears at a time, with the result that the rubbish bin was full. Chapter 56. Chapter 54. The phone call was not finished. After returning home, Yi Bai rested on the sofa for a while before starting to cook lunch. Since there was only one person eating, Yi Bai made a little of everything. He made fried eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried pork. He cooked 4 bowls of rice before giving up. Next, he went to the market and bought 50 caddies of chicken wings, spending just under 1,000 yuan. To ensure the taste of the ingredients, he bought the best kind of chicken wings. Each piece was carefully selected, all with a natural color and clear texture. This kind of chicken wing is tender, fresh and delicious, with delicate meat. However, the price is correspondingly much higher. 20 yuan per caddy. After bargaining, the final transaction price was 18.5 yuan. In the afternoon, Yi Bai set up his stall and prepared to sell the Empress chicken wings. After buying the chicken wings, Yi Bai went back to the stall to buy some ingredients. As soon as she arrived home, her phone started ringing. Daddy, answer the phone. She didn't even need to check the caller ID, just the ringtone was enough to tell that it was her little one. Without hesitation, Yi Bai quickly put down the bag in her hands and took out her phone to make a video call. On the other end of the line, the little girl's cute expression was now one of concern. Daddy, I heard you were arrested by the police. Are you okay? Huh? Yi Bai's eyes flashed with confusion. How did the little girl know that he had been taken to the police station? Daddy is fine. It was just a misunderstanding. Yao Yao, don't worry. By the way, who told you that? Yi Bai asked. Teacher Yang, just now when I was in the bathroom, Yi Yao Yao heard that her father was fine, and the worried expression on her little face immediately disappeared. 10 minutes earlier. In the kindergarten cafeteria, a group of children sat in a row and began to prepare their lunches. When Yi Yao Yao unveiled the lunch she brought from home, it immediately attracted the attention of all the children. All the little heads turned, licking their spoons and looking at her lunchbox, and a very few even had drool coming out of the corner of their mouths. Yang Feishui gave a bitter smile and had to twist all the little heads back, forbidding them to be envious of Yi Yao Yao's food and telling them to eat their own. After teaching the children a lesson, Yang Feishui was also ready to eat her lunch. As she passed Yi Yao Yao, she couldn't help but peek at the little one's lunchbox. She was instantly dazzled and asked, with a bent head, "Hey, Yao Yao, did your dad make a new dish again?" "Yes. Daddy said this is called Empress's chicken wings and it's really, really delicious." Yi Yao Yao's little face was full of a happy smile. "Really? It looks really fresh, doesn't it?" Yang Feishui could hardly walk anymore. "This smells so good. Empress's chicken wings?" The other children turned their heads again. "Wow, I love chicken wings. Ooh, it smells so good. Ugh, another day of suffering. I have suffered pain that I shouldn't have at my age." Looking at the 4 chicken wings in Yi Yao Yao's lunchbox, the group of children couldn't help but salivate. They really wanted to eat them, but there were only 4, and even if Yi Yao Yao was willing to share, there wouldn't be enough. "Teacher Yang, would you like to try one?" Yi Yao Yao politely asked, picking up a piece of chicken wing. Yes. No, thank you." Yang Feishui was extremely embarrassed, nodding and shaking her head at the same time. As a teacher, how could she always be greedy for children's food? But it really smells good. I really want to eat it. Here, Teacher Yang, have a piece of chicken wing. Yi Yao Yao gave a sweet smile, then used her chopsticks to pick up the chicken wing with difficulty. The chicken wings were a bit big, the chopsticks were too long, and the little one's pinky fingers had limited strength, so it was really not easy to pick up a chicken wing. Many of the other children were only using spoons. Watching the chicken wings hovering in the air, Yang Feishui quickly reached out and took them, because if they fell to the ground, she thought, she would have to jump up in the middle of the night and slap herself twice. Cough, yo-yo, then I'll be rude. Looking at the chicken wing in her hands, full of grease, Yang Feishui didn't hesitate for a second and brought her sexy little mouth right up to it, ready to eat. Taking a small bite, she felt like her soul was about to leave her body. It was so smooth and moist. It was fragrant and tender, simply the best in the world. A perfect score. A super full mark. Yang Feishui almost chewed the bones and swallowed them. The taste of the chicken wings was so delicious that it was hard to stop eating. Xiao Yi quickly squeezed closer to Yi Yao Yao. "Yao Yao, can I have a bite of your scrambled eggs with tomatoes?" "MMHM." Yi Yao Yao was buried in her rice, and when she lifted her little head, her mouth was full of rice and oil stains. "Don't you have scrambled eggs with tomatoes too?" she said, looking strangely at Xiao Yi's lunchbox, which contained pork ribs in clear soup, shredded pork with green peppers, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "I want to try what your dad made," Xiao Yi said, holding Yi Yao Yao's small hand and acting cute. "Well, okay, just a bite." After tilting her little head and thinking about it, Yi Yao Yao still nodded in agreement. Her father had taught her that good things should be shared. Hee, thank you Yao Yao. You're so nice." Xiao Yi quickly scooped up a big piece of the scrambled eggs with a spoon and shoved it into her mouth. Wow, it's really good. "Yao Yao, do you want to try some of mine?" Adhering to the principle of not eating for free, Xiao Yi invited her. "Okay, I'll try some." Yi Yao Yao didn't refuse either, and used her own chopsticks to pick up a piece of egg. Chapter 57 Chapter 55 A massage for me tonight? Is that normal? Yi Yao Yao's eyebrows furrowed as soon as the egg entered her mouth, and she said with a face full of disgust, "It's not delicious at all." Hee, that's because your dad made it so delicious." Xiao Yi stuck out her tongue. "No way." The little guy raised his head arrogantly, and then quickly continued eating. In the envious gaze of the other children, the food was quickly finished. Yi Yao Yao felt happy as she touched her round tummy. But it didn't last long. Soon, a look of anxiety flashed in the little one's eyes, and she quickly ran to the toilet. Phew, it was a false alarm. I thought your father had been arrested. As soon as she came out of the toilet, Yi Yaoyao heard young Fei Shua mutter, and she immediately became anxious. Teacher Yang, my dad has been arrested? What's going on? Yao Yao, looking at the little girl who suddenly appeared in front of her, young Fei Shua was a little confused. Just now, when she was in the toilet, she accidentally opened Douyin and happened to see the news about Yi by entering the police station. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm, but she didn't expect the little one to hear it. Yao Yao, your father is fine, it was just a misunderstanding. If you're not convinced, give your father a call and ask where he is. Yang Feishua quickly crouched down to reassure the little girl, so that she wouldn't cry. Good. Yi Yaoyao quickly made a video call to Yi Bai. Daddy, did the JC rat catch you? No, Uncle JC just asked me to go to their place for tea, sweetheart, don't worry. Oh, good. Then I'm fine. My dad is a good person, and Uncle JC won't do anything to him. The little one let out a long sigh of relief when he saw Yi Bai in the video, looking completely unharmed. Of course. Yi Bai smiled slightly, then asked, Yo-Yo, have you eaten lunch yet? Yes, I've eaten everything, and my tummy is full, the little one said. Dad, I'll tell you, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes that Yi's cook uncle makes are not at all delicious, they're a million miles off compared to the ones you make. Yi Bai couldn't hold back a smile. Dad, I really want school to finish quickly so I can see you again. The little one added. Really? Dad wants to see you again too, so will you be a good boy at school and listen to the teachers? Yes, okay. The little one nodded obediently, then looked like a little adult again. Daddy, don't work too hard at the stall. If you get tired, just come home and sleep, otherwise I'll feel bad. Where would I get the money to sleep? If there's no money, how can I buy food for you little glutton? Yi Bai teased with a smile. I have New Year's money, lots of it. And I can ask my mommy for it, she's a rich woman. Yi Bai. Where did you borrow the word rich woman from? From TV, the cold and aloof female CEO is after me. The little guy bit his little finger and thought for a moment before saying. Give it back. And, in the future, you can only watch cartoons, not this kind of TV. Yi Bai looked a little serious. The main thing is that this kind of TV is very misleading, and he doesn't want his precious daughter to be the kind of person in the future. Yi Yaoyao pouted, looking aggrieved. It's not what I want to watch. After the cartoon finished, it jumped out of the screen all by itself, and there was no stopping it. Okay, fine, don't watch it anymore. Daddy has to go now, bye, sweetheart. Bye, Daddy. After hanging up the video call, Yi Bai got up and went to study the LCD TV. He finally settled on the children's and youth mode, where only cartoons could be watched. Everything that is not child-friendly is rejected. 2:30 p.m. Yi Bai has prepared everything and is ready to set up his stall. Before leaving, Yi Bai washes his face with the sunscreen facial cleanser he won in the system's lucky draw yesterday. After washing his face, he feels refreshed. The sun on his face when he goes out no longer feels stinging. It is indeed a quality product from the system. The effect is immediate. Today, he still chose to set up a stall at Sunshine Plaza. It was a short walk from his rented room to the kindergarten. He could easily pick up his little one from school. Yi Bai had already posted the location in advance in the WeChat group, and added that there would be new dishes today, including chicken wings. As soon as the message was sent, the group of hungry foodies immediately let out a wolf whistle, and they all rushed to Sunshine Plaza. Those driving turned around. Those riding electric bikes reached 80 miles per hour. Those using the toilet squatted so hard they broke their pants, and rushed out of the door. Those walking their dogs immediately lifted their legs and ran, and poorer Dogsy's head was knocked against the curb dozens of times, causing bruises. Even some people who had a date at the hotel had already entered the mood and were pumping away. When Yi Bai arrived at Sunshine Plaza, he didn't even need to find a seat. Dozens of people formed a long line, so imposing and domineering that it made people tremble at the mere sight of it, afraid that the next second the group would charge over and beat them up. This also caused many people visiting Sunshine Plaza to wonder what was going on. What's going on over there? Why are so many people lining up in one place for no reason? I don't know, maybe this is some new kind of trick. This is the first time I've seen a queue forming in the air. There aren't so many people even when the supermarket has a sale. My mom wasn't lying, the city is really complicated. Never mind, they must be queuing for a reason, let's join them. a wise guy suddenly said. Well, that's a good point. The person next to him thought about it for a while and followed suit. So, under the leadership of some geniuses, some people who weren't fans of Yibai's food group also joined the queue, and the queue just got bigger and bigger. When the Yibai three-wheeled food truck appeared in the line of sight of the customers, the whole place immediately erupted. Oh, Boss Bai, you finally arrived. If you'd been any later, I would definitely have developed stomach cancer today. Boss Bai, my ex-wife is about to give birth, so you need to fry 5 portions of fried rice for me to take away. Boss Bai, my grandmother is about to give birth to my 8th uncle, hurry, hurry. Yesterday I went to the hospital, and the doctor said I could eat whatever I wanted, so I'll have 10 portions of sweet and sour pork. I heard there's chicken wings in a queen style today. How do you play? How much is the whole set? Ha? Brother, these are chicken wings in a queen style, not. Ha ha ha. Yibai was used to these joking customers, so after smiling and saying hello to the crowd, he walked towards the front of the line. The customer who was first in line was now standing like a door god, taking up a large part of the stall. The 2 customers behind him saw Yibai coming and took the initiative to help him push the tricycle into the stall and park it. Then they expertly set up the stall. Cough, thanks. During the whole process of setting up the stall, Yibai was pushed to the side, which made him feel a little awkward for some reason. It was obvious that he was setting up the stall himself, but in the end, the stall was set up without him doing anything. What are you talking about? Boss Bai, your hands are precious, how can you do this dirty work? Right, if you get tired, who will cook for us in the future? Boss Bai, are you tired? If you are, sit down and have a drink first, I'll massage your shoulders. Boss Bai, please strike a pose, I'll help you tie your apron. Brother Bai, she is a gold medalist technician at home romantic. How about I help you move your joints tonight? Don't worry, it's free. A young girl in a hip hugging dress, black stockings, and high heels said while winking flirtatiously. Yibai. A massage tonight? Is that normal? Chapter 58 Chapter 56 It's so delicious, I could cry. This scene directly dumbfounded the young woman selling handmade soy milk next to them. What's going on? Is this the way to treat a customer? Are you customers or just here to lick my boots? She wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. The other stall owners weren't doing much better. The word on everyone's lips was the same, what the hell? No, I can do it myself. Glancing at the customer who kept urging him to do a big spread eagle, Yibai hurriedly refused. After that, he also quickly tied his apron. If a man is asked to tie his own apron while keeping his hands raised, the scene is too beautiful to imagine. After everything was ready, Yibai wasted no time and directly took out the small blackboard, adding a new column to it. Ding! The Empress Guifei chicken wings have been activated. 30 yuan for 1 serving, 3 chicken wings per serving. Limited to 1 serving per person. Yibai had no choice but to limit the purchase, because if there was no limit, the people behind would definitely not be able to eat. Some people can really buy 10 or 20 servings at a time. Wow! I just love chicken wings. I like to eat chicken. I'm okay, I usually eat it once a month. Boss, are these made to order or are they ready-made? Finished products. Yibai responded, then opened the phone box. It was full of chicken wings and a large plate of fried pork slices. These are the chicken wings, they look really good. The customer in the first seat didn't hesitate to order one. Opening the lid, the rich fragrance immediately filled the nose. The customers behind him all leaned forward. The rosy, fresh and tender chicken wings looked extremely appetizing and aroused the appetite of a large group of people. I bet even a 5-star hotel would charge 388 for just these 3 pieces of chicken wings, and the taste would not be as good. Nonsense, 388 is probably even cheaper. So-called high-end restaurants are actually nothing in terms of taste. It's just that the interior decoration seems a bit more upscale. It is indeed upscale, but a fucking waiter pushes it over to you on a trolley and then casually adds a little bit of seasoning, and you have to pay a 10% service charge. Ha, doing business is about having a conscience. But if you don't have a conscience, you're sure to make a lot of money. In comparison, Boss Bai is simply too good. A bunch of customers were talking and praising Yibai. The customer who had already received the chicken wings didn't care if his hands were clean or not, and took a bite. The moment the chicken wing entered his mouth, his whole body trembled. The translucent muscles were full of gravy, and they fell off the bone with just a little sucking. The skin was crisp and the meat was tender, and my mouth was full of a gelatinous, sticky sensation. It was as if I had finally succeeded after 10,000 years of ascetic practices. I am just an ordinary person, what merit and ability do I have to be able to eat such chicken wings? I cried, crying heartrendingly, crying with my mouth watering. Yi bai. The other customers. Hey, man. You're exaggerating. You really cried? Yesterday the old man called the police because the food was delicious, and today you cry because the food is delicious? Ha, isn't crying because the food is delicious just an adjective? How did you turn it into a verb? That's a bit much. The customer hurriedly explained, you don't know, I liked chicken wings when I was very young. Bossy, the meat in these wings is really delicious, it reminds me of the cola chicken wings my grandma used to make for me when I was little. Yi Bai laughed and said, then your grandma's cola chicken wings must be really delicious, right? They were okay. It's just that my grandma couldn't see very well, so she used vinegar instead of cola, which made them a little sour. The customer said seriously. Yi bai. And the customers queuing behind him laughed like pigs. Damn, you're a joke. Hurry up and get in line after you're done, don't keep me from getting fried rice, my grandmother is really about to give birth. Under the herd effect, a large group of regular customers queued up, attracting a large group of new customers. These people were not afraid of the sun, and the queue stretched 100 m away. Even the security guards patrolling Sunshine Plaza came over to maintain order, for fear that someone might fight because they cut in line. But it's true, someone did cut in line. Young man, can you let someone cut in line? I really have an emergency, please. A young girl in a tank top, suspender shorts, and quite attractive, spoke sweetly to the guy in front of her in line. Her casual attire, her soft voice, and her seductive movements were enough to make most guys give in. Sure enough, the guy in front of her moved over a little to let her cut in. A group of customers behind them were suddenly very unhappy and were about to speak up and protest, but the boy spoke first. Beauty, do you have a boyfriend? Hearing this, the girl immediately flashed a charming smile. Of course not, young man. Do you want to add a WeChat? After saying this, she even took out her own phone, with an expression of easy mastery, while a trace of disdain was born in the depths of her eyes. But just as she thought this, someone suddenly pressed her head, and it started spinning clockwise. Damn, no boyfriend and you still dare to cut in line, who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? You just managed to stabilize yourself, and then you heard the man scold you. The girl was instantly angry. She wanted to fight back, but after looking at her own thin and delicate body, she had to give up. She ran angrily to the back of the line. This dramatic scene made the rest of the people watching it unable to hold back their laughter. Even Yi Bai's face broke into a smile. He found that he seemed to have suddenly fallen in love with the occupation of running a stall. Not only could he make money, he could also make his life more fulfilling, and even watch TV dramas live. It seemed that every one of his customers was an actor, constantly performing their roles. At this time, the photo of the imperial chicken wings was also posted to the group by some customers. An unknown Versailles even boasted about it in the group. Oh dear, every day is full of strange food like fried rice, purple sweet potato crystal cake, snow pear and white fungus soup, stir-fried pork, and imperial chicken wings. What a luxurious life. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it. Some things are destined to be borne by someone, and I'm the one who deserves it. As soon as this news broke, the otherwise quiet penguin group suddenly exploded. A man whiter than Boss Bai, damn, can you be a human? I haven't eaten yet. Zayayayayo's stepmother, you're showing off, I'll tell my husband not to sell to you in the future. Life is like a play, Uncle JC, someone's acting like a jerk here, arrest him. 50 fines, it's so damn dry, it's killing me. I haven't even had a chance to eat fried rice once, and you haven't tried the new product? What is it this time? Chicken wings in a queen style? Boss Bai's sworn brother read upstairs, brother, you're really unlucky. When I go back to eat, I'll show you on video? Are you sure? Ha ha ha. Chapter 59 Chapter 57 Chen Mengying took action. At the same time, in the president's office of Ulanya, Chen Mengying was also checking the group chat. When she saw the picture of the Empress's chicken wings, her eyes lit up. It looked so good, it must taste good too. Just as she was about to call her secretary Louis, Chen Mengying suddenly realized that she had already sent Louis to deliver the contract. It wouldn't be appropriate to ask someone else from the company to go buy it. So she contacted her best friend Xiao Qingqing. Instead of calling, she chose to send a V message. You were the one who asked for a free meal yesterday. Today, you're going to stand in line and buy fried rice. I want 2 boxes of purple sweet potato crystal cake, and you can decide what to do with the rest. Oh, and get me 2 of today's new product, the Empress chicken wings. This kind of commanding tone, if used by someone else, and according to Xiao Qingqing's shrewish personality, would definitely be a highly artistic output of Han Maoyan's language. But this person is Chen Mengying, her best friend and confidant. The two of them often spoke like this. If she had politely asked for one, or asked for trouble, it would have seemed unnatural. You want me to bring you lunch? Fine. Call me Goddess Qingqing. At this point, Xiao Qingqing, who was already sitting on the train, typed happily. Are you going or not? Chen Mengying obviously wasn't going to indulge her, and directly sent a voice message asking. Oh, you want me to go? Fine, but I want to hear you call me Goddess Xiaoqing, otherwise I won't be happy, and if I'm not happy, I don't want to go. Goddess Xiaoqing. Chen Mengying almost shouted these few words with gritted teeth. Ha, Chen Mengying, you idiot. I'm not even in Forest City right now, I'm not going anywhere, you go if you want to, ha. Getting the result she wanted, Xiao Qingqing directly sent Chen Mengying a video call and laughed wildly. After that, she didn't even wait for Chen Mengying to react, hung up the phone quickly, and blocked it, all in one go, obviously not doing it just once. Chen Mengying. She swore that if Xiao Qingqing was in front of her, she would tear her to pieces. Oomph, you just wait. With a huff, Chen Mengying looked at the picture of the chicken wings in the phone again, and ultimately made a decision that went against her ancestors. She saw her put the phone down, get up, put on a thin white jacket, and head straight out of the CEO's office. Since no one else could buy it for her, she would buy it herself. A Porsche sports car of an unknown model pulled up at Sunshine Plaza. Chen Mengying put on a pair of big sunglasses and opened the car door to get out. She looked around and quickly found Yi Bai's stall. There was a long queue, in stark contrast to the stalls next to it. Even the usually popular Honeycomb Ice City was full of people, and Yi Bai had lured all the customers away. Gritting her teeth, Chen Mengying strode over with her long legs, and quickly joined the queue. Several boys around her couldn't help but turn their heads when they suddenly saw such a beautiful woman. Chen Mengying's outfit was very simple, a pair of silver blue high-waisted skinny jeans, a white shirt tucked into the jeans, a white jacket thrown over the top, and a pair of plain white casual pants on her feet. Although the outfit was plain, her tall figure and S-shaped curves were truly perfect. When men look at women on the street, the first thing they look at is definitely the figure. There were quite a few girls in the square wearing revealing clothes, but compared to Chen Mengying, they were not even worth mentioning. From a short distance away, you could also see the beautiful face beneath the brown baseball cap. Although it was partially obscured by the sunglasses, it did not diminish her unique and cool temperament in the slightest. The few guys around Chen Mengying just felt uncomfortable, as if no matter what kind of action they made, it was wrong. Chen Mengying was indeed a beautiful woman, but her temperament was so aloof that it made them feel as if the air around them had frozen. Ahem, beautiful lady, why don't you come to the front? One man volunteered to let her cut in, and surprisingly, no one else objected. But Chen Mengying refused. Shaking her head, she took a small step to the left, slightly on tiptoe, and saw Yi Bai, who was stir-frying rice at the front of the line. The line was a little too long, and the distance was too far. Even though Chen Mengying had excellent eyesight, she could only vaguely see the outline of Yi Bai. Yi Bai's movements were smooth and proficient as he flipped the rice, and he served the food quickly. Chen Mengying's position was also getting closer and closer. When the distance came to about 10 meters, she finally got a good look at Yi Bai's face. He was as calm and gentle as always, and the handsome side of his face with its defined features was tinged with a little golden radiance in the sunlight. His expression was serious and solemn, which was pleasing to the eye when he was working. Boss Bai, how much is 1 portion of fried rice, 1 portion of pork stir-fry, 1 portion of chicken wings, and 1 portion of snow pear and white fungus soup? The young lady in the first position saw that Yi Bai was about to finish, so she quickly ordered. She was also unceremonious and ordered everything at once. You do the math, the price list is over there. Yi Bai looked up and gave the young lady a gentle smile, pointing to the small blackboard next to him. This kind of thing is too troublesome, so he usually lets the customer do the counting. And no one will try to cheat, because there are so many people watching. 1 times 7 is 7, 2 times 8 is 8, 3 times 8 is 24, and so on. But this time there was an accident. The young lady counted on her fingers for a long time, but she couldn't figure it out. Chapter 60 Chapter 58 Annual income of 10 million? Yi Bai had no choice but to personally calculate the price for the young lady. Then he continued to stir-fry the rice. This was Chen Mengying's first time seeing Yi Bai's appearance at the stall, and she had an indescribable feeling in her heart. When it was finally Chen Mengying's turn, she almost pressed the brim of her hat to the lowest, and her expression was very uncomfortable. "Hello, may I take your order?" Yi Bai asked, puzzled, when he didn't hear the customer order. This was a famous female customer, with her hat brim pressed very low, so he could only see her supple, black hair hanging down to her shoulders and her chin as round as white porcelain. However, Yi Bai always had a sense of familiarity, so he couldn't help but look at her twice. 3 portions of fried rice, slightly spicy. 4 cups of snow pear and white fungus soup. I'll have everything else that's limited. Yi Bai froze when he heard a cold voice. Wasn't that his ex-wife? After a brief moment of surprise, Yi Bai returned to his usual calm and treated Chen Mengying like any other customer. Since she was embarrassed to look at him, he didn't want to make things awkward. But the fact that Chen Mengying was here meant that she was impressed by his cooking, otherwise the CEO of the company wouldn't have bothered to queue up. There was no emotional entanglement between the two, nor were there any conflicts, so after the divorce, the two were actually still friends. What's more, Chen Mengying also had the status of being the mother of a young child, so Yi Bai had always been very open with her. After the fried rice was finished, Yi Bai took an extra serving of stir-fried pork and chicken wings for her, as a special treat for a friend. Chen Mengying noticed and her expression froze slightly, and she pursed her lips without saying a word. However, the customers waiting in line behind her noticed something. "Damn, Boss Bai, this isn't right, is it? Aren't there restrictions on the amount of twice-cooked pork and Empress chicken wings you can buy? Why are you applying double standards when it comes to beautiful women? Boss Bai, there's something wrong with you, something very wrong. After eating here for so many days, I always thought that you were fair, impartial and open. I never thought that. I'm so disappointed. That's not right. In the past, many beautiful women have come to buy from you, and you have never treated them differently. Today, what's going on? Oh, I see. It turns out that the beauty is not of a high enough level, and it takes this kind of super beauty to do it, right? Haha, it turns out that Boss Bai is also a man. Beauty, Boss Bai has hinted so obviously, shouldn't you take the initiative? Yes, yes, yes. A group of customers kept heckling each other. Chen Mengying's fair cheeks flushed with a light blush, and her baseball cap was pushed down a few more inches. If it were a stranger flirting, her cold stare would have pierced through, and it would have definitely silenced everyone. But now Yi Bai was close at hand, and her identity as her ex-husband's brother made her feel very unnatural. Especially in this situation, where the ex-wife took the initiative to come to the ex-husband to buy things. It felt very strange. Yi Bai was about to speak to the customer to explain, when he saw a beautiful figure appear out of nowhere. The person patted Chen Mengying's shoulder and said breathlessly, "Thank goodness. I almost had to run here, but I made it in time." After that, she grinned at Yi Bai and said, "Brother Bai, I was really close to dying just to get a bite of you." Yi Bai. Xiao Qingqing, why does this guy's speech always sound so wrong? Shaking his head, he still handed her a bowl of snow pear and white fungus soup. Thank you for your recognition, I'm honored. Xiao Qingqing's eyes immediately lit up, and then with lightning speed, she took the snow pear and white fungus soup. Sipping it. Brother Bai, you really are a good man, as considerate as always. After finishing most of the snow pear and white fungus soup in one go, Xiao Qingqing gave Yi Bai a thumbs up. The two of them chatted comfortably, but Chen Mengying, as a special presence, was embarrassed beyond words. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing suddenly saw that Chen Mengying was empty-handed, so she proudly waved the snow pear and white fungus soup in her hand and said, "President Chen, don't you have this?" After she said that, she inexplicably felt a sense of schadenfreude. She thought to herself, "Chen Mengying, this is your day. Who asked you to get divorced? You don't want this kind of invincible, perfect, and handsome husband, huh? With Brother Bai's cooking skills, it's such a blessing to be able to eat for the rest of your life." Xiao Qingqing deliberately slurped the Sydney white fungus soup noisily, then stared at Chen Mengying with strange eyes. The latter pretended not to see anything and kept her cool expression. But Xiao Qingqing could see through the surface to Chen Mengying's heart. She must be depressed and mad, but as the CEO, she would control her emotions and not let them show. Gee. Xiao Qingqing shook her head, then gulped down the snow pear and white fungus soup in one go, and said cheerfully to Yi Bai, "Brother Bai, we are 2 people, right? Bring us 2 more servings of purple sweet potato crystal cake and chicken wings in a queen style. Hey, I'm starving after going to Boizhou to shoot the video. We said we would go explore the most delicious restaurants in the area, but when we got there, we realized that nothing there was even 1/10 as delicious as your cooking." Xiao Qingqing shook her head and complained. Her appearance has unconsciously delayed the process for a few minutes, and the customers behind her are getting impatient. "Hey, I'm talking to the 2 beautiful ladies in front of you. Hurry up, finish shopping and leave quickly. Do you want to starve us to death? Lady, how can you jump the queue? Do you believe I will call the police?" "Okay, another beautiful lady, it's confirmed. Boss Bai is a double standard dog." The 2 of them bought 4 boxes of fried pork and 4 boxes of chicken wings. Didn't they say they were only buying a limited amount? Hey, these 2 should be friends of Boss Yi Bai. Everyone, on my behalf, let's let it go. You're a real piece of shit. The customers were all complaining and grumbling. But they were just teasing, not being malicious. Yi Bai also explained in a timely manner, "Sorry, everyone. These 2 are my friends, so please give them special treatment." After that, he turned to Chen Mengying and Xiao Qingqing and said, "Let's chat again later. If too many people starve to death, it will be a major incident." Chen Mengying picked up her phone and prepared to scan the QR code. "How much is it?" Yi Bai, 305. Chen Mengying actually just wanted to be polite, but she didn't expect Yi Bai to really charge her. For a moment, she inexplicably felt a bit lost. "Let's go. See you next time." Xiao Qingqing took the big bag of food and carried it with one hand, then put her arm around Chen Mengying's shoulders with the other and walked away. Chen Mengying couldn't help but tap her on the shoulder and said with a sigh, "I did a rough calculation while waiting in line. The average spending of customers here is over 50 yuan, and he still has half of the ingredients left. So, his income for just one afternoon should be over 5,000 yuan. And since he also sells breakfast and stays open late, his income for a day should be more than 10,000 yuan. Even if you deduct the costs, there is still more than 10,000 yuan left." Chen Mengying spoke calmly, but her heart was in turmoil. Her perception had been completely turned upside down. She had never thought that a street vendor could earn so much money. But she also knew that this must be an exception, because there was only one Yi Bai in the world. Yi Bai, who possessed supernatural culinary skills. But what Chen Mengying couldn't figure out was, after being married for so many years, how had she never noticed Yi Bai's strength? Had she never really tried to understand the man she once was? Or had he hidden it so well? But there was no point thinking about it now. The 2 were already divorced. This was a horror story. And when Chen Mengying said this, Xiao Qingqing's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, her face full of shock. "My God, 15,000 a day, 150,000 in 10 days, 1.5 million a month, 15 million a year?" I knew Yi Bai's business was booming, and Xiao Qingqing had roughly guessed how much Yi Bai could earn from his stall. But I never expected him to earn so much, it's just terrifying. Yesterday Yi Bai was trending on the search engines, and his fame is soaring rapidly. Add to that his superb cooking skills. It goes without saying that the number of customers will only increase in the future.